compared to what we had at Mugello, of course, but nonetheless, a team different, and it was one, as Kiko mentioned, won by Brian Ariarte and the Prix.
Your top motorcycle racing once again in the Grand Prix Paris. Pit lane, that means Moto3 fires into life, and Balaton Park comes alive to the sound of motorcycle racing once again in the Grand Prix Paris. The second successive year that we've been here, Hungary has welcomed MotoGP, and we get going then. The opening 35 minutes of action. Where do we start with the stories, El? We've covered Brian Ariarte off from Barcelona. Let's just talk about him if we can from Mugello before we get into some of the other stuff. Fantastic stuff from Brian Ariarte. He really hit the front on the last lap and went full gas, full chat, and tried to break them and prove, mainly to the others, mainly to other riders in the field, other classes. I'm thinking of Red Bull rookies. You do not need to dawdle, you don't need to always be thinking about track position. One qualifying light lap will do it. And Brian Ariarte, in the end, comfortably over the line in P1 for his first ever win last time out for Mugello.
Yeah, top job from Ariarte. And as I mentioned, that move at Casanova on Adrian Fernandez was aggressive but clean. Pushed Fernandez a little bit wide, spoke to Ariarte after racing. He said it was a bit risky, but a gamble well worth taking, and that just put him at the front of the field when everyone was squabbling behind as well. A phenomenal last lap to watch. I don't think it was quite phenomenal for the riders trying to push their way through into the podium places and try and hang on to a podium and a top 5 and a sort of top 10 as well. But yeah, fair play to Ariarte for bullying his way to the front in superb fashion and just getting his head down and winning the race by just under half a second. And he said since Le Mans, basically, that he's made a step forward. So they try and push him on what he felt on the bike within the team, and he was like, I don't really know. All I know is we've made a step forward, whether it's mentality, whether it's something on the bike, whether it's my riding style. We've changed something over the last few Grand Prix, and we did cross the line in P4 in Catalonia. Obviously, has been disqualified from that, unfortunately, but that's no fault with Brian Ariarte. Knowledge mistake from the team as well. They weren't trying to gain an advantage or anything like that. It's just something like that can happen sometimes. And Ariarte backed it up with obviously that opening victory of his Moto3 campaign. We're expecting a lot more, of course, but Ariarte was keeping his feet on the ground, wasn't getting too carried away. He knows that this is his rookie season. A lot of expectation, of course, as there always is, from riders. We've seen that with Rueda, with Carpe, with Keelan, of course, as well. He wasn't a double champion in the Moto Junior and Red Bull Rookies Cup class. Whenever someone moves up, like Angel Carras, of course, as well, as a reigning Red Bull Rookies Cup champion and a Moto Junior champion, a lot of expectation, of course, on the shoulders of Ariarte, especially when you're donning the Red Bull KTM colours as well. So he's taken a little bit of time, said in pre-season that he didn't feel comfortable on the bike. as well, but he did also say that from FP1 he was struggling a little bit on the bike with the feeling, so I don't think Pironi, okay, if he could have got himself into that lead group without those gearbox issues, he would have been more of a factor in the podium fight and victory fight. But you're right, it's not been the greatest run of form so far for Pironi, who we were all expecting to be challenging Piles, who's on our screens now, of course, on a regular basis, and others as well, Carpoop inside the top two in the championship as well. It was there here last year, as you rightly mentioned, that Pironi really announced himself, I feel, as a proper contender in Moto3. It just hasn't clicked so far this season for Pironi, but he still sits in the championship, got a podium, of course, in Thailand as well. So you do feel like here is a great opportunity for Pironi, as long as he doesn't have any issues throughout the weekend as well, for him to really get back on the horse and have a good podium or a victory chance, get a good result, not at a top 10 since the rep, which I don't think we were going to be saying that about Pironi when he stood on the podium over in Thailand. I thought that was a great start to the season and sort of a springboard for him to, you know, be a title contender this year. It's not worked out so far, but there's a long way to go. Pironi, we know, is massively talented, a real star of the future, the young Argentine. So I'm not worried about Pironi just yet, but I do feel like this weekend he's got to have a good run of things, get a good result on the track he claimed the podium at last year as well. But if he struggles this weekend with the general feeling of the bike, then I am going to start to become a little bit more concerned about Pironi going into the rest of the season. But yeah, it was another quiet, difficult weekend for Pironi last time out, so hopefully for the young Argentine he can have a better time I think this weekend.
It was his worst GP since Phillip Island last year when he was 20th at Almanza. Welcome back to David Almanza, of course. Qualified on pole yet again last time out, the fourth clear pole that he's had, and then didn't make the start. He was taken to hospital, quite severe tonsillitis for the number 22, our opening Grand Prix winner of this 2026 campaign. So David Almanza, great to see you back, but hopefully you're all right, because really must have been serious, because very rare that illness takes someone out, particularly when they're qualified not just on the front row, but on the pole. So David Almanza back in action this weekend at Balaton.
Yeah, obviously after the injury troubles, after his huge crash out the lead over in Brazil, yeah, a shame to see Almanza missed the race. Again, qualified on pole position, was looking really strong. He's had a fantastic year so far as Almanza, but just had bad luck with injuries and illness. So fingers crossed he can have a clean weekend of things in Hungary. But great to see him back. Almanza said it started on Wednesday when he started to feel some symptoms. Obviously I spoke to him in Park Fermi as well on Saturday when he qualified on pole, and I didn't notice anything. He was a quiet lad, unassuming character, especially when he's speaking English. I think he's not as confident as he should be. His English isn't that bad. Speaking in front of the cameras in Park Fermi, I think that's just his natural persona, and that's absolutely fine. But I didn't come away thinking Almanza's not quite right. I just thought it was a cool, calm and collected character, sticking it on pole position once again. He was sort of not too bothered but not too happy, but obviously learning what we did on Sunday morning, he was clearly severely under the weather. So thankfully, after a trip to the hospital and a couple of days there and recovering, he is back on track here in Hungary, which is great to see. And of course, straight up inside that sort of top three realm as well, which we're so used to seeing him this season. So fingers crossed Almanza can have a good weekend here and challenge for the podium and victory once again.
Let's be honest though, having to look at you in Park Fermi is enough to make anyone else.
Very good, very good.
That's why you're next to me up here in gold, to make me look nicer. Max Hino's on a flying lap at the moment. You can see a 1:47.592 is the fastest lap time in this. Set by David Munoz. Dorna Sports cracks it into one of the many. Fantastic from Eddie O'Shea, a real. Joel Kelso coming away with 9th place. They are there now. Michael Lavery's team, a bit of restructuring going on over the course of the last 12 months or so. But brilliant stuff to see Eddie O'Shea growing in stature, growing in confidence, and team as well now really starting to become regulars, battling inside that top 10. I think when we all saw Eddie O'Shea lead, we couldn't have been happier from a British perspective. Great to see.
Yeah, in the media centre on Sunday, there was a little group of us who were all getting behind O'Shea, let's put it that way. Of course, we're a bit starved of British success in motorcycle Grand Prix racing. We've got Cal Crutchlow back in MotoGP Practice, a couple of Grand Prix as well. Of course, Jake Dixon, been a Moto2 winner and title contender for the last few years. We've got Scott Ogden, of course, who's sticking it on the front row and in and around the realms of pushing for a podium there is the number 19. So when Eddie O'Shea, who's had a really tough time things in the last couple of years, and even before that as well. I remember in the Red Bull Rookies Cup he had a really horrible leg injury that did threaten his career at some point. There's a documentary on Red Bull YouTube, sort of looking at the, I think it was 3-4 years ago, maybe a little bit further, likes of Angel Pereira, Eddie O'Shea and a lot of other riders coming through the ranks of Red Bull Rookies, and great behind the scenes look. And O'Shea was on the riders who was heavily featured. You know, his career was in doubt at some point, and he gave a really emotional interview actually to TNT, the British broadcaster, of course, with Natalie Quirk, and was obviously, we always like to see riders showing a bit of emotion. It shows that they're human, and it was fair to say that Eddie was absolutely over the moon. He said it wasn't about the result. The result was fantastic, obviously, being in the top 6 and, you know, having a chance of a podium on the last lap, but it was more about how he was from a British perspective, with obviously not biased in this, is absolutely superhuman, but it is always great, and I'm sure you guys at home supporting your riders from your countries as well have the same feeling. Just fantastic to see O'Shea looking like, you know, the rider that was rising through the road to MotoGP, and just brilliant. With a smile on his face, the team enjoying themselves as well. So yeah, I believe he's now got a new pair of running shoes because Macaulay Webb and Eddie made a little bit of a bet. Eddie said if he leads for a couple of corners in the Italian Grand Prix, Macaulay Webb, the team manager, will have to buy him a new pair of running shoes. If he didn't, Eddie would have to buy him a new pair of running shoes. So I think Macaulay Webb maybe found about €100, maybe a little bit more. Running shoes are quite expensive these days for a good pair, as we know. So yeah, O'Shea got a new scooter over in Le Mans, and now a new pair of running shoes, and a personal best Moto3 result. So it's been a very good last few GPs for O'Shea, who, with Ariarte being disqualified, now have 3 top 10s in a row. So yeah, really good stuff for O'Shea.
Let's hope the next thing he gets is a trophy to take home with him this weekend from Lake Balaton. What a result that would be. I've got to say, for Eddie O'Shea, I've known him for the best part of a decade. He was in Cool Club when I was cutting my own team in commentary a few years ago over there, and great to see the likes of Eddie O'Shea, Case O'Gorman coming through the ranks all the way up to Moto3 World Championship. And the other good thing for Eddie O'Shea is he's been in the British Talent team, and he's had to work probably harder than a lot more riders, because the opportunities don't always come your way. And Michael Laverty's team giving a punt to him at the end of 24, keeping him for all of 25. It looked like perhaps we weren't going to see Eddie O'Shea this year, but I'm so glad we did, and I'm so glad he's back. I'm more than happy for the team that someone like John Coulter has been able to come in, a stable teammate on the other side as well, and that Eddie O'Shea and the rest of the Grid Love team can really show us what kind of place they've got, and also from the final perspective on the touch first weekend of August, the British GP. If you haven't got your tickets yet, please do, because I think we're in for something special from Eddie O'Shea this year, as well as Scott Ogden and the Brits that are out in force. So, yeah, Silverstone, 7th to the 9th of August, don't miss it.
British Touring Sport there, keeping it going, speaking. But yeah, do get your tickets for Silverstone, because it's the home Grand Prix for us and a lot of the paddock as well, and it's a phenomenal race. Okay, it has to be said, one of the best
in the calendar.
on the calendar. So yeah, we just saw Hakim Denise on our screens, didn't we, Kiko? One of the stars.
There we go again.
One of the stars of the show. Another rookie who is massively impressing a lot of people in this paddock, and what a podium it was.
What a podium, what a celebration it was over in Malaysia. The video that came out after, I think it was MotoGP pit lane reporter, Jack Appleyard, shared it to us. And his comment, I think, was probably the best one to sum it up. It was like they'd scored a World Cup winner in the 90th minute. The place went mental when it saw that Hakim Denise had got on the podium. Brilliant, brilliant stuff from Hakim Denise. The Malaysian Grand Prix at the start of November this year. And I reckon with the kind of form that Hakim's on, we're going to have a massive crowd at Sepang. So I mentioned Silverstone. Your tickets might well be going for Sepang. And whether he had problems of his own last time out in Magellan.
And seeing Eddie
From still working his track out. He won't me about negatives of the last week, since Mike also lost. I still can't, but I don't care enough to really set up a new one, so I'll have to give it some thought. 13 minutes just under to go here in Moto3 FP1, a 47.488. David Munoz is just under 2/10 clear of his teammate David Almanza, so Team Dave is coming out fighting in Balaton Park. Quiles is third. Fourth for Valentin Prix, just moved up back into there. Casey O'Gorman, brilliant performance at the moment from Casey O'Gorman, who's right there inside the top 5. Alvaro Carpe, who was second once again for his 8th career podium last time out. The record for podiums without a victory, 10. Fabio Di Gianantonio, 1 on his 11th. So Alvaro Carpe is going for an unwanted record at the minute. Got a couple more podiums to go, of course, until he's there, but and there, Bastianini, he had 8 podiums, 1 on his 9th. And then the likes of David Munoz, Jorge Martin and Brad Binder, 9 podiums, 1 on their 10th. So he's in good company, even if he can't quite get that first Moto3 victory. It's coming. We've said it since the start, it's been coming. But Alvaro Carpe probably now getting a little bit angry that he's still seeing riders up ahead of him and alongside him on the podium.
He did put on a brave face after the race, did Alvaro, when I said, open the question with, I know it's not the victory you're after. He gave a little smile to that, but was obviously speaks very well to Alvaro, and he was very proud of the team, very proud of the performance to finish again P2 for the second consecutive race, from starting outside the top 10 as well. Carpe was very happy and mentioned that, I'm not looking at the championship at this moment in time. It's great to see your name up inside that sort of top 5, and Carpe's case second behind Quiles, 52 points is the gap. Obviously that's come down after the Italian Grand Prix, but Carpe is just going about his business nicely in terms of the Sunday anyway. Just needs to figure out a couple of things on a Friday and Saturday. But yeah, he was just happy with, like Barcelona, that he was fast on the last lap and was able to fight at the front, got his tactics right, and he says there's a long way to go in this championship. I know I've got to improve, but I'm feeling pretty good, especially on Sunday, which, if there's any day to be feeling pretty good, it's obviously during the race. And he just said we need to be consistent. And to be fair to Alvaro Carpe, that's pretty much exactly what he's doing. Was 4th over in Thailand, 4th in Brazil, then picked up a P3 over in Austin as well, which could have easily been a win. Also could have easily not finished on the podium. A fantastic fight over in Austin, wasn't it? Which feels like yesterday, but also a lifetime ago since we're at the circuit of the Americas. Backed that up with a P5 over in Jerez, of course. Had that no score over in France, but then has returned from Le Mans over in Barcelona, and of course last time at Mugello with a pair of silver medals. So Carpe is just keeping tabs ever so slightly on Quiles. Needs to continue chipping away at that lead, but Carpe isn't stressed about that at this moment in time. And great for the Red Bull KTM team to have a 1-2 finish over in Mugello. So yeah, the team obviously are used to winning races and used to challenging for championships. So do not count Alvaro Carpe out for this title race, because if he can just keep chipping away at things like he's doing, then he's going to give Quiles a bit of a headache.
He is, but he's also got to win a race. I've got to say, we're a third of the way through the year. I wouldn't have been taking a bet of Alvaro Carpe not on the winner's sheet after 7 GPs, but that's where we're at, as Adrian Fernandez makes a complete mess of the final chicane here at Balaton Park. So just 9 minutes or so on the clock. So business end of this session, a 45.700. It's the all-time lap record. That came in the race here last year. David Munoz, it was who set it. We are about a second and 3/4 away from that at the moment. Munoz as well is at the top of this session. So expect the times to tumble a little bit later on, perhaps. And you can be sure that David Almanza is at the forefront of that. We've got practice coming up later. I would love to talk about Leopard racing, but I think let's talk about Leopard later on when we get into practice, because Mr. Guido Pini will be, I think, under quite strict orders. He cannot be facing Q1 again, but as I say, more on that later. Let's give you a rundown of the order at the moment. Munoz, Almanza, Quiles, Peroni, O'Gorman in top 5. That's remained virtually unchanged for the last 5 or 10 minutes. Carpe 6th ahead of Joel Esteban, Joel Kelso there in 8th, Matteo Bertelli 9th, Eddie O'Shea from that career best outing in Italy last time out, completing the top 10. Ryusei Yamanaka ahead of Adrian Fernandez, Marco Morelli and Cormac McCannon there in 14th, Jesus Rios off the back of the top 10 last time out as well in 15th place over Rico Salmela, who's looking to try and get back in the points for the first time since the record. It's been a really tricky run of form for the Finn. Guido Pini there in 17th place, Vader Patava and Scott Ogden and Brian Uriarte, who was your winner last time out. He's down there in 20th place at the moment. No surprise there, they're still learning the track. 21st for Ruche Moody out of Hakim Danish, Leo Ramersdorf, Adrian Cruz says Nicola Carrera and Zen Matani 2.9 seconds off the pace at the back of the field. But early days yet in this Grand Prix of Hungary weekend. Fernandez has come through this fourth sector, I beg your pardon, 3 sectors into this lap here at Balaton Park. He's come through it pretty neatly, a lot neater than the last time out. Goes from 13th up to 3rd, so that's a bit more like it from Adrian Fernandez, who now is at top Honda in this section, replacing Casey Gordon.
Also got Honda here last year as well at Balaton, albeit 6.1 seconds off the victory. The KTMs and CF Motos were a dominant force here last year, locking out the top 5. Fernandez did say after the race, we saw him leading on to the last lap, of course eventually didn't pick up a podium, but he was saying that he felt confident enough, and we saw that in the last stage, didn't we, for Fernandez, to try and pull the pin. Very, very difficult to do that at Mugello, of course, didn't it? Fernandez did find that out when Uriarte pinched him at the inside of Casanova on the final lap. Was disappointed to not finish on the podium was Fernandez, but again it was another promising weekend, another promising race for Fernandez, who did relinquish P2 in their overall standings, but it was another solid performance, another ride where he sort of showed everyone that he's got what it takes to be in this title fight. Okay, there's a bit of a gap to Keela, it's 55 points now to Fernandez, but Fernandez is, like Carpe, just chipping away at things. I feel like he's being very consistent. Yes, he's not winning races at the moment, but he's always there. You feel like the 31 is always there or thereabouts. So this weekend we'll see if Honda can bridge the gap to the KTMs and CF Motos, etc. Compared to last year. At the moment, of course, it looks like they are doing that. We do have a KTM 1-2 in the form, Almanza and Munoz. But I was impressed with Fernandez. He just got beaten up a little bit on the final lap. But fair play for him to wanting to lead. You can sort of look at it like, well, tried to lead and got caught out. However, you know, it's difficult to try and pinpoint what the correct tactics are, especially in a race like Mugello. But Fernandez was feeling good and was one of the fastest riders once again last time out.
Hindsight is always a wonderful thing once it's all settled down. Coming to the line, that's a great lap from Jesus Rios into the 47s down for him, the 47.866, half a second off to the top time. That has just been improved by David Almanza, finds himself up in P1, and how often have we seen this in the 22 go in for broke at the end of the session. David Almanza, we know he's quick over one lap, but let's see what he's got this time around. He's got John Kelso, oh sorry, no he hasn't, he's not even in the shot of that. You say Yamanaka is by John Kelso at the moment. I think we're going to look at Ruche Moody though, he's by both of them, and Moody's coming to the line. He was on a decent opening couple of sections of time away from winning that 3rd sector. David Almanza is in that final sector now, he's probably just working his way through the complex chicane that ends this lap here. Almanza who's P1 and a 10th under his own time at the moment. He's come to the line and improved it by a quarter of a second. Very good lap indeed from Almanza on a 47.1. Here, of course, for the first time the KTM, who was on a Honda last year, was David Almanza at this round in particular, and in the end came away with P7 from 10th on the grid. So a solid first outing here at Balaton Park last year for Almanza, and he's very, very fast out of the block this morning here on Friday at the same search. Across the line for Carpe, goes second. Good stuff indeed for Carpe now at 47.444, just over 3 tenths adrift of the number 22 Rising.
Yeah, strong lap for Almanza, that wasn't it, to be, well, was 3 and a bit more tenths ahead of his nearest challenger. Now teammate David Munoz has jumped up to P2, so as we've seen so often in 2026, it's a little money Dynabot who's had GP 1-2 in Moto3. They come out the box firing, don't they, Munoz and Almanza. Was that a bit of a moment for Munoz, or was he just trying to say a polite or not good morning to Marco Moreno? I think that was on the outside. Quiles, heavy braking zone into turn 15. Then you flick it left through 16. This is the final corner of 17. I think Quiles would have lost a little bit of time, maybe a bit more under control than it looked to our eyes, as the number 28 powers up the final corner to the line, does lose time, but it's still the personal best lap position, particularly.
Up to 6, just behind Eddie O'Shea, who also improved his time there. So a lot of fast times incoming at the end of this session. We knew this was going to happen anyway. Joel Kelso's the next one across the line, and he does improve to go into the top 10. 9th for him at the moment. Improvements further down the field. Richard Moodley has moved up into 14th place as well, just in front of Casey O'Gorman. Alvaro Carpe, you can see the graphic on the bottom of your screen, and now as we pick him up on track, coming through the penultimate chicane, and then through this fast left hand of the tunnels and down into the last chicane. Carpe is 62 thousandths of a second up, 600ths of a second up, coming down into 15, 16 and 17 now. Carpe, if he can hold this to the line, will move himself up into P1. We're getting close to that first 146 of the weekend. Let's see what Carpe's got driving to the line. Number 83, no, loses time in that final sector and can't quite beat Almanza. Almanza did make a lot of time up though, in that final sector, so I just wondered if there's something Almanza's doing at this stage of the weekend in that fourth sector that he's giving him the advantage. With less than 2 minutes to go, Moto3 FP1.
Yeah, we pick up Quiles once again on a personal best lap time, shortly coming through the third split. That's turn 12 and 13 before you fire it out at 13, and a fast kick here through 14, one of the better corners on this Balaton Park circuit. Loses a bit of time in that sector, does Quiles, but he's still on for a good lap, and that was a lot cleaner into turn 15 as well. Nicely done through the final chicane here at Balaton Park. Then, as I mentioned, flick it left through fastish corner of turn 17, and a pretty short burst of the line where it was Quiles and Pironi who elbowing each other across the line. Great for us to see. It was cleaning up, let's say, just trying to avoid each other potentially, or trying to elbow each other, who knows, after the race. But it was Quiles who just about beat Pironi on the runs to the line. Well, just less than a year ago. We're here a little bit earlier in the season at the Hungary, but more or less makes a difference a year ago here at Balaton Park.
Yeah, I think we're slightly out of season for the Hungary tourism down here. 46.9, that's a bit better for David Almanza, and I'll tell you what, that's quicker than FP1's lap time from a year ago as well. So David Almanza gets the job done at the moment, starts his final flying lap. Makin Denisha is down just outside the top 20 earlier on today. He's now up in 12th place, and he's likewise on his final flying lap. Just a shame there, Freddie O'Shea has had his lap cancelled here, but he's into the top 5 once again, so good stuff from O'Shea. Less than 15 seconds now on the clock, as we work our way down towards one. This is Brian Uriarte, starts his final flying up as well. He's now moved up into 11th, so the rookies are starting to come up the order a little bit here in FP1 at Balaton Park. We pick up Guido Pini as the checkered flag comes out. Pini at the moment, if you know that, would be putting himself up inside the top 3. He's about to come through sector 3 right now. Let's see what he's got. Guido Pini from his home GP last time out, where he did score a point. 4/10 up in sector 3, so he's going to improve and perhaps move himself up a couple of positions. Yeah,
it's better though from Pini, isn't it, if he can hold it to line. Was slightly wide there through turn 15. This is Quiles once again, a couple of attempts off through the third split. I think that's the last 3 laps where Quiles has just trailed David Almanza by a couple of attempts to the third split. Pini crosses the line in P7. The Fridays of what has been a letdown for Pini. I'll get my words out eventually. Speaking to the team over in Mugello as well. Friday's real struggle for Pini so far. Hasn't felt comfortable coming into a weekend. By Sunday, more often than not, we saw that in Mugello as well. Pini figures things out. But yes, a bit more promising from the Leopard Honda rider, and very promising for the 66 of Joel Kelso as well, who'll start the top 5 later on in this.
Likewise, Richard Moodley moving up into the top 4. Great lap there from the South African to make himself less than 4/10 off this rider on your screen, who is provisionally P1. But Alvaro Carpe, he's looking to try and have a little bit of a say about that in the final sector now, in the final chicane now. Works his way through 16, out to the edge of the curve, bring it back across the turn 17, ask for the power, and up the front straight he goes. Alvaro Carpe, is he going to snatch P1 right on this time? A 1/10 of a second off David Almanza, who does top the opening session of the weekend here in Balaton Park. Good job from the number 22. Just reminding everyone that he was on pole last time out, even if he couldn't start on Sunday. But illness or not, he's back fighting fit and he's P1 in FP1.
Yeah, impressive again from the number 22. Of course, hasn't been able to train fully as well after coming down with a severe case of tonsillitis. So to come to Balaton Park for the first time on a KTM and stick it in P1, again a reminder that Almanza has got a fantastic base setting on the KTM and he's feeling very comfortable. So good to see.
Well, he was in hospital for 3 days. He only got here yesterday, so David Almanza has had far from the ideal preparation for this weekend, but he's gone and stuck it P1 so far on Friday morning. Good job there from the 22. Good job late on from Carpe as well. It's KTM's 1, 2, 3, 4. Munoz third and Moodley. Let's just talk about Ruche Moodley if we can. We don't often get that chance. He's still chasing those first points of 2026, and there's recent rounds been a little bit more to shout about across the sessions. It still hasn't translated into anything too special come qualifying or the Grand Prix, but fourth is a good way, a fine way to start Friday for the number 21.
Yeah, good to see from the young South African. Just missed out on an automatic Q in the USA, so it's still...
He might not have...
for the riders trying to push their way through. It worked. No.
Will do it. And right. He really hit the front on the last lap. Garte off from Barcelona. He gets going then. Time for racing once again in the Grand Prix paddock. The second successive year that we've been here. Hungary has welcomed Moto3. And we get going then. The opening 35 minutes of action. Where do we start with the stories, El? We've covered Brno off from Barcelona. Let's just talk about him if we can from Mugello before we get into some of the other stuff. Fantastic stuff from Brno. He really hit the front on the last lap and went full gas, full chat and tried to break them and proved mainly to the others, mainly to other riders in the field, other classes. I'm thinking of Red Bull rookies. You do not need to dawdle, you don't need to always be thinking about track position. One qualifying light lap will do it. And Brno in the end, comfortably over the line in P1 for his first ever win last time out from Mugello.
Yeah, top job from Briate. And as I mentioned, that move at Casanova on Adrian Fernandez was aggressive but clean. And pushed Fernandez a little bit wide, spoke to Briate after the race and he said it was a bit risky, but a gamble well worth taking, and that just put him at the front of the field when everyone was squabbling behind as well. A phenomenal last lap to watch. I don't think it was quite phenomenal for the riders trying to push their way through into the podium places and try and hang on to a podium and a top 5 and a sort of top 10 as well. But yeah, fair play to Uriarte for bullying his way to the front in superb fashion and just getting his head down and winning the race by just under half a second. And he said since Le Mans basically that he's made a step forward. So they did try and push him on what he's felt on the bike within the team, and he was like, I don't really know. All I know is we've made a step forward, whether it's mentality, whether it's something on the bike, whether it's my riding style. We've changed something over the last few Grand Prix, and he did cross the line in P4 in Catalonia. Obviously he has been disqualified from that, unfortunately, but that's no fault of Brian Uriarte. Knowledge mistake from the team as well. They weren't trying to gain an advantage or anything like that. It's just something like that can happen sometimes. And Uriarte backed it up with obviously that opening victory of his Moto3 campaign. We're expecting a lot more, of course, but Uriarte was keeping his feet on the ground, wasn't getting too carried away, knows that this is his rookie season. A lot of expectation, of course, as there always is, from riders. We've seen that with Rueda, with Carpe, with Keelan, of course, as well, but he wasn't a double champion in the Moto Junior and Red Bull Rookies Cup class. Whenever someone moves up, like Angel Bucaras, of course, as well, as a reigning Red Bull Rookies Cup champion and a Moto Junior champion, a lot of expectation, of course, on the shoulders of Uriarte, especially when you're donning the replicating Iocos as well. So he's taken a little bit of time, said in pre-season that he didn't feel comfortable on the bike, but in the last couple of Grand Prix, we've seen Uriarte take a step forward and it's birthed his opening Grand Prix victory. So fantastic stuff from Uriarte. Not so fantastic in Mugello for Pino.
Not at all. First real blunder, as I said earlier on, of his 2026 campaign. He could have come away from the Italian GP with the most points ever after the first 7 rounds of a season. That honour is held by the late great Louis Salon, 153 points after 7 GPs back in the second ever Moto3 season, But Max Keeler's just being pushed around and bullied, which is very, very unlike Max Keeler's. It's got to be said, yes, he might not have it always go his own way, but it really didn't go his way over in Mugello. I mean, he was being pushed around by the likes of Eddie O'Shea, who was really, really motivated over in Mugello. So you're allowed to have a weekend off, of course. It's not the end of the world. He still sets a class record for consecutive point scoring finishes. Did this rider here on your screen, Max Keeler's, but he'll be moving on swiftly to the Italian GP. Not the points haul he hoped for.
No, look, that can happen when you're in a group. Obviously, he started from the mid-pack as well, and I was actually impressed with how Keeler's went about his business. And of course, in the latter stages, you can make a couple of mistakes, as Keeler's did. He had a massive moment, didn't he, coming out of the final corner, turn 15. Got the rear end spinning, was out of the seat, and he dropped outside the top 10 to Keeler's. And on the last lap, did able to pick his way through to be in that podium fight once again, but then was contact. I think it was Marco Morelli just coming into contact with the rear tyre of Hakim Deniz at the final corner. That meant Morelli had to sit up, and I think Keeler's got caught up in that as well. So both the Akbar duo lost out at the final corner. So it was a potential podium still after a terrible qualifying really by Keeler's standards, and that big moment in the penultimate lap as well. Keeler's, we saw pictures afterwards that he was very angry in the box, and you can understand that as well. He's a championship leader, expects to be on the podium at every race and winning pretty much every race as well. It was just a bit of an off weekend. I still think Sunday was an impressive performance from Keeler's. He made a couple of mistakes, but as you rightly say, he's allowed to do that, and he's got margin to play with as well. And it was just another sense that Keeler's was pushing hard. He wasn't sitting there accepting, I'll be happy with a sort of P5, P6, P7 sort of result. He was like, no, I'm absolutely going for the win and podium here. Yeah, some points lost in the title chase, but Keeler's saying afterwards that it's fine. He's going to quickly forget it. There's a lot of riders, of course, battling super hard. You mentioned the likes of Eddie O'Shea. There's riders in there chasing the first podium, and Alvaro Carpio mentioned this after the race as well. But they also said, look, everyone's here to come and try and win. When you've got a chance of winning, everyone's going to be pushing as hard as they can. So it was just one of those days for Keeler's that didn't work out. And look, for the rest of this season, he's won 4 times and finished second in the other 2 in Thailand and the USA. So it's been a phenomenal season. I don't think anyone's saying it hasn't been. Just a little bit of an off day for Keeler's, but that's not going to affect him for the rest of the season, I'm sure.
Not at all, and at the end of the day, he's still got more than 2 Grand Prix worth of points in his back pocket over the rest of the field. So I wouldn't be too concerned over Keeler's, and I don't think we'd be too surprised to see him roll out of this weekend and really showing what he's capable of. Max Keeler, we know he's a bit of a star, and we know what he can do. It's the first time that he comes into one weekend having not qualified or finished inside the top 10 for the weekend previous. So a bit of a struggle last time out at the Italian GP. We just saw Valentin Peroni. He is in some really tricky form at the moment. I mean, when we look at his form right now, the Argentinian who was in the victory fight here, this is where he looked so good last year. Valentin Peroni has really had a struggle, really since go to Jerez. He was 7th in Jerez, then he was 11th next time out at Le Mans, 11th in Barcelona, was 12th across line. Obviously we're thinking of the tendencies there for Brno. He was 18th now last time out, so whatever's going on for Valentin Peroni, whether he had problems of his own last time out in Mugello, but the form suggests that he's in a bit of a rough patch at the moment.
Yeah, I spoke to Valentin after the race, and he did say that going into turn 1 on the opening lap, he experienced some gearbox issues that played in throughout the rest of the Grand Prix as well. But he did also say that from FP1 he was struggling a little bit on the bike with the feeling. So I don't think Peroni, okay, if he could have got himself into that lead group without those gearbox issues, he would have been more of a factor in the podium fight and victory fight. But you're right, it's not been the greatest run of form so far for Peroni, who we were all expecting to be challenging Keeler's, who's on our screens now, of course, on a regular basis, and others as well. Carpio up inside the top 2 in the championship as well. It was here last year, as you rightly mentioned, that Peroni really announced himself, I feel, as a proper contender in Moto3. It just hasn't clicked so far this season for Peroni, but he still sits in the championship, got a podium of course in Thailand as well. So we do feel like here is a great opportunity for Peroni, as long as he doesn't have any issues throughout the weekend as well, for him to really get back on the horse and have a good podium or a victory chance, get a good result, not at a top 10 sits direct, which I don't think we were going to be saying that about Peroni when he stood on the podium over in Thailand. I thought that was a great start to the season and sort of a springboard for him to, you know, be a title contender this year. It's not worked out so far, but it's a long way to go. Peroni, we know, is massively talented, a real star of the future, the young Argentine. So I'm not worried about Peroni just yet, but I do feel like this weekend he's got to have a good run of things, get a good result on a track he claimed a podium at last year as well. But if he struggles this weekend with the general feeling of the bike, then I am going to start to become a little bit more concerned about Peroni going into the rest of the season. But yeah, it was another quiet, difficult weekend for Peroni last time out, so hopefully for the young Argentine he can have a better time this weekend.
It was his worst GP since Phillip Island last year when he was 20th at the Checkered Flag, which is the only other time he's finished the GP out for points. He qualified 22nd that weekend as well. Mugello and Phillip Island, fast and flowing circuit, real high-speed corners, so I just wonder if that's an area where Valentin Peroni just needs to work on at the moment. We're just over 10 minutes into this, I beg your pardon, less than 25 minutes to go. At the moment, Max Keeler is the rider who is unsurprisingly setting all the fast lap times at the moment. Ahead of David Winder from this rider on the screen, David Almanza. Welcome back to David Almanza, of course. Qualified on pole yet again last time out, the fourth career pole that he's had. And he didn't make a start. He was taken to hospital, quite severe tonsillitis for the number 22, our opening Grand Prix winner of this 2026 campaign. So David Almanza, great to see you back, but hopefully you're all right, because really must have been serious, because very, very rare that illness takes someone out, particularly when they're qualified not just on the front row, but off the pole. So David Almanza back in action this weekend at Balaton.
Yeah, obviously after the injury troubles, after his huge crash out the lead over in Brazil, yeah, a shame to see Almanza missed the race. Again, qualified on pole position, was looking really strong. He's had a fantastic year so far as Almanza, but just had bad luck with injuries and illness. So fingers crossed he can have a clean weekend of things in Hungary. But great to see him back. Almanza said it started on Wednesday when he started to feel some symptoms. Obviously I spoke to him in Park Fermi as well on Saturday when he qualified on pole, and I didn't notice anything. I think he's a quiet lad, unassuming character, especially when he's speaking English. I think he's not as confident as he should be. His English isn't that bad. Speaking in front of the cameras in Park Fermi, I think that's just his natural persona, and that's absolutely fine. But I didn't come away thinking, Almanza's not quite right. Just thought it was a cool, calm and collected character, sticking it on pole position once again. He was sort of not too bothered and not too happy, but obviously learning what we did on Sunday morning, he was clearly severely under the weather. So thankfully, after a trip to the hospital and a couple of days there and recovering, he is back on track here in Hungary, which is great to see. And of course, straight up inside that sort of top three realm as well, which we're so used to seeing him this season. So fingers crossed Almanza can have a good weekend here and challenge for the podium and victory once again.
Let's be honest, though, having to look at you in Park Fermi is enough to make anyone ill.
Very good, very good.
That's why you're next to me up here in Colm, to make me look nicer. Max Keeler's on a flying lap at the moment. You can see a 1:47.592 is the fastest lap time. This is set by David Munoz. Keeler's cracks it into one of the many chicanes there are around here at the Balaton Park circuit. Almanza, we were just talking about him, is in third place, Peroni fourth. But let's just talk about the rider in fifth. Fantastic from Eddie O'Shea, a real confidence weekend, a huge turning point, career best, 6th place, last time out, led his first Grand Prix, double top 10 for Grid M Lab as well. Joel Kelso coming away with 9th place. They are there now. Michael Lavitt's team, a bit of restructuring going on over the course of the last 12 months or so, but brilliant stuff to see Eddie O'Shea growing in stature, growing in confidence, and team as well now really starting to become regulars battling inside that top 10. I think when we all saw Eddie O'Shea lead, we couldn't have been happier from a British perspective. Great to see.
Yeah, in the media centre on Sunday, there was a little group of us who were all getting behind O'Shea, let's put it that way. Of course, we're a bit starved of British success in motorcycle Grand Prix racing. We've got Cal Crutchlow back in MotoGP for the last couple of Grand Prix as well. Of course, Jake Dixon, been a Moto2 winner and title contender for the last few years. We've got Scott Ogden, of course, who's sticking it on the road and in and around the realms of pushing for a podium there. He's the number 19. So when Eddie O'Shea, who's had a really tough time of things in the last couple of years, and even before that as well. I remember in the Red Bull Rookies Cup he had a really horrible leg injury that did threaten his career at some point. There's a brilliant documentary on Red Bull YouTube, sort of looking at the 3-4 years ago, maybe a little bit further, likes of Angel Piqueras, Eddie O'Shea and a lot of other riders coming through the ranks of Red Bull Rookies, and great behind the scenes look. And O'Shea was one of the riders who was heavily featured. You know, his career was in doubt at some point, and he gave a really emotional interview actually to TNT, the British broadcaster, of course, with Natalie Quirk, and it was obviously, we always like to see riders showing a bit of emotion. It shows that they're human, and it was fair to say that Eddie was absolutely over the moon. He said it wasn't about the result. The result was fantastic, obviously, being in the top 6 and, you know, having a chance at the podium on the last lap, but it was more about how he was feeling on the bike. He was just so happy to be feeling back to his best, be able to lead a race for the first time in a couple of years as well. And he just said he was so happy just be feeling competitive and be able to mix it with the likes of Marco Borelli, who was at the front as well. And I remember being on board with Max Keeles and seeing Eddie O'Shea come up the inside through the Castle over Savelli section the last couple of laps was something that we wouldn't have seen last year. So fantastic from O'Shea, and from a British perspective, we've obviously not biased in this commentary box. When we're out the commentary box, we may be in the media centre when we're seeing one of our own in the front mix, but with fans of all these riders, what they do on a weekly basis is absolutely superhuman. But it is always great, and I'm sure you guys at home supporting your riders from your countries as well have the same feeling. Just fantastic to see O'Shea looking like, you know, the rider that was rising through the road to MotoGP. And just brilliant to see him with a smile on his face, the team enjoying themselves as well. So yeah, I believe he's now got a new pair of running shoes because Macaulay Webb and Eddie made a little bit of a bet. Eddie said if he leads for a couple of corners in the Italian Grand Prix, Macaulay Webb, the team manager, will have to buy him a new pair of running shoes. If he didn't, Eddie would have to buy him a new pair of running shoes. So I think Macaulay Webb maybe about €100, maybe a little bit more. Running shoes are quite expensive these days for a good pair, as we know. So yeah, O'Shea got a new scooter over in Le Mans and now a new pair of running shoes and a personal best Moto3 winning. So it's been a very good last few GPs for O'Shea, who, with Ariarte being disqualified, now has 3 top 10s in a row. So yeah, really good stuff for O'Shea.
Let's hope the next thing he gets is a trophy to take home with him this weekend from Lake Valentine. What a result that would be. I've got to say, for Eddie O'Shea, I've known him for the best part of a decade. He was in Cool Club when I was cutting my own teeth in commentary a few years ago over there, and great to see the likes of Eddie O'Shea, Casey Gorman coming through the ranks all the way up to Moto3 World Championship. And the other good thing for Eddie O'Shea is he's been in the British talent team, and he's had to work probably harder than a lot more riders because the opportunities don't always come your way. And Michael Laverty's team giving a punt to him at the end of 24, keeping him for all of 25. It looked like perhaps we weren't going to see Eddie O'Shea this year, but I'm so glad we did, and I'm so glad he's back. And I'm more than happy for the team that someone like John Kelso's been able to come in, stable teammate on the other side as well, and that Eddie O'Shea and the rest of the Grid M Lab team can really show us what kind of pace they've got. And also from the final perspective I want to touch on, first weekend of August, the British GP. If you haven't got your tickets yet, please do, because I think we're in for something special from Eddie O'Shea this year, as well as Scott Ogden and the Brits that are out in force. So yeah, Silverstone, 7th to the 9th of August, don't miss it.
British Tour is for there, Kiko Jara speaking. But yeah, do get your tickets for Silverstone because it's the home Grand Prix for us and a lot of the paddock as well, and it's a phenomenal race. So, yeah, 100% one of the best
in the calendar.
on the calendar. So Yeah, we just saw Hakim Denish on our screens, didn't we, Kiko?
What?
One of the stars.
Here we go again.
One of the stars of the show. Another rookie who is massively impressing a lot of people in this paddock, and what a podium it was.
What a podium, what a celebration it was over in Malaysia. The video that came out after, I think it was MotoGP pit lane reporter, Jack Appleyard, shared it to us. And his comment, I think, was probably the best one to sum it up. It was like they'd scored a World Cup winner in the 90th minute. The place went mental when it saw that Hakim Denish had got on the podium. Brilliant, brilliant stuff from Hakim Denish. The Malaysian Grand Prix at the start of November this year. And I reckon with the kind of form that Hakim's on, we're going to have a massive crowd at Sepang. So I mentioned Silverstone. Your tickets might well be going for Sepang at the minute, because the way Hakim is performing is absolutely phenomenal. Denish at the moment is, where is he? He's having a bit of a quiet session down in 22nd place. Of course, he's still working this track out. He won't have been here, of course, because the Red Bull rookies didn't come here and haven't come here this year. So for the likes of Vader Patana, Hakim Denish, who else has never been here? We'll have the likes of Casey Gorman, I don't think came here last year. Marco Morelli's another. A fair few of them learning this track for the first time in FP1. So don't expect big movers and shakers, particularly from the riders who are here for the first time. But Hakim Denish in brilliant form, and a first Malaysian podium. I've got it here since Khalid Ampari, the Saxon Ring, 2016, 10 years ago. For sure that one was wet, because I can think how you won that one.
Yeah, phenomenal. And to see the scenes, as we saw videos on social media. Social media can be a negative, but it's those sorts of things that make social media a massive positive sometimes. And great to see the Malaysian fans, of course, supporting Hakim Denish over that part of the world. They're not short of fans and support for the riders. But Denish did a fantastic job. Obviously put himself in the position to be on the podium in the last lap, and the celebrations over in Malaysia were phenomenal. I'm sure there were plenty more of that as well, as we look at Denish just in the box, as Pico said. Didn't come here last year, so don't be too worried, Malaysian fans, to see him down there in P22 1.9 seconds off. A bit of a learning experience for all of these riders so far this weekend. But I spoke to Denish after the race as well, and he just said it was a dream come true, and he's gained a lot more confidence on the bike in the last couple of Grand Prix. He was in the podium and victory mixer in Catalonia as well, so it's now back-to-back races where we've seen Denish at the front fighting for his first win. He's now got that first podium under his belt as well, and there's a lot more to come from Denish in 2026 and of course beyond as well. A rookie winning the first time in Ryder Riati, another rookie on the podium, of course, in Hakim Denish. These riders who are coming up through the road to MotoGP, as we know now, in the last couple of years, we've seen it already, are massively fast. It's just great to see different nationalities, new names, speaking to new riders who have all got great personalities. Hakim is a wonderfully polite young man, and obviously fantastic on a motorcycle as well. So yeah, super made up to see Denish standing on the podium.
6 straight points finishes for the first time for a Malaysian rider since 2012, and Fahmi Khairuddin it was back then. So Hakim Denish is rewriting the Malaysian Moto3 record book. And I've got to say, Al, you did segue into it, say social media can be a positive and a negative. You don't have to talk to me about the negative of the last week, since my Twitter did get hacked. Sorry, X got hacked. So no one please go and report the DWRGP account. It is no longer me. I am also not selling any crypto, so I don't want to advise for that. But yours is still up and running, so channel all the questions over to Al.
How's your new Range Rover, by the way?
Lovely, yeah, I just need a licence now.
Very funny at the end of that.
Oh dear me, I remember coming back from the broadcast set on Sunday in Mugello, and yeah, well, I couldn't quite believe it, and I still can't, but I don't care enough to really set up a new one, so I'll have to give it some thought. 13 minutes just under to go here. Moto3 FP1, a 47.488. David Munoz is just under 2 tenths clear of his teammate David Almanda, so Team Dave is coming out fighting in Balaton Park. Pires is third. Fourth for Valentin Grant, has moved up back into there. Casey Gorman, brilliant performance at the moment from Casey Gorman, who's right there inside the top 5. Alvaro Carpe, who was second once again for his 8th career podium last time out. The record for podiums without a victory, 10. Fabio Di Gianantonio, 1 on his 11th. So Alvaro Carpe is going for an unwanted record at the minute. Got a couple more podiums to go, of course, until he's there, but And now Bastianini, he had 8 podiums, 1 on his 9th. And then the likes of David Munoz, Jorge Martin and Brad Binder, 9 podiums, 1 on their 10th. So he's in good company, even if he can't quite get that first Moto3 victory. It's coming. We've said it since the start, it's been coming. But Alvaro Carpe probably now getting a little bit angry that he's still seeing riders up ahead of him and alongside him on the podium.
He did put on a brave face after the race, did Alvaro, when I said, you know, open the question with, I know it's not the victory you're after. He gave a little smile to that, but was obviously, speaks very well to Alvaro. And he was very proud of the team, very proud of the performance to finish again P2 for the second consecutive race, from starting outside the top 10 as well. Carpe was very happy and mentioned that, you know, I'm not looking at the championship at this moment in time. It's great to see your name up inside that sort of top 5, and Carpe's case second behind Keyless, 52 points is the gap. Obviously that's come down after the Italian Grand Prix, but Carpe is just going about his business nicely in terms of a Sunday anyway. Just needs to figure out a couple of things on a Friday and Saturday. But yeah, he was just happy with, like Barcelona, that he was fast on the last lap and was able to fight at the front, got his tactics right, and he says there's a long way to go in this championship. I know I've got to improve, but you know, I'm feeling pretty good, especially on a Sunday, which, you know, if there's any day to be feeling pretty good, it's obviously during the race. And he just said we need to be consistent, and to be fair to Alvaro Carpe, that's pretty much exactly what he's doing. Was 4th over in Thailand, 4th in Brazil, then picked up a P3 over in Austin as well, which could have easily been a win, also could have easily not finished on the podium. A fantastic fight over in Austin, wasn't it? Which feels like yesterday, but also a lifetime ago since for a circuit of the Americas. Back that up with a P5 over in Jerez, of course, had that low score over in France, but then has returned from Le Mans over in Barcelona, and of course had to make together with a pair of silver medals. So Carpe is just keeping tabs ever so slightly on Keyless, needs to continue chipping away at that lead, but Carpe isn't stressed about that at this moment in time, and great for the Red Bull KTM team to have a 1-2 finish over in Mugello. So yeah, the team obviously are used to winning races, are used to challenging for championships, so do not count Alvaro Carpe out for this title race, because if he can just keep chipping away at things like he's doing, then he's going to give Keyless a bit of a headache.
He is, but he's also got to win a race. I've got to say, we're a third of the way through the year. I wouldn't have been taking a bet of Alvaro Carpe not on the winner's sheet after 7 GPs, but that's where we're at, as Adrian Fernandez makes a complete mess of the final chicane here at Balaton Park. I can tell you, just 9 minutes or so on the clock, so business end of this session, a 45.700. It's the all-time lap record. That came in the race here last year. David Munoz, it was who set it. We are about a second and 3/4 away from that at the moment. Munoz as well at the top of this session. So expect the times to tumble a little bit later on, perhaps. And to be sure that David Almanza's at the forefront of that. We've got practice coming up later. I would love to talk about Leopard racing, but I think let's talk about Leopard later on when we get into practice, because Mr. Guido Pini will be, I think, under quite strict orders that he cannot be facing Q1 again. But as I say, more on that later. Let's give you a rundown of the order at the moment. Munoz, Almanza, Keyless, Peroni, O'Gorman, the top 5 up to remain virtually unchanged for the last 5 or 10 minutes. Carpe 6th ahead of Joel Esteban, Joel Kelso there in 8th, Matteo Bertelli 9th, Eddie O'Shea in that career best outing in Italy last time out, completing the top 10. Ryusei Yamanaka ahead of Adrian Fernandez, Marco Morelli and Cormac Buchanan there in 14th, Jesus Rios off the back of the top 10 last time out as well in 15th place ahead of Rico Salmella, who's looking to try and get back in the points for the first time since Jerez. It's been a really tricky run of form for the Finn. Guido Pini there in 17th place, Vader Patara and Scott Ogden, Brian Uriarte, who was your winner last time out. He's down there in 20th place at the moment. Those five there, they're still learning the track. 21st for Rouche Moody ahead of Hakim Danish, Leo Ramersdorfer, Adrian Cruz says Nicola Carrera and Zen Matani 2.9 seconds off the pace at the back of the field. Early days yet in this Grand Prix of Hungary weekend. Fernandez has come through this fourth sector, beg your pardon, 3 sectors into this lap here at Balaton Park. He's come through it pretty neatly, a lot neater than the last time out, goes from 13th up to 3rd. So that's a bit more like it from Adrian Fernandez, who now is at top Honda in this session, replacing Casey Gordon.
also top Honda here last year as well at Balaton, albeit 6.1 seconds off the victory. The KTM and CF Motos were a dominant force here last year, locking out the top five. Fernandez did say after the race, we saw him leading on to the last lap. Of course, eventually didn't pick up a podium, but he was saying that he felt confident enough. But we saw that in the last stage, didn't we, from Fernandez, to try and pull the pin. Very, very difficult to do that at the Mugello, of course, didn't he? Fernandez did find that out when Noriato came steaming at the inside at Casanova on the final lap. Was disappointed to not finish on the podium was Fernandez, but again, it was another promising weekend, another promising race for Fernandez. He did relinquish P2 in their overall standings, but it was another solid performance, another ride where he sort of showed everyone that he's got what it takes to be in this title fight. Okay, there's a bit of a gap to Quiles, 55 points now to Fernandez, but Fernandez is, like Carpe, just chipping away at things. I feel like he's being very consistent. Yes, he's not winning races at the moment, but he's always there. You feel like the first one is always there or thereabouts. So this weekend we'll see if Honda can bridge the gap to the KTMs and CF Motos, etc., compared to last year. At the moment, of course, it looks like they are doing that, but we do have a KTM 1-2 in the form of Almanza and Norman. But I was impressed with Fernandez. He just got beaten up a little bit on the final lap. But fair play for him to wanting to lead. You can sort of look at it like, well, tried to lead and got caught out. However, you know, it's difficult to try and pinpoint what the correct tactics are, especially in a race like Mugello. But Fernandez was feeling good and was one of the fastest riders once again.
Hindsight is always a wonderful thing. You want it all settled there. Coming to line, that's a great lap from Pedro Rios into the 47s down for him, a 47.866, half a second off to a top time. That's just been improved by David Almanza, finds himself up in P1, and how often have we seen this from the 22 go in for broke at the end of the session. David Almanza, we know he's took over one lap, but let's see what he's got this time around. He's got John Kelso, oh sorry, no he hasn't, he's not even in the shot of that Ruche Yamanaki by John Kelso at the moment. I think we're going to look at Ruche Moody though, by both of them, and Moody's coming to the line. He was on a decent opening couple of sections, times away from in that third sector. David Almanza is in that final sector now. He's probably just working his way through the complex. The chicane ends this lap here. Almanza is P1 and a tenth under his own time at the moment. He's come to the line and improved by a quarter of a second. Very good lap indeed from Almanza on 47.1. Here, of course, for the first time the KTM. Honda last year was David Almanza at this round in particular, and in the end came away with P7 from 10th on the grid. So a solid first outing here at Balaton Park last year for Almanza, and he's very, very fast out of the block this morning here on Friday at the same circuit. Cross line for Carpe goes second. Good stuff indeed for Carpe now at 47.444, just over 3 tenths drift of the number 22 lies.
Yeah, strong lap for Almanza, that wasn't it, to be, well, it was 3, but a bit more tenths ahead of his nearest challenger. Now teammate David Munoz has jumped up to P2, so as we've seen so often in 2026, it's a little money Dynamo intact GP 1-2 in Moto3. They come out the box firing, don't they, Munoz and Almanza? Was that a bit of a moment for Munoz, or was he just trying to say a polite, or not, good morning to Marco Morelli? I think that was on the outside. Quiles, heavy braking zone into turn 15, then you flick it left through 16, and this is the final corner of 17. I think Quiles would have got a little bit of time, maybe a bit more under control than it looked to our eyes, as the number 28 powers out the final corner to the line, does lose time, but still perfect race lap.
Up to 6, just behind Eddie O'Shea, who also improved his time there. So a lot of fast times incoming at the end of the session. We knew this was going to happen anyway. John Kelso's the next one across the line, and he does improve to go into the top 10. 9th for him at the moment. Improvements further down as Ruche Moody just moved up into 14th place as well, just in front of Casey O'Gorman. Alvaro Carpe, you can see the graph on the bottom of your screen, and now we pick him up on track coming through the penultimate chicane, then through this fast left-hander that channels him down into the last chicane. Carpe is 62 thousandths of a second up, 600ths of a second up, coming down into 15, 16 and 17 now. Carpe, if he can hold this to the line, will move himself up into P1. We're getting close to that first 146 of the weekend. Let's see what Carpe's got driving to the line. Number 83, no, loses time in that final sector. He can't quite beat Armando. Armando did make a lot of time up there, Earl, in that final sector, so I just wonder if there's something Armando's doing at this stage of the weekend in that fourth sector that is giving him the advantage. Less than 2 minutes to go in Moto3 FP1.
Yeah, we took up Keelan once again on a personal best lap time, shortly coming through the third split. That's turn 12 and 13 before you fire it out at 13. There's a fast kink here through 14, one of the better corners on this Balaton Park circuit. Loses a bit of time in that sector, does Keelan, but he's still on for a good lap, and that was a lot cleaner into turn 15 as well. Nicely done through the final chicane here at Balaton Park. Then, as we mentioned, flick it left through fastish corner of turn 17, and a pretty short burst of line where it was Keelan and Pironi who elbowed
on the
each other
European
across the
trail
line.
as we
Great
visit
for
a
us to
true
see.
classic on the Grand Prix circuit. Nestled in the hills and a stone's throw from one of our charming old town cities, the most exciting sport on earth has landed in the Czech Republic. Welcome to Brno. 111 days ago, the season started in Thailand, but in just 106 days, we'll already be starting the flyaways. MotoGP's 2026 season is absolutely well in its stride, and we're just 3 rounds away from shutting up shop for summer. The last time out, Marc Marquez took his first Grand Prix victory since Misano last season, and his first as a reigning world champion since Valencia in 2019, some 2,395 days later. Moto2's title race is just as interesting, with yet another dominant display from Manuel Gonzalez, which means he is aiming to become just the 3rd rider in Moto2 history to achieve 4 consecutive wins. Moto3 remains the Maximo Kilo show, with a mighty victory last time out in Hungary, whilst his rivals all struggle, meaning his gap at the head of the championship is now 59 points. But here we are at the Czech Adrenaline Factory. If that doesn't get you excited, then we don't know what will. The Czech Republic's second city lies just 2 hours or so from the country's capital, Prague, but Brno remains very much away from becoming a mainstream tourist destination, making any adventure over to the east of the country a valuable one. It really is one of our favourites in Europe. MotoGP's been coming to Brno's racetrack since 1987, but the Czech GP itself dates back to the street races of the 40s, 1947 to be precise. MotoGP returned to one of its staples last year, and we're back again in 2026, not far away from getting started. You're joining myself, Kiko Giles, and Elliot York, as ever, is next to me here on Friday morning, ready for liftoff, as this year's Monster Energy Grand Prix of Czechia homes into view. Moto3 FP1 is in the offer. Good morning, Al.
Good morning, mate, and hello to everyone tuning in for Moto3 FP1. Looking forward to this weekend, a weekend off needed after a busy back-to-back and a bit of a different venue to Balaton Park, it's got to be said. The upcoming double-header of Brno and Assen really does get the juices flowing. Love it here, Brno. The city's wonderful, the circuit is fantastic. I don't think I've spoken or seen anyone have a bad word to say about this Grand Prix venue. So good to be back last year after not visiting this place since 2020. Great to be back in 2025 and of course 2020. As well, really looking forward to this weekend. A phenomenal circuit, so fast and flowing, undulations, so many passing places, and I think across the classes we're going to get some phenomenal racing. And yeah, can't wait to get this weekend started. And the weather for the entire weekend looks absolutely fantastic. Probably a little bit too hot, we can't really moan about it.
It's never too hot in the comms box, always remember that one. We're expecting upwards of 32 degrees from tomorrow, and on Sunday maybe even up to 35 on Sunday, depending on which weather forecast you get. It is crystal clear blue sky though today. There is not a cloud in the sky. It is beautiful. This track very, at least on a track perspective, on a layout perspective, similar to Mugello, but this place winds its way through the hills, through the trees, through the forest of the Czech countryside. It's very, very hard to actually believe when you're coming up in here into the circuit itself that there is a racetrack. It's very, very well hidden, but wow, it is a hidden gem indeed. Just about 20 or so seconds until we do get our first green light of the 20. They're in third at the moment, Marco Morelli, but he's not even yet at 100 points. David Almanza and Brian Uriarte completing your top 5 just ahead of Indonesian rider Vader Pertama. We are already then out on track. 30. Minutes of Moto3 action starts to tick down, and last year, El, we were here in July, the back end of July, and we were with a little bit of bad weather on the Friday. It wasn't brilliant all the way through the weekend, but really conditions should only be getting better and better right the way through the course of this weekend. We should have a real dry run right the way from now until Sunday, and that is what the Moto3 guys will want.
Yeah, exactly that. Balaton Park Friday, it was a little bit iffy weather-wise as well, wasn't it? But Saturday and Sunday in Hungary was pretty nice. But yeah, good for these riders. Forecasted hard to be believed, because we can't absolutely guarantee it. But great for the riders to have a full weekend of dry running on this fabulous circuit. Even coming into this weekend, a lot of the riders were saying how much they were really excited to, get from a circuit at Balaton Park, which a lot of the riders do like. It's got to be said. I know Max Piles is one of them. Of course, went on to win the race a few weekends ago. He likes Balaton Park, but it's very tight, very technical. On a Moto3 bike, it feels a little bit go-kart track. Moto2 and MotoGP, a completely different ballgame. But getting to a circuit like this, you can just see from the pictures, and you guys will know at home from tuning in and knowing the Brno circuit like we all do. It's such a different sort of place. So we go to Assen next week, which again is not quite the same as Brno, but fast and flowing again. So really looking forward to these upcoming weekends, and 2 weekends where Piles will head into them as favourite once again. It was another phenomenal ride, a phenomenal weekend really from Piles last time out. Didn't stick it on pole position, that went to David Almanza, of course. Shout out to Almanza. We'll also speak about him in due course, but Piles was once again the star of the show, and he's just continuing to grind out these results after a disappointing weekend over in Mugello. He bounced back superbly. Another weekend off, go back home, train, keep your feet on the ground, and Piles was on the podium here last year, of course, too. That famous battle with Dennis Foggia. Always remember coming out of turn 4, I think it was, after a couple of laps where the wise old Italian of Foggia, of course, teammates to Piles last year, was just roughing him up a little bit as Jose Antonio Rueda was leading, and then gradually got a little bit further ahead, and ultimately that's where Rueda went on to win the race by a comfortable margin, over 3 seconds in the end, was the reigning Moto3 World Champions win here. But Piles was right in the mix, and obviously goes without saying really, fully expecting the 28 to be right at the front again this year.
We just had a quick look at Vader Pertama. Vader Pertama, of course, here for the first time. Last time out was his worst result, 16th place in the Grand Prix back in Hungary. So really looking to try and put that to one side. It was his first finish outside the top 10. Obviously, DNF overimposed it as far as finishes are concerned. Vader Pertama down there in 16th place last time out. Obviously had the long lap penalty to serve as well, so that wouldn't have helped. But Pertama didn't really have it when we got going on Sunday. And likewise for the rider on your screen, Eddie O'Shea. Mugello, brilliant, led for the first time, top 6 finish, and then not really where we wanted to be at last time for Eddie, down in 18th place come the Grand Prix on Sunday. But again, Eddie O'Shea probably going to be back in the main group this time around. Brno and Mugello, very, very similar circuit-wise. Last year, we did have a breakaway at the front. We did have Jose Antonio Rueda doing the business, but got to say that's not the norm around here. And all the Moto3 Grand Prix going back through the years, we do normally get a humdinger and a big freight train.
Yeah, 100%. Lends itself well, doesn't it, to circuit. Slipstream really important. This is Horsepower Hill that Casey O'Gorman's powering up now, the famously named Horsepower Hill, before you get into turn 13 and turn 14, the final two corners here at the Automoto3 Brno. Phenomenal circuit, and yet, I mean, we saw this from Rueda last year, didn't we? We've seen it from Quiles again this year. David Alonso, of course, in 2024 as well. That sometimes in Moto3, you get riders who are just able to get into a rhythm. They've got such a rhythm that it's hard for the riders behind to keep with them. And as soon as you get a second, maybe 3/4 of a second in your pocket, like Rueda did here last year, and the riders behind the battling, very easy. If you nail all your braking markers, all the corners, as Rueda did last year, it is easy to then pull the pin and really hard to reel in the riders. So hopefully for the spectacle, we don't get a runaway victor like we did last year, but of course you've got to sit back and sometimes enjoy riders that are just at the peak of their powers, and that is pretty much what Quiles has been all season long. But he had a battle on his hands here last year. He's going to have a battle on his hands again this year, I feel, because there's a lot of riders who have got to make amends for what unfolded over in Hungary. I'd say not make amends as such, probably a bit too harsh, but a lot of riders who need to begin chipping away at the championship standings. 59 points, as you might rightly mention, when you go to Alvaro Carpe. Although Carpe is on a run of 3 straight podiums, Carpe ain't in bad form. But 59 points is a lot to make up at this stage of the season. Marco Morelli, of course, now Quiles' teammate, made his debut here last year, did Marco Morelli. Was an impressive one as well on the grid Honda. So first time here on a KTM CS Moto. So yeah, watch out for those sorts of riders. But yeah, Quiles is definitely in as the favourite this weekend.
This is the number 88 of Marcos Uriarte. Worth noting, David Munoz is not here this weekend after his massive crash on the final lap over at Balaton Park. The number 88 in use this weekend for Marcos Uriarte. The crash helmet will say 89. So just keep an eye on that one. Marcos Uriarte, of course, the cousin of Brian Uriarte, who last time out did actually take the finish. He was 4th at the flag, even though he didn't really get there due to that red flag. But Brian Uriarte, likewise, in good form. Winner in Mugello, of course, and 4th last time out. Almada, let's talk about him. It's a career best last time at the checkered flag. And by my reckoning, 5th place at the Balaton circuit was the best for a Finn since Nicky Io's 5th at Mugello in 2014. Last back-to-back finish, top 5s. We've got going all the way back to Mick Italia, 2006. Talking about the lightweight class, of course, 4-2-5s, Estoril and Valencia, 3rd and 2nd. So the Finns are coming back in the shape of Rico Salmana. Strong ride last time.
Yeah, it was. It was a great battle, wasn't it? The final podium was one of the last stages. Valentin Brony, Salmana's teammate, was right in the mix. Of course, David Munoz was in the mix. Alvaro Carpe as well. It was Munoz versus what looked like a mini Red Bull Rookies Cup race with the 2 Tech 3s and the 2 Io bikes with the Uriarte in there as well. Just touching on Munoz quickly, a real shame for Munoz to pick up another big injury, fractured pelvis, and he's undergone a couple of surgeries to try and fix that. Turn 7 and 8. This is the section that Carpe is coming through now. This is turn 7.
Guido Pini already down on the floor. Well, it's not even been 10 minutes yet, and Guido Pini has found the gravel. And looks like he has been down as the right-hand side of his leathers are all scuffed. But Guido Pini is our first crasher this year at the Czech GP, and I'm not sure you would have got massive odds on that one, but Guido Pini unfortunately finding the kitty litter once again. The yellow flag's now in. Anyone who came through that zone would have had their lap time cancelled at the moment.
Yeah, shame for Pini then. Good to see he's all okay. Hopefully he can get that bike restarted. Not sure whether that was 7 or 8. We had yellow flags at turn 7 and 8 as you saw, but they're 2 completely different corners, close together-ish, but not really. So not sure why they were turn 7 and 8 for yellow flags. But yeah, Pini didn't get round far in the Hungarian Grand Prix, but not his fault though. Of course, was contact with all of the level of MTA riders. Joel Esteban then went into the gravel and telling up the insides to sort of turn 2, very obviously, as you know, a difficult opening couple of corners, especially on the opening lap when everyone's trying to fight position. He needs to come into contact with riders over at Balaton Park. Telly was judged to have yeah, touched Pini went down, and that should happen as well. So, yeah, not a good start to the weekend for Pini. Back to the topic we were talking about, Rico Salmela. Fantastic from the Finn to be in that group and fighting for a podium. Of course, it got red flags with the Munoz crash, sending our best wishes to Munoz. Of course, hopefully we see the 64 back on track as soon as possible. Had a rotten run of luck of injuries and big crashes in the last few months for Munoz, so fingers crossed he's going to be back. I imagine it will be post-summer break now, but fingers crossed whenever he does come back he's fully fit and can be challenging for victories again. But yeah, kudos to Salmela. Great to see the rookie on the number 27 machine fighting back in the podium fight. First top 5 since the United States Grand Prix for Salmela. It's had a little bit of a dip in form, that's understandable. He is a rookie, still learning his trade in the class, but he's been an impressive rider so far this year and a really exciting talent, I've got to say. I'm really intrigued to see how it goes for the rest of the season and, of course, into his sophomore season next year as well.
Obviously, it was his first proper top 5 because the other one was courtesy of Andrew Fernandez getting disqualified. The top 5 is top 5, but it's the first one he's done on his own, it's got to be said, for Rico Salmela. And also qualifying was pretty strong as well, up there in 6th place on the grid on Saturday in Hungary, so that was his best qualifying as well. So he really got on with the track. Might be a little bit of a bonus that not everyone as well is quite up to speed there. They're still trying to work it out. It was only our second visit there, whereas somewhere like Brno, there will be riders who know this place well. It's an easier track to learn. It's got a lot more natural flow to it, so it might be a bit more difficult this weekend. But Salmela in good form at the moment, 6th place in this session as well at the moment. You see Cormac Buchanan flip through. This is Ryusei Yamanaka. Ryusei Yamanaka's season is just not getting much better at all. Missed the points from the last 2 GP, 16th and 17th. He has missed qualifying 2 last time out as well. He was plumb last on the practice timesheets over in Hungary. So Ryusei Yamanaka, whatever's going on down there, he definitely needs to step it up a gear. Someone who doesn't need to step it up a gear as much, though, is David Almanza. He's had back-to-back pole positions. He's on for 3 in a row. That would be something rather spectacular. It is worth noting, though, that really Almanza's pace last time out, I think that was as close as we've seen him in the first 2 rounds. It obviously been a bit of an injury hit season for him following on from that Goiânia crash, but I think last time out at Balaton Park when he was giving Max Keeler a bit of a headache in the opening half of the race, it was the first time where we can say, yep, that's the David Almanza that we saw back in Burram and back in Goiânia pre-injury.
Yeah, safe performance of the weekend, to be honest, for David Almanza. Last time out in Hungary, okay, Quiles went on to win the race, but that was sort of to be expected going into the weekend. Almanza didn't do any training at all, was in hospital for 3 days leading up to the Hungarian Grand Prix. Of course, after sticking it on pole position over at Mugello, didn't have any time on the bike, then went out in practice and was quick out of the blocks straight away. First time at Balaton Park on the KTM as well. As Kiko mentioned, of course, stuck it on pole position and was the only rider really to get within touching distance of Quiles. Quiles ran away with it in the end, but Almanza was again well ahead of the chasing pack, fighting for the final podium spot. So I was really, really impressed with Almanza. He's gelled with that KTM and in the Liquid Moly Dynamo Intact GP team superbly in 2026. I didn't have any doubts that Almanza would be a podium finisher and a race-winning contender this season, but I've got to say, I didn't expect him to be this fast, this quickly, and the injury troubles he has had, the illness he had, of course, a couple of weeks ago as well, meant that this season had been outstanding, to be honest, for number 22, and sounds like he's pretty much fully fit now coming into the Czech Grand Prix, which is good to hear. So really intrigued and quite excited actually to see what the 22 can do and if he can take it once again to Quiles.
Indeed, and it's worth as well noting with Almanza that this is his first time, as it is for almost all the tracks that we go to now, his first time here with KTM, but the KTM was really the bike to be on around here. Last year, I think the best Honda was only 6th, and that was Adrian Fernandez's teammate. Almanza was just behind that. So really, the KTM is the package to be on, and as far as actual KTM to be on, if you're not on the Liquid Moly Dynavolt one or the Red Bull IO or Tech 3 ones, then You know, they're your two reference teams, let's say. They're your two teams when you look at them and they've got it all dialed in and sorted out. Oh, more yellow flags. Where are they this time? As we work our way through turns 8 and 9, looking at Vader Pratama. Our timing monitor, and as you can see the graphic on the top of the screen, we have a yellow flag, and it's for Rico Salmela, but we're still awaiting confirmation on exactly where that is. I can tell you up here in commentary, we don't have any notification on our timing speeds. Let's get it down to turn 6. So Rico Salmela, just as we were singing his praises, I was found the sand pit rather early on, and unfortunately that's going to interrupt his session, which around here you really could do without. It's a long lap here. You're going to get less laps in a session than you normally would anywhere else, just by virtue of the fact that this is over 5 kilometres in length. It is a long old place for it.
It is. Apologies to Rico for singing his praises and then inducting the commentator's curse, a little one to start the weekend with. Unfortunately, turn 6 is a bit of a weird one, actually, to crash at. You come out of 4, down the hill into turn 5, and then the 6 is the right-handed before you then flick it left through 7 into the stadium section before we then power it down to turn 8. Don't really, from memory, recall too many riders going down at turn 6. Salmela was all okay, of course. We're going to get a replay over here now. This is coming into the final couple of corners, turn 13 and 14. The last overtaking opportunity properly, you'd say, is turn 13. But we have seen races won and lost around the final corner at 14. A couple of different lines. It's where Quiles actually finished ahead of David Munoz last year, getting sort of a wider sweeping line coming through the final corner and getting the power down to the line. Famous. Of course, the Jorge Lorenzo, Danny Pedrosa battle, I remember, coming into the final 2 corners as well. When was that? 2012, I think it was. Yeah, great end to the lap, coming up the hill into the final couple of corners. I mean, as we've mentioned, it's just a phenomenal circuit. I love, actually, the viewpoint we get coming out of turn 1 into turn 2 when they flick it over the curves and power it into the forest down into turn 3. I do love that section. But yeah, Salmela looking all okay, thankfully. Not seen anything on Pini either, so a couple of early crashes for a couple of front runners.
Just having a look at Scott Ogden. Good flag, he was 4th. I think that was yellow, so he's on for three consecutive point scoring finishes. That'll be the first time. I think last year in the flyaways, the Phillip Island round, as well as Sepang and Portimao by my reckoning. So it might not be outstanding result. And so out in that final sector, so Ogden's lap will go away from him.
Yeah, fortunate for Vitelli. Then you can see the yellow flags waving there in the background as Ogden completes that, but that will rightly get chalked off. Just trying to see if I think Vitelli is just slowly getting back up to his feet. Again, a kind of corner crash. Don't really see that too often either. Yeah, I can't think of almost any crash here. At least only one rider. I remember back in 2009 we had Mika Kallio usurping. Could have been Nicky Hayden or Marco Melandri in the final corner when he was on the factory Ducati replacing Casey Stoner for a while. That's good to see. Matteo Bertelli, no need for a stretcher, at least for now. The Italian's up on his feet. Oh dear. This is going to be a big one.
Out the front door and landing hard as well. Matteo Bertelli, he got some big airtime there. And the Italian, who had a huge injury last year via a training accident, I've got to say that's probably his first big get-off post-big accident. So Matteo Bertelli, who at the moment is down in 16th place, walks off very, very gingerly, but that was a very early high side out. Very, very unusual.
Well, yeah, that chucked him over the top, didn't it? Thankfully, he is up on his feet, understandably so, walking pretty gingerly and looking a bit beaten up. Still, yellow flags at that final corner, which is understandable because Vitelli and the marshals and the motorcycle are still getting to the side of the circuit. Hopefully, Vitelli can potentially get back out for the final 15 minutes, maybe in around 10 minutes time, or just get a couple of laps on the board to try and loosen up ahead of practice later on this afternoon. But the main thing is he's all taking a lap with the big one.
The other thing as well is you're on the outside of the track there. You've got to go under the tunnel to get back into the paddock and on pit lane side. So Matteo Vitelli, far from ideal. Couple of movers and shakers up inside the top 10 at the moment. Jesus Rios and Marcus Uriarte, but I was just about to say, I'm fairly sure they would have set their laps under yellow flags, and they do have them chalked off. But a couple of impressive laps, at least for a few seconds, from Rios and Uriarte. Marcus Uriarte up in 8th place. It's got to be said, Al. Very, very impressive stuff from the number 88, who is, as we said earlier, replacing David Munoz at least for this weekend, and until Munoz is back with us, back fit and strong. But straight away up inside the top 8 and ahead of his cousin as well, so bragging rights within the family.
Yeah, qualified 10th here, crossed the line in 11th place as well, so has experience around here on the KTM as well as Uriarte, but no, very impressive. He was, of course, deputising for Munoz over here. Yeah, he was the only intact GP rider, so it was both of them. They can't ride both bikes, of course, but he was the only intact GP rider over in Austin, and finished in the points there as well, so he's always got points on the board as a replacement rider this year's Uriarte, and he's putting his name on the table for a full-time job, absolutely, next season. If he continues to do this, coming in for standing rides, and you're putting yourself inside that top 10, it's going to raise some eyebrows.
I say though, was he 88 back in Kota? I don't seem to remember him being back in
That's down in 89.
Yeah, I have it down with 88 back in Kota. Oh, that's all in Adolf then. Answers on a postcard, preferably on a tweet though, it's a bit quicker. Marcus Uriarte, number 88 then, in 8th place at the moment. Adolf Rios, I think, going very well at the minute. This is a nice little run that Adolf Rios is putting together at the moment. Rios there in 7th place. He's the second Honda in the leaderboards at the moment. John Kelso is the top one. Michael Laverty's with M-Lab team up there in P4. Rios got out a little bit sideways on down towards turn 13, but anchored it up nicely. Coming through the final corner. Let's see what Rios has got. Got a great reference in Marco Morelli. Morelli's going to take the line first. He's third at the moment. Does go P1. Rios goes 4th. So 206.180 for Marco Morelli. Puts him 64,000 ahead of his teammate. It is an Aspar 1-2. As things stand, Moto3 FP1 with 13 minutes on the clock. Just behind them, Hakim Denise, Rios, as we said, there in 4th, and Kelso in 5th. Carpe Peroni, Uriarte, Marcus Uriarte, Brian Uriarte, and then Adrian Crusoe's completely top.
Yeah, good stuff. Already mentioned previously, did make his MotoGP debut here last year on that Honda. Ran wide at turn 1 over at Balloton Park, which cost him a chance of properly getting into the podium mix, but was pretty pleased, I think, with his race. Was Marco Morelli, and just said he did get a great start, but ran slightly wide at turn 1. He actually said, I'd lost my bearings going into turn 1. He wasn't the only rider to do that. It's got to be said, and that affected his whole race. Basically, we know that the Balloton Park circuit, it's quite a tricky one to overtake at, and if you're in a group and you've all got similar pace, you've got to make some pretty aggressive moves to try and pick your way through the order, but he did a decent job of that, did Morelli, and finished P7 over the line. 100% points record so far in 2026. Really consistent in terms of the points. If you look at the championship standings, it suggests that Morelli has been a little bit inconsistent, but I don't think that is the case. He's always been quick, Morelli. I think he just needs to iron out a couple of things. That basically the starts of the races are over at the Catalan Grand Prix, and of course in Jerez as well, when he reeled in the chasers, the leaders. at the end of the race, Marco Morelli is absolutely superb, arguably as good as anyone on the grid at this moment in time. But at the start of the race is where Morelli is struggling a little bit so far this season, but he's chipping away at things, and he's having a quietly impressive season on the Aspar 97. Of course, a lot of the limelight has been stolen, rightly so, by his teammate Maximo Quiles. So that's probably helping Morelli as well. But third in the championship, 93 points away from Quiles. But a couple of podiums already so far this season. Brazil, of course, most famous when he was really challenging Quiles, and naturally looked a little bit quicker. Quiles did well out of control with Marco Morelli off. But yeah, I've been impressed with Morelli so far this season, and just needs to have a clean getaway, the clean opening laps, and get himself in that sort of top 5, top 6 mix, and then I really think Morelli could have a proper go at winning a Grand Prix very soon.
Morelli's sequence since Guyana, we touched on this last time out, has been top 10, no top 10, top 10, no top 10. And that carried on last time out. He was 13th in Mugello and then 7th last time out in the Grand Prix in Hungary. So you get the feeling that with Morelli, it's not so much his inconsistency, it's about ironing out the differences in where he's finishing. He needs to be way more consistent in that top 10. He needs to really put in a solid season-long sustained card, finishing third overall. Of course, he's still well within mathematical contention title, but I don't think anyone's expecting that in his first proper rookie season that he can fight for the title. We're looking at Zen McCartney, who is down in 24th place at the moment. He did take points now in 2026, courtesy of Adjunct Fernandez's disqualification. I make it it would have been in Guyana where that has come in, and likewise in Le Mans. So a couple of points on the board for Zen Matani. This is his first time here though at Brno. I mean, the track is perhaps not the most complicated to learn. I think it's a lot easier to learn than say Mugello, but it's really difficult to be mega consistent all the way through the race, because there's a few corners with a few bumps, there's a few undulations, and also passing's not at a premium. You can make good easy passes around here. The problem is if you're in a big group, then it's a little bit hard to defend against that, so you don't want to be shuffled back down the field either.
Yeah, Matani explains that Balaton Park Circuit last time out was arguably his most difficult weekend of the season. A lot of riders were saying about Balaton Park going there for the first time. I know Jacob Brewster in Moto2 was saying this as well, that it's a very difficult circuit to learn and be quick at straight away. There's so many stop and go corners, so many braking zones you've got to get right. It's a imaginary circuit at times. So I think, yeah, coming to a circuit like Brno, it must be, not speaking from experience of course, but it must be a bit more fun to ride, fast and flowing, and you can sort of get to grips with it a little bit quicker than when you're constantly having to be hard on the anchors and then on the gas and then hard on the anchors again. You can sort of get into a nice flow around a circuit like this. And we've seen Marco Morelli in a nice flow now. Not going to go P1 as things stand on this lap, but a nice little run coming together for the Argentines.
A lot of the riders were saying that over in Balaton there is no reference. It's very hard to get into a stride, it's very hard to build a rhythm. The track is pretty featureless. There's not really any natural reference, whereas here you can't move for natural references. There's trees, there's curbing, there's different approaches into corners. They're downhill, some are uphill, some are straight line braking, others are long right-handers. This is the Chawant corner at the very bottom at turn 10. You go down and then back up, and this starts that massive climb, but there's always a reference all the way around here. At Brno, one of the easier tracks to learn. We have seen a few riders take their first wins here at Brno over the course of the years. Most notably, back in 1996, some chap called Valentino Rossi doing it in the 125cc class. But since then, we've had a few more. So Brno is probably one of the easier ones to learn by the force that you've just got so much more natural flow, and there are a lot more references to try and help you learn this track. Morelli goes across the line, doesn't improve his time, but John Lesterman's going gangbusters here with just under 7 minutes to go. Comes up through the penultimate chicane at 11 and 12. He's a 10th under what Marco Morelli was able to do. Good to see Joel Esteban back on the pace, because he was a little bit missing in Hungary. 20th on the grid and 13th in the GP. That's not really where we expected Joel Kelso to be. his qualifying needs to improve as well. And 2 of the last 4 GPs, and he's missed Q2. So gotta say that Joel Esteban maybe needs to iron out qualifying, and because when he does, he's quick in the race as well.
Yeah, Esteban has been a little bit inconsistent, hasn't he? He got caught out in that turn 2 drama, let's say, between his teammate and Guido Pini. That shoved him into the gravel. So to be fair to Esteban, I think he did quite well to get back into the points. But it's been a pretty up and down season so far. Was on pole back in Brazil, of course, as well. Was top 5 in Mugello, but then sandwiched in between that was a P14 in Barcelona and a P13 last time out in Hungary. Was 4th in France, was 9th in Jerez as well. So yeah, it's been a decent season so far for Esteban, but yeah, a little bit too up and down for Alessandro Tanucci and Joel Esteban's liking. Tanucci, the team manager, of course, at Level Up MCA. Nice little slow-mo shot of Esteban doing his thing, setting the fastest lap of the session so far, and his 10th fastest lap. That's the final corner of turn 14. But yeah, promising signs early in the weekend for Joel Esteban to maybe have another little podium push. He was well in the mix over in Brazil before we had a big crash. So yeah, Esteban, I think it's definitely coming, the podium this year. It just needs to sort of flatline his inconsistency.
Almanza goes P1 and 206.068 it is for the number 22 as we are entering now the final 5 minutes, and as you can see on your screens, we have got red sectors absolutely everywhere. Alvaro Carpe is in the final 2 corners and absolutely flying. This is turn 14, carry the speed, and then on the power to the line. Let's see what Carpe's got. This could be the first 205 of the weekend thus far, and it is 205.8. Lost a little bit of time in that final sector. Esteban goes great guns once again, and this is the second lap in succession. Joel Esteban has been going very, very strongly. Coming through 13, and this is 14. Easy by Enrico Salmela, so Salmela's managed to get out there back on track. Esteban to the line. Let's see what the 78 has got. Is it P1? Yes, it is. And the goalpost moved up a little bit more. A 2:05.795 this time around. That's less than a second off the lap record, of course, around here in Moto3, which was all set last year, down in the low 2:05. So just keep an eye on that as we move through the rest of this weekend. Not so much in the next 4 minutes or so, but probably later on in practice. Danish going well as well, 4/10 under, half a second under as he comes into that final sector.
Sort of proves the point that Brno is an easy circuit to learn. Esteban here for the first time in Moto3, and Hakim Danish, of course, here for the first time in Moto3 as well. It's a phenomenal lap coming in from the Malaysian, who had his race cut short, unfortunately, after a turn 5 incident with Ruche Moodley, unfortunately taking the blame for that one down at turn 5, which cost both of them a chance of finishing inside the points. Around the final corner, Denise comes on the 13, and this is looking very strong, getting into the lower ends of the 205 Zoe, mid 205s, but nevertheless a great lap. Lost a little bit of time in the final split, but good stuff from Denise, the rookie, of course, here for the first time, and goes pretty long for top of
All the same stuff from the Malaysian is pre-sequence this country on the course to that last time out, and went for what would have been a 7th place for him, finished at 4th at the end of lap 1. And this headback out was really expensive down on the outside. Carpe coming over the Lemma Surfer down in towards 13. Less than 20 minutes on the clock is Carpe chasing that first win, isn't he, Al? There's been a few riders who've had to wait long. I think back to David Munoz, who's speaking about it at great length last year. And Munoz did get the monkey off his back. Carpe, will it come this weekend? He's second at the moment and less than half a tenth off the top time set by Denise. We've got a moment to go. Some lucky red sectors out there. I'll manage to have a good lap through the opening sector. Denise likewise. So there's a little bit of time left in this track yet, but it goes very, very well for later on in the afternoon. Now, when temperatures do come up, of course, that might well just halt any big gains. The track is great nip already. 2:05.4 straight out the crate. It's pretty good in Moto3.
Yeah, we've got 2:05.0 at the Pini. That series the all-time lap record. So Carpe getting towards Denisha's fastest time so far, and yeah, that maiden win in Moto3 that you spoke about for Carpe got to feel it's coming soon. Fair play to Carpe for rolling out the Sunday and Hungary that he needed to after at this point in qualifying session. Was on P18 on the grid, came across the line to finish on the podium. 3 consecutive podiums now for the first time in Moto3, and he hasn't seen the flag, Carpe, outside of the top 4 so far this year. So when he's seen the flag, he's been well in the hunt. Of course, with Piles winning 5 times already this season, that's why the gap is at 59 points. But Carpe is in a really strong run of form, and a good run of form at that. Was hacking Denise, top job into the 204s, and
a new lap record, a 204.938 for the Malaysian with just less than 60 seconds on the clock. So he said Denise was going great guns in the opening sector, as was Almanda. But it was Denise who got the lap all completed and done across the line. He found a longer time in the second half of that lap as well, I can say. So Hakim Denise absolutely flying round here. Like you said, it really does emphasise what we were saying about this place being a bit easy to race. There's not so many hard braking areas, hard stopping areas. You can really carry a lot of speed and momentum, and that's something you absolutely can't do last time out in Balaton Park, where it's riddled with chicanes, let's say. Scott Ogden just moves up into the top 6, so good job from the Brit there, number 19, the second off, but in the top 6, that's a bit more like it. Then the rider from Doncaster as we pick up the casing field. This is down towards the Charlotte corner. Casey O'Gorman, the Irishman, in 10th place at the moment, just looking at the rear end of Adrian Fernandez. I've got to say, I haven't seen Nino Keeley, neither Matteo Vitelli get back out onto the track after their crash with Salmela. Yes, but want to know. So it's going to be a very big and important Moto3 practice coming up later on. The checkered flag is out. Joel Esteban and Salmela have already taken it. These guys are going to be the next ones across the line. Fernandez and O'Gorman. Get through O'Gorman. It's being slowed up a bit here by Adrian Fernandez. Coming to the line. Let's see. Fernandez at the moment is in 9th place. O'Gorman 10th. Does O'Gorman move up at all? Yes, he does, into the top 6. Good job by Casey O'Gorman to put himself up there in 6th place, and that is top 1 runners at the moment. Let's see what Joel Kelso's got in the final sector.
Yeah, good luck coming in for Kelso. Good job from O'Gorman to get inside that top 6. Kelso just chasing the top 2 from Balaton Park. Piles shadowed by David Almanza, who is then shadowed by Joel Kelso. Kelso coming around the final corner now, fire it out of turn 14 and fire it to the checkered flag. Piles, then Almanza, and then Joel Kelso. Personal best for Kelso, yes it is, and a P4 time to go with it to claim the top Honda honours in FP1. It's a good job from the 66.
Good job indeed. The top 7 all inside the 205. In the case of Denise, she's in the 204s, but my point is that the pace is instantly quick. 8th place for Ogden at the moment, 206.004. And that's at the factor of a second ahead of Marco Morelli, and then there's Adrian Fernandez who completes the top 10. A second covers the top 7, so gaps perhaps a little bit bigger than what we normally see. Although Carpe does exceed top 25 quite some margin, that will go away from him anyway. Ogden comes across the line, no improvement that time around 206 though for the number 19. So Hakim Denise, the Malaysian, bouncing back again from his Hungary disappointment with a new lap record in 204.938. That is not the way you're supposed to end Moto3 FP1 if you're Joel Esteban. That's the service load, and that looks like it's gone kaput rather than he's gone through the gravel. So maybe a bit of technical problem down there for the number 71.
Yeah, trying to get it going, of course, you can't do that on the side of the circuit. You've got to hop onto the service road, which is what Joel Esteban will do. So not quite a massive amount of drama by the looks of things for Esteban, but not the start of the weekend level of NCA would have wanted, with Vitelli having a massive high side and Esteban having maybe a technical issue. Is this what happened? No, it's a big moment for Brian Ariarte.
That's in the sandpit, and he done very, very well to keep hold of that coming through the exit of the Schwantz corner. So Brian Ariarte, great job there, number 51, just able to keep it all on its wheels and just at the end of the session, 12th place. So a pretty solid, steady start. No ties, of course, for Moto3 FP1. You can't win anything. You can just make the weekend a lot harder if you do throw it at the scenery. But tell you what you can win is a load of momentum, and that is Hakim Denis's run of form at the minute. Very unlucky last time out. We can almost put Hungary to one side, but fantastic to see. The number 13 has really come into Moto3 and lived up to some of the expectation that we had for him.
Yeah, 100%. Was P1 on Friday over in Barcelona, ended up with a top 6 finish, and then of course was on the podium back in
Well, Hakim Ganesh leads the way then, the only rider in the 204s ever in Moto3. But expect that to change later on. Conditions perfect here in the Czech Republic. David Almanza there in second, Alvaro Carpe third, Kelso fourth, championship leader Max Guido rounding out your top 5. F1 with technical problems right at the end of the session, not ideal for him. He's there in 6th. We work our way down through the order. Valentin Peroni, another slow start on Friday morning. So we almost didn't see him at the moment in that session. 15th for the number 73. Further down the order, you'll see Mark Suriarte there in 17th. He's in place for David Munoz. Frio Keeley down there in 26th place. But that is because he pretty much didn't set any valid laps, only the 2 of them. And he was a crusher and did not get back out. Talking about, I'm on my way out. Moto3 done, Moto2 coming up next. Lewis Sotheby has moved in alongside Elliot York. Enjoy!
It's a very good morning to you from Brno. This is the Czech Grand Prix, one of the destination events of the season as we head at breakneck speed through this summer run of races, which will have taken us to the classics of Jerez, the Brno, circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya. The next 4 weeks, 3 more to come. Brno, the Cathedral of Speed Assen next weekend. And of course, before we all head up on our summer holidays, the Saxon Ring and the German Grand Prix in mid-July. Summer heat wave is very much rolling through this part of the world at the moment. Scorching temperatures expected through today, tomorrow, and into Sunday. Piling on the pressure and bringing the heat in Moto2 right now is Manu Gonzalez, who arrives here on the back of 3 consecutive Moto2 victories. He really has a stranglehold now on the Intermediate World Championship. 49.5 points is his advantage over Istvan Guevara, who had himself on the wrong side of the stewards at Balaton Park 2 weeks ago, which contributed to his difficult afternoon from pole position. We'll see in the grandstands on the hillsides that envelop this beautiful Brno circuit, a lot of number 12s. This is the reason as we welcome you to Moto2 Practice 1 for the first time this weekend. I'm Lewis Sotheby, alongside me is Elliot York. Manu Gonzalez leads the World Championship, but quite rightly, let's let Philip Salax take top billing. Good morning, Ian.
Good morning, mate. Hello to everyone. Just tuning in for Moto2 FP1, and I'm sure all the Czech fans are tuning in to Moto2 this weekend, and of course coming to the circuit as well. Hopefully we get a few more people flooding into Brno after Philip Salax took a quite brilliant podium last time out. It was of course only the brilliance of Manu Gonzalez who was able to topple the Czech rider last time out, and so good to see Salax back in the mix, back in the podium mix. He's now scored back-to-back top 5s for the first time actually in Moto2, which I was quite surprised at running through his results. But it's a run of form now with Salax. It wasn't just a one-off, he's really picked up the momentum, and it's great to see the Czech rider standing on the podium for the first time in a couple of years, and really emotional afterwards as well. He was explaining that he's had some very tough times at home, was out of the ride basically at the end of last year, wasn't even sure he was going to be back, and there you can see a big Salax sign, the Czech flags of course, and everyone here, whether they've obviously got MotoGP allegiances or not, will be supporting Salax. Always great to have a home rider at the top of the
sort of pep in order, and great to see fans flocking into a circuit and celebrating the only rider on the grid, whether that's Malaysia for Happy Minis, for example, Indonesia for Veda Batana and Mario Aggi, but here it is all about Philip Salac, and yeah, coming into it off the back of the podium, couldn't have timed it any better for Salac, and was just great because it's not been the easiest couple of years for Salac. He's had a couple of decent performances, but none like that, and none where a weekend he looked so strong, and it was, as I say, Manu Gonzalez, championship leader, was the only rider to be able to lay a finger on Philip Salac. Those two were the pick of the bunch over in Hungary, and it has been Manu Gonzalez who's been pick of the bunch so far in 2026.
Gonzalez looking to achieve something this weekend that only two riders previously have done in the Moto2 World Championship since it took over from the 250s in 2010, managed to win 4 consecutive Grand Prix. The two previously to achieve it, Tony Elias on his way to that very first Moto2 title back in 2010, and Fermin Aldeguer in that incredible run he had at the end of 2023 after Pedro Costa had won the World Championship. Aldeguer won everything in sight. Those are the only two riders to take 4 consecutive Moto2 victories. Feels as if it's going to take something quite special to deny Manu Gonzalez this weekend with the red hot form that he's in. Of course, rumours persist as to whether that's going to earn him a place on the MotoGP calendar. And with potential news in the coming hours and days, which might bring forward some rider announcements for the future in MotoGP. Perhaps we will start to get some genuine answers to how the MotoGP grid is going to look next year, and whether Manu Gonzalez is going to be a part of it. Fred Alonso on your screens a moment ago as he continues his run without a podium finish. Taya Forasato here on screen. His wait for a World Championship point or two has finally ended in Moto2, as you can see there on screen. 2 he picked up at the Hungarian Grand Prix a couple of weeks ago. Forasato, I guess, part of a rookie crop who are gradually making steps forward in this 2026 season. We'll talk as we get through the session about that until Antonio again. I don't know Randes who impressed in Hungary, but the rookies are very much getting up to speed at the moment. Alonso Lopez, 7th in the World Championship, who I guess can win the award for the most optimistic late breaker at the start in Balaton.
Yeah, watching that back, watching it first and foremost, you guys were commentating on it as well. Everyone thought, who is that and what are they doing? Lopez got it a bit wrong, didn't he? And Salac actually mentioned that because it was, I think, Lopez overtook about 6 or 7 riders going into turn 1, was lucky actually to not collect anyone, was so far at the inside and so late. That could have ended not too greatly, as we of course then saw MotoGP an hour or so later on. But Lopez lucky not to collect anyone, and lucky not to collect Philip Salac. Salac mentioned he had to sit up and was quite spooked actually by Lopez torpedoing his way up the inside. Thankfully it didn't lead to anything, and Salac of course went on to finish on the podium. A rider who didn't end up on the podium was this rider, Ethan Guevara, 2nd in the championship, of course, still 2nd in the championship. And some drama, shall we call it, off the start as well. We talked about Lopez getting away a little bit too quickly into turn 1. Guevara got a decent start, was up inside that top 3 from pole position, but was adjudged to be unsafe off the line. We saw that here last year, didn't we, with Barry Bautis off pole position. Here he is, that was good. Which obviously led to Guevara having a long lap penalty and never really got going after that, unfortunately, for Guevara. I don't think Guevara, in the end, had the pace to go with Gonzalez or Salac, or maybe even Zenarevis, who finished in 3rd place, of course. So, to be honest, it looks like what Guevara picked up, which was a P6, was probably all he was going to be able to achieve anyway. We don't know that, of course. Lost around about 3 seconds of a lot that penalty. But yeah, a little bit of a disappointing end to what was, to be honest, a difficult weekend for Guevara. So many troubles on Friday with that front end. Had that early crash, of course, down at turn 5 in pre-practice 1, and struggled throughout Friday. And to be fair to Guevara, a magnificent job to stick it on pole position. So I think if you'd have asked Guevara and the team on Friday morning, would you take a P6 on Sunday, I think the answer would have been a yes.
Yeah, he was another rider who was inconvenienced by Alonso Lopez's braking through an entirely different corner to everybody else at the start in Hungary. Figures in your ears, Chelsea Vietti and Ethan Guevara, if you are potentially listening to this later on, the Boscoscuro/Speed Up have now got one here at Brno. Of course, we miss 4 years or so of action here from 2020 until our return last year. Of the 12 Moto2 encounters we hold around this circuit, 8 of them have been won by Kalex. We've had a couple of Suter wins. Those came virtue of Brno and Matt Marquez back in the very early days of the Moto2 class. KTM and Morawaki a victory apiece around here too. The 54 of the 24 of Tony Elias back in occasion, the Morawaki winner in 2010. The 54 you saw there of Alberto Ferrandez. Bit of a good news, bad news weekend, wasn't it, for the Pramac team? We touched on Guevara's various adventures. Teammate Ferrandez finished behind him, but was by far the happier of the two at the end of the weekend. Ferrandez, his best weekend by some distance in his Moto2 career so far, finishing up inside the top 10 in 9th place. A result that Alex de Angelis was very keen to point out, the team manager, sporting director, whatever you want to call him, down there on Brno, but that was a result achieved entirely on merit.
Yeah, top job from Ferrandez, and it wasn't one that sort of came out of nowhere. It was 5th fastest on Friday and just kept that rhythm going throughout the weekend. Actually qualified down in P17, so a little bit out of position on the grid, you've got to say. So to get from P17 on a circuit like Balaton Park as well, which is notoriously difficult to overtake at, to get inside that top 10 was a really, really strong score from Ferrandez. No expectations, I think, from anyone other than outside of the team, really, to see what Ferrandez would have done this year. I don't think anyone would have expected Ferrandez to be finishing inside that top 10 on a regular basis. So fair play to the number 54 to get himself inside that top 10. And genuinely looking pretty good, looking pretty strong. Since, a couple of rounds ago, he's not had the points finishes in the last 2, but was in the points over in France as well. So yeah, that was a sort of weekend, maybe that ignites his season and can, not necessarily pushing to finish on the podium. I think it's expecting a little bit too much, such as the calibre, of course, of the riders who are fighting for podiums and victories. I don't think anyone expecting that, but to finish on the points more often and make the top 10 or 2, I think it's got to be the aim of Ferrandez for the rest of the season.
AQ2 to the last 3 Grand Prix automatically, as Alberto Ferrandez hasn't gone on to translate that into a place at the front of the grid. 17th of his last 2 qualifying sessions, but certainly taking strides in the right direction. FP1 is underway. Let's just tidy up some loose ends from Hungary and also some riders to inform you about their return from injury. Here's Ivan Artola. This is the loose end that we needed to fire up as he whacked out Danny Munoz in the middle of turn 3. The Hungarian Grand Prix, very difficult to blame anyone other than Ivan Artola, and the FA MotoGP stewards were in agreement as the flames licked from the MSI Kalex. It feels like his Czech Grand Prix weekend is already one of his flames. Ivan Artola causing a crash across the fence, 1 lap penalty. Before we go into the various injury issues for this weekend, I don't think Ivan Artola can have many complaints with that.
No, agreed. Unfortunately, it's 2 riders going for the same circuit, but the same piece of track, I should say. But yeah, Artola up the insides. Danny Munoz obviously trying to come back onto line as well. Munoz can't really see him. Munoz nothing to really do with the crash. Wasn't his fault in the Artola, I think. When he looks back at that, we'll think, that was probably more my fault than Munoz, and along that penalty to serve in the race. I think, to be fair, the long that penalty here isn't as long as a lot of other circuits. Who did last year in Moto2? Marcus Ramirez. It's right to have long penalty and still had a decent result with Ramirez. And looking at the race from last year, didn't lose too much time either. So that's a nice little thing for Artola to try and look at. Of course, Artola will carry it around the outside of turn 6.
Chelsea Vietti there, isn't it? The top of the picture, how Artola, I don't know whether he's crashed or whether he's stopped. Certainly has come to a stop. Whether it's due to a mistake from him or the motorcycle packing up, we'll have to wait and see. As he is now pushed out of the gravel track. Of course, Ethan Guevara on his out lap, a fellow Boscoscuro rider. He had problems back in Hungary in Prix Practice 1 when he decked it at turn 5. And Chelsea Vietti has mentioned that a circuit that Boscoscuro have never won at has already found himself in some early trouble. Technical problems, we understand, with the Boscoscuro.
Yeah, unfortunate start to the weekend then for Vietti's. That's 2 weekends in a row. Guevara in FP1 in Hungary, and now Chelsea Vietti here in Brno. 2 of the main contenders, 2 closest contenders to Manuel Gonzalez in the championship, suffering some early drama. Good news for Gonzalez, of course, but not very good news for the riders who are trying to chase him down in the championship. So yeah, intrigued to see what the cause of that issue was for Vietti, and if he can get out pretty quickly. Obviously, experience round here is Vietti, but will not want to miss valuable track time in F1.
You know, just got a glimpse of that along that penalty loop there, coming through turn 7. You know, a bit of notoriety, didn't it, along that penalty here, when John Sacco expertly tackled it back in the 2020 Czech Grand Prix. Here's ankle to Keras. So yeah, let's pick up the injury issues. Keras returns, I guess is the best way of calling it, even though he didn't go to the Hungarian Grand Prix, just withdrew prior to qualifying, so still has only started in his Moto2 career officially just the once. Ankle to Keras described himself as not 100% comfortable, and thought he was putting himself at risk of crashing and hurting himself again, so decided not to proceed with the rest of the weekend in Hungary after Prix practice 2. But as you saw there, he is back on track alongside his teammate Tolo, who has the long lap penalty to serve. Sergio Garcia is another rider worth drawing attention to from an injury point of view. Now, of course, we did see him race and finish in Hungary last time out. Came across the line in P20. He has undergone arm pump surgery since we last saw him on his right forearm. That surgery was 8 days ago. So Garcia has essentially been declared fit for Prix practice 1, and he will be reviewed at the end of this session to determine whether he will take any further part beyond this session in the rest of the weekend. And as you saw in Hungary, Mario Raggi absent to injury. His absence continues this weekend, so it's a second opportunity this weekend for Jacob Wilson to earn his stripes in Moto2.
Yeah, good to see Keras back on board. Spoke to him in qualifying that come out in Balaton Park, and obviously had that crash, didn't he, on the Saturday morning, I think it was, or the Friday afternoon, can't quite remember, all sort of moulds into one, but had a big crash over in Hungary, did the Keras, and I think understandably and rightly said, okay, listen, this weekend I've got back on the bike and shown some decent pace, to be fair. So another week of training, a little bit of rest, of course, as well, heading into the Czech Grand Prix. So good to see Keras back on board. He's inside that top 10 in these early exchanges as well, which is good to see from 36. And yeah, good to see Jacob Wilson having another chance, another crack at the whip on the Honda team. Asia Kalex describes the weekend in Hungary as a very difficult one in terms of jumping on that Kalex. Rides a Boscura over the Moto2 European Championship, so jumping on a different chassis in Moto2 for the first time on a circuit like Balaton Park, which is so technical and so tricky to work out. Yeah, the Australian had a tricky time being there. Of course, he also had a big crash that affected him on Sunday as well. But good to see Wilson back on board that bike on a circuit he knows from last year, of course, here in Moto3. And a bit of an easier one, and maybe a more enjoyable one for Wilson to try and show what he can do in the Moto2 World Championship.
Well, without question, it is way too early in the weekend to get excited. But let's get excited. Look who's hit P1. It is the home hero, Filip Salac, as we are watching now, cascading downhill towards front curve of turn 10, and you're then climbing very much uphill for the rest of the lap. Horsepower Hill, as it is nicknamed. This is through the left-right section of 11 and 12, where we saw Celestino Vietti come through a foot. No question at the moment now that Filip Salac is in the best form of his Moto2 career, and it was noticeable, wasn't it, in his, apart from the interview with our friend and colleague Jack Appleyard back in Hungary, that he puts a lot of that down to the environment he finds himself in at American racing. Yeah, I've spoken to Eaton Buckle, of course, team manager down at the OnlyFans American Racing team a couple of times this year, and he's explained that Salac has gelled superbly with that team. With Salac improves his time at the top of the standing. Let's just end the Moto2 weekend now, shall we? Salac on top of the podium that we can see directly ahead of us here in Brno. I'm joking, of course. We want to see them go out and race, as he just makes a little bit of a mistake there going through turn 2. But yeah, Salac and teammate Joe Roberts, I know after the Austin Grand Prix they both went over to California, of course, where Joe Roberts is from, and they enjoyed some training and some time off there ahead of the European leg of the season. It's always good for a team to have two riders who get along so well. Now, of course, it might be different if they're both challenging for titles or challenging for wins on a regular basis, but of course makes the team environment much nicer to work in, and teams try a lot easier as well to not have to try and separate some riders and try and keep both riders happy. The environment down there, the American racing team, looks and sounds like a very, very positive one. And Salac has
thoroughly enjoying himself, and this is the best we've seen of Sal. Actually, he says it himself. He's riding the bike as good as he's ever have done, feeling as comfortable as he ever has done as well. And he said after the race, well, he's now in his peak. And fingers crossed, this is the Philip Salas we're going to see for the rest of the season. Of course, he's not the Moto2 win to his name yet, but if he continue on this way, you do feel like a Moto2 win is absolutely possible, which, you know, it's not the thing. I don't think anyone would have said Salas after a little bit of a trickier season last year, hopping back onto a Alex in a new team, of course, as well. I don't think too many people will pinpoint to Salas in the race. One of the fair play to Salas. He's been for it, but never giving up through the tough times. And I quite liked his words in part climbing and his interview afterwards as well, sort of telling everyone else to not give up. I quite like that as an athlete and a rider. We don't know what goes on behind closed doors. We know from the results and sometimes what riders say. That sometimes it's tough times, but Salak said he kept all that to himself, didn't try and show anything that he was really struggling both mentally and a little bit physically as well in the last couple of years with what was going on, results not coming his way, getting unlucky at times, but now he's reaping the rewards of just sticking at it. Obviously, American racing team gave him a chance this season and he's paying them back in amends, and that's in dividends, and that's really good to see from the number 12, but it is now the Champions League Manu Gonzalez, who just topped him in F1.
Playing the role of pantomime villain this weekend is Manu Gonzalez, who, of course, when you're fighting for a world championship, leading a world championship, no room for sentiment, no room for thinking of the Hollywood ending to this weekend, which would be a Salax victory, let's face it. Here at the Czech Grand Prix, Manu Gonzalez is looking to really put his foot on the throat for his Moto2 Championship rivals. The way his points advantage has really evolved through the last few Grand Prix. Of course, it was after the French Grand Prix that Ivan Guevara, who riding on board with him now watching, won. It was 9.5 points between Gonzalez and Guevara. He extended that by a further 9 points in Barcelona, by a further 16 points in Mugello, and then another 15 added on to his advantage at the Hungarian Grand Prix, as Guevara is not exactly having a bad time of it, but hasn't been able to match the relentless consistency of race winning that we've seen from Manu Gonzalez as of late. 3 on the bounce, that is why that World Championship lead was really ballooned down to just shy of 15 points. And Manu Gonzalez, I guess, when you're on that sort of upward curve of confidence, you just want to ride that momentum wave for as long as you can, don't you?
Yeah, 100%. And you mentioned Fermin Aldeguer's run of form a few years ago, those victories in succession, ultimately, Fermin Aldeguer, the MotoGP scene. Now, we don't know if that's going to be the case for Gonzalez, but he's doing all he can to be on the MotoGP grid in 2027. We're really interested to see where Gonzalez ends up next year. Does he hop into MotoGP as he fully deserves? Does he then think, you know what, forget this, I'm going to go into World Super, I can try and win for the challenge for titles and win more races there, or does he stick it out in Moto2 for another season? That all remains to be seen. What he is doing, though, is doing a superb job and sending message after message to riders like Ivan Guevara, to Chelsea Navieti, to his teammate on the other side of the box, Senna Radius, and to the X-Bar riders who we fully expected to be well in the title hunt this year, Holgado, Alonso, say, with the gambles, because I am riding the crest of the wave, and I'm not slowing down anytime soon. 3 wins in the last 3. Was second in France before that. Was second in the rest before that. Had a bit of an off weekend, if we can call it that. I'm not going to call it that. But P5 over in Austin, and then podiumed, of course, in Brazil and Thailand. And he's just giving the others so much work to do in this championship chase. Heading into the summer break, we've got Aston, and then we've got the Saxon ring. If he leaves the Saxon ring with this sort of points advantage, okay, the 50 points, 41.5 as it is right now, is still catchable, of course, we know that. And for Gonzalez, we know that from last year, of course, from Diogo Moreira and the Brazilian going on to win the Moto2 title. A lot can happen. We're not ruling out anyone just yet, but this form that Gonzalez is in, the likes of Guevara and Vietti can't afford to be picking up P6s and P7s too more often if Gonzalez is going to continue to churn out wins, churn out podiums on a regular basis. Chelsea Vietti, for example, can't be qualifying down in P16 in Italy, can't be qualifying down in P12 in Hungary. Okay, Vietti went from P16 to for P2 in Mugello, but he can't do that every weekend if he's doing that. So the riders behind aren't doing a bad job. Gonzalez just doing such a good job that it's making their results look bang average.
Yeah, I was going to make that very point. Ethan Guevara is having his, by far away, his best Moto2 campaign so far. It's it would be very harsh to criticise the 28 at this point. And Chelsea Vietti, it's easy to forget, has never actually finished in the top 6 of the Moto2 World Championship, even if he has led it before some 4 years ago. So they are, in many respects, riding at a level that they've not ridden at often, if at all, in their Moto2 careers. And here is Chelsea Vietti. I was just about to say that we haven't seen him back at the racetrack yet, but we have now at least seen him back in pit lane, and it would appear as if he's got the bike back to the box by his own 2 feet himself.
Yeah, it's taken a while, hasn't it? Where was down in turn 12, so up Horsepower Hill without any horsepower is pretty difficult, unfortunately. Vietti, though, has got that bike back, but he's lost some valuable time. Still just over 26 minutes remaining in the session, so whatever the issue is, hopefully it's a quick fix down there in the Bossasuro garage, and Vietti can get out for the final 20 minutes or so in the session. And to glance at the timing screens, obviously Gonzalez pretty much 3/10 clear of the chasing pack, which is not what Vietti and the others want to be seeing. Gonzalez did describe the race last time out as the most difficult of the season. And he is saying a lot of riders, it's not coming easy. We know that. Winning races is never easy. And he says this as well. He was struggling from the bike, from the first lap, and learned some things from Salach. And in the end managed his tyres potentially a little bit better than Salach. He just had a little bit extra than the Czech rider last time out in Hungary. Here is what happened to Vietti. Looks like he just put out. It's a glance behind, and it was one of the Clint factory racing bikes who narrowly avoided Vietti, thankfully, but looked like Vietti didn't have much warning about that.
Saw him twisting the throttle there, hoping for... Vietti had to park it at the side of the road. It's past the last 2 qualifiers. Vietti trails the World Championship leader by 52.5 points now. We're going to back up that pair of podiums back in Mugello and in Barcelona. Dorna hasn't been on the podium. He wasn't on the podium at the Hungarian Grand Prix. He never really looked like he was ever going to come close to it, did he, in fairness? 7th place as Colin Vaya hits the deck. He and Ethan Guevara have been lapping pretty much in tandem for the whole of this FP1 session, but that has now come to a screeching halt for Vaya.
Yeah, turn 3 that looks like for Colin Vaya. It is turn 3. Is he slightly wide? No, not really. And it goes quite late around turn 3. Unfortunate for Vaya, who tries desperate to grab onto the clutch to keep the bike running. Hopefully the Dutchman has done that. Yeah, another angle from the rear end of Ethan Guevara. And just a simple front end slide, unfortunately, for the number 95. Had a similar crossover in Balaton Park out of top 6 contention, I think it was, for Colin Vaya. Was on for a decent result, a decent weekend over in Hungary, but unfortunately had that crash. Too many crashes, unfortunately, keeping in at this moment in time for Vaya. He is looking pensively on. Obviously his teammate over Antonio Raider inside the top 4. We pick up the Raider now, which is great stuff from the Raider. But yeah, hopefully Vaya is all okay after that crash and not too much damage, and he can get back on the bike and get on his way. So that's not the start of the weekend the Dutch rider would have wanted. No podium, of course, after that fantastic podium over in Jerez for Vaya, and only one top 10 as well. He'll be wanting a good weekend this weekend. Of course, no matter what, you want to go to a Grand Prix and have a good weekend. But of course, the Dutch Grand Prix is coming up next weekend, a really good one for Vaya. So fingers crossed for Vaya. We can have a solid weekend at Brno, and then head into his home Grand Prix with a bit more confidence in the pocket.
Confidence in the pocket too for Jose Antonio Rueda, 4th in this session on a 159.6. The runaway winner of the Moto3 battle here last year, which Jose Antonio Rueda did have several, it's fair to say, on his way to the World Championship. Leads the Rookie of the Year chase. The moment goes for Rueda, with Alberto Ferrando's also being very much up to speed in his rookie campaign. Rueda backing up points finishes in Catalonia and Mugello, with another at his best so far was a Moto2 rider, 11th out the checker flag in Hungary, even if once again he did begin to feel the physical strain in the latter stages because he has undergone arm pump surgery already this season. He did find himself coming in a bit of a drop in arm strength in the latter stages, but was able to grit his teeth and get over the line. In 11th place, did Rueda, just held off. This man, Barry Baltus, on the final lap, just a tenth of a second between them, as Baltus now moves up into the top 6. And I guess if we look at previous history, and of course for much of this Moto2 build, there's only 1 year's worth of history to draw upon. We, I guess, should be expecting a bit of a bounce back from Barry this weekend.
Yeah, you'd like to think so, wouldn't you? He was on pole position last year, and it was him and Joe Roberts who were the cream of the crop, really. Last year, Manu Gonzalez was in good form. Last year in 2025, when we came to the Czech Grand Prix, and even he, the championship contender from last year, and of course, the current runaway title leader this year, couldn't lay a glove on Baltus and Joe Roberts. It was a great fight, and fair play to Roberts for going on to win the race, of course, but Baltus really kept him honest. It was less than a second away from much of the Grand Prix. Just couldn't quite able to reel in Roberts. Roberts defended superbly, rode superbly, a faultless ride from the American a year ago, but yeah, Baltus was right in that mix, and hopefully we get to see the Belgian back in that mix sometime soon, and fingers crossed it's this weekend, because it's not been the season we, nor the team, nor of course Barry himself would have been expecting so far this year, as Chelsea Andretti does get that bike fired up and heading down the pit lane. So whatever it was, fingers crossed the gremlins have gone and it's a quick fix, and for the final 20 minutes we actually can get some laps.
From on board, what happened to Chelsea Andretti? Let's have a listen into the boss for scores, see if we detect anything. To pick up anything, obviously there wasn't changing gear, was Chelsea Andretti very much in second gear. He does then shift down to first as he pulls it to a stop, so gearbox was working okay. Whatever the problem, it would appear to have been fixed for now for Chelsea Andretti to return to the racetrack on the number 13. I referenced the beautiful weather we have here this weekend. Well, it's beautiful, but I guess if you're a pair of flips here on the comments box, this might just be sliding over the limit of the kind of temperature freaking. We're expecting air temperatures, we're getting to this afternoon's action here, in excess of 30 degrees. 31 degrees of air temperature is expected later on, which will translate to a track temperature predicted by IRTA of in excess of 55 degrees Celsius, and tomorrow's air temperature for Moto2 qualifying for the Tito Sprint Event GP over 33 degrees and a potential track temperature of nearly 60. These are going to be punishing conditions for riders, for machines, for tyres, and I think the most essential item in a Moto Grand Prix paddock here this weekend, that is this air conditioning unit. It's about a foot behind us.
Yeah, doing a superb job so far, isn't it? And we'll continue to do so. 33 degrees in the afternoon, does it sound brilliant, pit lane especially. So yeah, looking forward to getting a bit moist down there in pit lane later on this afternoon, and hopefully might be speaking to Jose Antonio Rueda in Park Ferme, who knows, but it's a strong opening half of FP1 for Rueda. But yeah, conditions later on this afternoon are going to be challenging for the riders, finishing for the tyres, and of course when track temperatures get above 50 degrees, that changes the grip levels as well. So it's going to be interesting to see who can adapt to that better. Then yeah, we go for time attack later on this afternoon. Some nice style shots here around the automotive circuit. The championship leader Manu Gonzalez, the current session leader as well. Not had too many quicker times come in lately. Gonzalez's third lap out of 10 so far is his quickest, as the riders obviously took them longer and just get warmed up into the weekend, and of course focus on Sunday. That will happen of course later this afternoon as well, before we get some fresh tyres slotted in. Then it's on to putting up the inside. It's on to Van den Gorberg. Looks potentially like turn one, but obviously very difficult to tell from that angle. But yeah, some good vantage points here in Brno to get some great pictures and great slow-mos of these riders doing their thing around one of the best circuits.
She returns to the scene of his Grand Prix debut in Moto3 some 7 years ago. Probably a stop holding there for Ethan Guevara, who's managed to lap this circuit in just under 2 minutes, 59.9, 8/10 of a second at the pace in 11th place. Looking up the timing screen up ahead of him, he is still the leading Bosco in this session. Actually finished up in the top 6 last year, did Kvara here in Brno, so a circuit that he has some good memories to draw upon from his one previous visit. Yeah, top 3 at the moment resembles the top 3 from the checkered flag in Hungary. It's Gonzalez, Salac and Agius, your 1, 2, 3. For Senna Agius, probably had a bit of a score to settle after losing a podium within metres of the flag back in Mugello. A score that he very much did settle in Barton.
He did, and he came in the pressure, didn't he, from a hard-charging David Alonso, who was sniffing that first podium of the season, was unable to get it. But yeah, Agius did well to fend off the Colombian in the latter stages. Agius was expecting actually to have a bit more, especially in the opening exchanges, to Salac, the rider on your screen, the home hero this weekend, and Gonzalez in the hotter conditions, because he said on Saturday he felt like he had a little bit of a step on the other two compared to what unfolded on Sunday. Agius was there or thereabouts, but was thinking Agius for the first time since his Jerez Grand Prix victory. So a timely return, and he mentioned this as well in his interview afterwards, Agius, that it was this part of the season with Gonzalez doing what he's doing, where it's really crucial to pick up as many points as you can, and a podium is of course doing that as well, and it was his first time of course at Vallotton Park as well for Agius. So I think overall he was very, very happy, and understandably so, with picking up that P3, and so the bike was working really well. So good to hear Agius singing from the positive hymn sheet. Of course he was P4 over in Mugello, so it was a couple of strong weekends, which is what was needed after finishing the Catalan Grand Prix down P10, and there's P7 at the French Grand Prix as well. So not terrible results of course, but not where we're used to seeing Agius this season. Back-to-back victories in Austin and Brno, so good to see the Australian back on the podium and picking up some important points if he does want to continue to challenge his teammate for this title.
Another rider that he did just hold off in the final lap, we saw his bike a moment ago, David Alonso. Alonso's 9th in this session at the moment on a 1:59.710. Looked so good for so much of the weekend. Alonso was second in all 3 practice sessions, and then was of course the fastest rider, as he so often is, in the latter stages of the race as he chased down Senna Agius. It's now 9 races without a podium though now for David Alonso, and continuing to pick up on the theme of the number 9. It was qualifying down in 9th place that did so much of the damage to David Alonso. For all the good things we could say about the Colombian, and there are many we could say about the former Moto3 world champion, it's that clear inability at the moment to fully exploit the performance from a brand new Pirelli tyre in qualifying that's costing him any hope of chance for the World Championship.
Exactly that. Hasn't qualified on the top 2 rows since Jerez, and that is really costing Alonso to be first and foremost finishing on the podium. We say this every weekend, don't we? You'd have had very good money off a lot of people to say that Alonso wouldn't have been on the podium in the first 8 Grand Prix of the season. Round 9 coming up of course as well. It is now 9 races without podium, as Lewis mentions. That was the best result since Jerez for Alonso, where he also finished a very close P4 to the podium. But the rider on your screen does need to start finishing on the podium and pick up wins if he wants to challenge Manu Gonzalez for this championship. 83.5 points down is Alonso in this championship chase, and like the podium streak and the winner streak, you'd have had very good money on saying Alonso would be that far down the pecking order in the title race at this stage of the season, because he was a lot of comfortable favourites, and understandably so as well. Got the better of his teammate, which I think he would have been happy about over in Hungary with Alonso, and again it is that latter race pace that's just outstanding. But he's not putting himself in the position to be able to use that to fight for victories, unfortunately, as things stand. But Alonso was overall pleased with how the race went. He was able to apparently observe other riders, and did say he learnt a lot off his teammate as well. He has a different style, so picking up some pointers for 2024 Moto3 world champion. And I think both him and Holgado are both saying they're making positive progress, they're taking it step by step, and not getting carried away, keeping sort of the feet on the ground and not trying to raise any expectations, but knowing them as we do, both winners, Alonso of course a world champion as well. We know, you guys listening will know, we are not happy with the sort of championship standings and seeing that, in Holgado's case, 78.5 points down on Gonzalez, and in Alonso's case, 83.5 points down. That's not where they would have expected to be at this stage of the season. Certainly not where we expected them to be, nor the team as well. So it's getting to crunch time, I'd say, especially these next 3 Grand Prix. If they're anywhere close to 100 points down on Gonzalez, as we go into the summer break, but don't want to rule that calibre of rider out of the championship like Alonso. But you've got to feel like if they are anywhere close to 100 points away, then realistically they're not going to retire from there.
Yeah, it does feel like it's just one small thing that needs to fit for Alonso. He's going to be right there, because if he can qualify up at the sharp end and be leading races early on, he's going to be very difficult to stop in the latter stages of the race with his late race pace. But the two are often connected, aren't they? If you're very good on old tyres at the end of the race, it's perhaps because you're not using them up when they're brand new, and that's what we're seeing from David Alonso in Moto2 at the moment. What we're seeing from Ayakura, former Moto2 world champion in MotoGP right now. As we see that switch moving up the order, he's now finishing 7th place, first of the 2 forwards. Of course, Chevy's at 2 seconds, he's now full-time teammate. Jorge Navarro departed the forward team before the Hungarian Grand Prix, and the teams were going from 5th place from 2 seconds. Off the pace as we follow last year's pole sitter Barry Baltus. Number 7 rounds the final corner, turn 14 on this 5.4 kilometre Motodrome of Brno, and Barry Baltus.
Either some, like a pogo. A new tabletop in FP1, and it is the 81 700.
So looking out for the Speed RS bikes, as Aegis clearly was there, as he navigated his way past Luca Brunetta. You're going to look for red machines this weekend, as once again they continue to change their title sponsor and livery prior to the weekend. I was going to say, remember the name, you can't forget it, can you, with the size 0.8. To say, if this is the kind of weekend we're going to have, if it resembles this free practice one session with the dominant world championship leader and title favourite taking on the local hero, that's quite the Hollywood script, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll have some of that. Oh, Gonzalez getting a bit out of shape there through turn 4. And it's your top 3 from last time out in Hungary. It's your top 3 now. Gonzalez leading, Talak leading, Senegis with Barry Bautis and Joe Robertson inside the top 5 now. Roberts has improved his time to jump inside the top 5. The top 2 from last year, chasing the top 3 from last time out. So of course for American Racing, great to see 2 of their riders up inside that top 5 as well. So this is a very promising start to the weekend. Of course, very early days, but it looks like we're going to have a big battle on our hands for the rest of the weekend. And now the Aspars are trying to get in the act, isn't it?
And here comes Alonso, who's all arms and legs and full of commitment into the final S-bend of 13 and 14, quarter of a second down, which looks set to lift him potentially 4 or 5 places up into the top 6 potentially. If he has a good end to the lap, he actually goes up into 4th place, but that has changed because Danny Holgado, who did get a little more out of his brand new Pirelli rear tyre at the end of that session, he now goes into P1 on a 58.8, just 12 thousandths of a second between the 2 Spaniards up front. Gonzalez, though, once again, is in the process of changing that.
Yeah, lost a little bit of time in the third split, but as you can see, still over a 10.5 up on now Danny Holgado's time. Let's see what he can do through the final split, because Holgado had a pretty decent one out of the final corner. Gonzalez comes with just over 5 minutes of the session remaining. Is he going to improve? Yes, he does, and finds time in that final split as well. So Gonzalez laying down a little bit of a marker here for the rest of the weekend, and this is the Gonzalez we saw last year, straight out of the blocks, straight firing, and up into P1.
Yeah, and he says, and we sort of suspected it from the outside, so it's good to have it confirmed from the man himself that he's mentally just so much stronger. His mindset stronger than it was a year ago. And when it sort of brings us back to the conversation around this man, Daniel Alonso, and the teammate Daniel Holgado, it doesn't feel as if a Manny Gonzalez collapse is coming, does it, in the second half of the season? They're going to have to go out and take the World Championship from him this season, with Manny Gonzalez in such supreme form. Technically, he's a better rider than he was last year, but mentally on board the bike. He's got the experience of having fought for a World Championship at this level for the first time. Of course, he has won World Championship, Manny Gonzalez. He's the youngest road racing World Champion on 2 wheels when he won the Supersport 300 crown at 16 years of age. Or certainly was the youngest when he achieved it. And Manny Gonzalez looking to get the experience of coming so close in 2025 to go one step better this year.
Been learning from his mistakes, learning from the loss last year, which is what the question was coming into this season for Gonzalez. Would he be able to go again? Would he be able to recover from the disappointment? And yes, he absolutely is. And referenced the mental side of things at the end of the weekend over in Hungary. He said last year he was really bothered about trying to finish P1 in every single session in all types of conditions, but that's not the case this year. Gonzalez is obviously unhappy when he doesn't finish P1 in a session, like a lot of these riders are, but doesn't look at the timesheets when he's maybe a little bit further down the order outside the top 5 and think that's an absolute disaster. Working much more methodically this year and knows that come Sunday he is one of the quickest rider out there, certainly has been the quickest rider out there in the last 3 Grand Prix. So it is a different character we're seeing this year for Gonzalez. Maybe you could call it a bit more mature, certainly more experienced after what he went through last year.
That's it, isn't it? If you're so focused on being P1 in every session, it can also become an unhealthy obsession, can't it? Through a weekend, if you find yourself knocked off Telesport, then you could potentially attack yourself, you could potentially try and reinvent the wheel and make unnecessary changes on the bike. Manny Gonzalez knows very well how good he is, and he's in the process of trying to convince MotoGP teams of how good he is as well, with a potential place in the MotoGP grid still up for grabs for Manny Gonzalez, potentially in the, well, who knows, maybe the next days and weeks we will get some firm answers and some official press releases from MotoGP teams about who they're going to be running next year. Here comes Antonio Areda, who has been in the top 10 for much of this session, and he now moves up into the top 6 again. So This is really encouraging work from the Moto3 World Champion.
Certainly is, and this is encouraging for the Czech fans as well, and Philip Salač and the fans American racing. I don't think he's quite going to go P1, won't rule it out. He's both P2 and improved his time. Just lost the timing screens for a second there, but Salač does improve his time. Just over a tenth away now from Gonzalez, but does rise back into P2, and that's his girlfriend there, and I assume some family and friends there as well, which is lovely for Salač to have support around him as home Grand Prix, as you would expect.
His phone will have been ringing plenty, won't it, since Hungary. Any chance of some tickets, Philip, for the Czech Grand Prix in a couple of weeks' time? Sure, many will have got their wish. There was barely any room in the fan zone yesterday evening, in fact, in the nearby city centre, as they all came out to support their home hero. So Joe Roberts, teammate of Salač, winner here last year, certainly impressing his team manager Ethan Buckle, second and fifth now for the American racing duo. I think Ethan, given Joe's record around here and Philip Salač's allegiances and nationality, this would have been a weekend I think he might have circled alongside the United States Grand Prix in Austin this start season as a weekend to remember.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, coming into a weekend, you never know how it's going to unfold. You can't really go off last year. Hey, that's what we do with the results and the form book. But obviously, a lot can change in a year, and a lot has changed for Joe Roberts as well. Hasn't been on the podium since that victory last year, but great signs for him, certainly in this weekend where he is in that sort of podium mix, and obviously the team very happy with that as well. So not the season Roberts would have wanted, of course, but for Salač to be second and Roberts in P5, it's a really promising start for the American racing team, who has, as Lewis rightly points out, they would have been looking at the calendar and thinking Austin, the Czech Grand Prix, and then hopefully a few others that could have been a real sort of pinpoint where we can have good results, and looking good so far, but that can be repeated.
Well, it improves again. He's now in fifth, with Prix just joining us in this FP2 session with around about 35 seconds to go, with MotoGP FP1 coming up. We have seen a crash for already his teammate Colin Pryor, so we haven't seen much of him in the interim. He is now back out on the racetrack, is via instantly. Colin is circulating in 14th place. We also tackled the problem at the start of the session for Celestino Vietti. In terms of how much lap time or how much mileage he's lost, he's done 8 laps in this session, which is half the mileage of this man, Manu Gonzalez, who's about to complete his 16th lap of the session, and Vietti at the moment down in 21st place, so 1.4 seconds in arrears.
There's Gonzalez then coming around the final corner, not going to improve unless he pulls something out of the bag. There is the checkered flags, but it is an end of session run that was very, very positive for the championship leader. He's looking like he's going to win the session on top as well. There's some improved lap times coming in, but no red crash helmets on our timing screen, so I think that is pretty much all she wrote in the session, and it is the championship leader Gonzalez, who doesn't lay it out a gauntlet necessarily, but kicks off the weekend in P1. Salač in second place as well, so good for the Czech fans. But yeah, a very good session from Gonzalez, who will take confidence into the afternoon. But not that he really needed any added confidence, because he's riding the best of the wave at the minute with Gonzalez. But another sort of little message at the start of the weekend. So yeah, I'm bang on form here again in Brno.
Update on the riders making returns from either injuries or surgeries. We've got Sergio Garcia in 16th place at the moment. We would assume, given that he's taken a full time this session, 14 laps next to his name, that Garcia will get the go-ahead to continue the weekend from here. Reminder, he was to be reviewed after this FP1 session after arm pump surgery. And Angel Keras, his fellow Spaniard, who's trying to resume his Moto2 season after the broken thing earlier in the season and a curtailed return in Peloton Pride. Keras 24 at the end of that FP1 session, 1.5 seconds off the pace.
Good end of the session then for Salač. I think he'll be very, very pleased with that. And so will the Czech fans as well. We're going to get a glimpse of the big Salač sign one more time before Moto2 rolls into the MotoGP programme. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows?
I think on Sunday you want to get on telly.
Exactly.
You know what to do.
It's just going to be a hillside, just full of massive Salač posters. Everyone's trying to get their airtime, which is unsigned. So in fact, I'd actually love to see that if you are. So then coming on Saturday, so please do that. Yeah, Gonzalez spoiling the party a little bit, not quite the all-time record, but as we've seen for all this season, as soon as we get underway, in the weekends we're sort of creeping down towards that and expect that. Although temperatures are going to rise, so maybe not, but we'll expect that to go later on this Saturday.
Quote a famous wrestler of the past whose catchphrase was to be the man, you've got to beat the man. Well, that's kind of the challenge awaiting Philipp Salač this weekend. If you want a fairy tale home victory at the Czech Grand Prix this weekend, it feels like he's going to have to take on and beat the World Championship leader, Manu Gonzalez, who continues his red-hot summer streak. 3 consecutive victories and tops Prix Practice 1 here at Brno. Podium finish, of course, last year was Gonzalez in a situation where he was very much thinking about the World Championship with Barry Baltus and eventual winner Joe Roberts up the road ahead of him. Didn't have the pace ultimately to manage a challenge, so settled for a comfortable third place. Doesn't feel like Manu Gonzalez is in any sort of mood to settle for second or third for the moment. He needs to take a record equaling 4th consecutive Moto2 victory this weekend to equal Colin Aldeguer and Pen champion Tony Elias. We do get them on screen one more time, and the blue flares also are populating the Czech air here in Brno. Philipp Salač was second though overall. Manu Gonzalez, the World Championship leader, saw to that. Gonzalez quickest in FP1 from Philipp Salač and Danny Holgado. Senna Regis, the last of the 4 in the 458. 4 from Moto3 champ Jose Antonio Rueda. Good one for him ahead of last year's winner Joe Roberts. Alonso Guevara, Baltus and Munoz completing the top 10 from Eskrich. First of the forwards, Ortola, Arbolino and Bayer, who crashed at turn 3. Sasaki Garcia, Untitled Fernandez, Freitas and Aaron Canet complete the top 20. Vietti had some early technical problems, got back out on the track to take 21st ahead of Tyler Salto, Zontavan and Goldberg and Michael Piqueras. Quite one for Alonso Lopez, standing 25th. Ahead of Luca Renetta, Xavi Izuratusa and Jacob Wolfsburg, the substitute at Honda Team Asia. The World Championship leader off to a flyer, as was home hero Philipp Salač. Gonzalez quickest in Prix Practice 1 here in Brno. MotoGP's first ring of the weekend. Their FP1 section is on the way next.
MotoGP has made the 300-kilometre trip from Balaton Park to Brno for round 9 in 2026. Youth of Brno is Czechia's second largest city in its iconic track. First hosted MotoGP nearly 40 years ago, back in 1987. Known as the adrenaline factor and Sino Valentino's first Grand Prix success 30 years ago. We're on the way next live with FP1. It's time for MotoGP. Lovely, tight, twisty Balaton Park. It's time now for something completely different. Welcome to the spectacular Brno circuit. 5.4 kilometres in length, 3.3, 6 miles, 14 turns, 8 right, 6 to the left as we snake our way around the woodland area on the outskirts of Czechia's second city. Hard braking into turn 1, hardest braking zone on the circuit is into turn 3. The stadium section is sector 2, down the hill into the Kevin Schwantz corner, turn 10. Up horsepower here you go through 12 and 13. It's all about your engine grunt in that particular part of this magnificent Brno circuit. Good morning and a warm welcome to Czechia, a warm welcome to Brno. And when we say a warm welcome, all we mean it is scorching hot already as we approach, just gone 10:36 a.m. a local time on this practice Friday here ahead of the Monster Energy Grand Prix of Czechia.
expecting ambient temperatures to peak at 30 degrees this afternoon, 32 degrees tomorrow for the T-Say Sprint, and a mild 31 degrees by those standards here on Sunday for our 9th chapter. What is turning out to be an enthralling and captivating MotoGP World Championship battle. So much to talk about after our latest edition of this year's championship at the tight Balaton Park in Hungary, where Marco Bezzecchi left with a 20-point lead over his factory Aprilia teammate Jorge Martin, who left him put some considerable pain as well. That controversial first lap incident involving Jorge Martin, which saw him clatter and clean out World Champion Marco Bezzecchi, Fabio Di Giannantonio, Ferdinand Aldeguer and Ralph Fernandez also involved in that turn 1 melee. The outcome of that this weekend, we'll see Martin here on Sunday with 21-lap Grand Prix of Czechia have to go through the long lap penalty lane. Lots to digest and cover off in terms of the factory Aprilias and of course Marc Marquez. Back to winning ways, the reigning world champions title defence up and running, wasn't it last time out in Balaton? The perfect weekend for the 33-year-old Spaniard, pole position, sprint victory, and a Grand Prix victory that saw him rack up the century. Marc Marquez just a third rider in Grand Prix history to muster a century of wins. And Giacomo Agostini and Valentino Rossi have won more now. They have touched that magic milestone of 100 Grand Prix victories. It means Marc Marquez recorded 30 points from Bezzecchi in that crucial Balaton encounter a couple of weeks ago. 72 points he is behind the Italian in the championship chase. Many people feel like it's game on, as Marc won for the first time since the Misano Grand Prix last September. He's back to winning ways and trying to get himself back to winning ways will be Marco Bezzecchi here this weekend. Everyone, as always, in the company of Matt Burton Lewis in the commentary box. Check out the Barney in pit lane. He's got a smile on his face. A smile he was not wearing, Lewis, after about 300 metres of the Balaton Grand Prix about 12 days ago.
No, after a big mistake by his teammate and title rival had massive repercussions for the factory Aprilia team. Marco Bezzecchi, who I think in all things considered did actually a very good job in Hungary, taking a podium in the sprint, was looking to do something similar on the Sunday afternoon before it all went wrong for Jorge Martin. A very small mistake it was described as by many, including by Marc Marquez speaking yesterday in the press conference, but unfortunately at the start of a Grand Prix a small mistake has serious repercussions. Repercussions for Jorge Martin that spill over into this weekend.
Yeah, the double long lap penalty, as we mentioned, he'll have to face that here in the main Grand Prix on Sunday. Yeah, lots of riders were leaping to the defence of the 2024 World Champion. Marc Marquez, as Lewis mentioned yesterday, Cal Crutchlow and several other riders saying, well, this was a mistake that all riders can make. It was a small mistake with very, very big consequences. You just see how you picks up the number 89 in Martin. There he is already out of control on that newly resurfaced part of turn 1 into Balaton. And from that point onwards, well, it was a game of skittles. How was your look? No look at all for Bezzecchi, who got a massive, big impact. No look for Aldeguer, no look for Ralph Fernandez, no look for Fabio Di Giannantonio, who would be one of the only 5 who was able to remount and did salvage a couple of points at the end of that Grand Prix in 12th with Fabio Di Giannantonio. So some support from his peers in MotoGP, not so from factory boss Massimo Riva, as we get some great news. Alex Marquez back in action for the first time since his horrendous accident at the Catalan Grand Prix. He has been declared fit, Lewis. He will be reviewed after this morning's action. I think Alex is pretty confident he'll see through the weekend. Of course, a fracture in his neck, a broken collarbone. He feels like the collarbone actually might be his most problematic issue coming back. But after what we saw, the last time we saw Alex, that horrific crash in Catalonia, it's wonderful to see him back, and back so quick.
Yeah, back after missing just a couple of Grand Prix, and it's one of the things that just sets these riders apart and just underlines why they are superhuman in every respect. And Alex Marquez said he's got no problems watching that crash back from Barcelona. Many fans don't really particularly want to see it again, but Alex has no problem. He wanted to understand what had happened to him. Of course, he doesn't remember much of the incident itself, but Alex Marquez back in action. I think these next 3 Grand Prix are all about him just building himself physically wise and also acquainting himself with a bike that is certainly improving in 2026, so he can really have a good crack at it post-summer break.
Yeah, Alex said the best way you felt like personally to deal with the big crash you had in Catalonia, the sort of way to draw a line underneath it was to actually watch it back. So all riders certainly have different ways of recovering from setbacks and adverse situations. Somebody's very well versed in major comebacks after big crashes. Here's his brother Marc Marquez, we just saw there briefly on screens, up to 5th in the World Championship, as mentioned. He said he returned after that double surgery on his right foot, and more significantly on the right shoulder, first damage at Mandalay Cup last year. He only came back for the Italian Grand Prix in Mugello to be ready for a victory challenge in Balaton, a victory challenge which he did produce quite brilliantly. Do believe in Pat Lewis when he says he comes here. What was it, 10 seconds back of the win he was in Mugello. He dominated the weekend in Balaton. I think most people, including Mark himself, expects probably to be stronger than Mugello, but maybe not quite as strong as he was in Hungary.
Yeah, this track layout is much closer in resemblance to Mugello than it is to Balaton Park, so perhaps expect a more Mugello-like pecking order as we go through this weekend, and certainly the hot conditions might well steer things towards Aprilia as well. But this is Marc Marquez. We are talking about a 4-time winner around this Brno circuit, so there's no question that he's got the pedigree around this particular venue. 72 points, as you mentioned, off the World Championship lead. I don't think anyone is anything close to brave enough at this stage to write Marc Marquez out of it altogether.
You write him off at your peril. We've said that, haven't we, for so many times down the years. We just saw a quick glimpse of Fabio Di Antonio in the VR46 Ducati garage, as you saw there. He's had a redressing, an operation under the knife immediately after that nasty first corner tangle. He was caught up in Balaton Park. Of course, the finger he initially injured in that aftermath, the horrendous aftermath of the incident instigated by Alex Marquez in Barcelona. Familiar faces back in the paddock. Of course, we know that Davide Brivio moving into a new senior management role in the official Honda squad next season, and that has opened the door for a very welcome turn to somebody who's got bags and bags of MotoGP management experience himself. Francesco Guidotti there, looking rather cool and casual in his new Superfile Trackhouse Aprilia uniform. Just about the best person I could get for the job, Lewis. Tough, big shoes to fill down at Trackhouse with Davide Brivio moving on. And Francesco Guidotti, as mentioned, does bring an enormous amount of top-class experience and management roles.
Yeah, it's very difficult in this paddock to find someone with that level of experience who's just waiting on the sidelines, waiting for an opportunity like that to open up. And we know since he lost his position at the head of the factory KTM squad that he's been keen to get back in, as Francesco Guidotti was joined us in the coach box on a couple of occasions on Fridays last year. So good to see him back, and we understand that Davide Brivio is still going to be involved in his team principal capacity for the rest of this season, with Francesco Guidotti's title a team manager. Of course, Guidotti will be in full control of the team from next year when, as mentioned, Brivio heads to Honda.
So, as you can see, these are live pictures in glorious sunshine, scorching hot conditions already. We haven't got to 11 o'clock local time this morning. We're on the way here in the Grand Prix of Czechia. 45 minutes will be this opening practice session. And for the second year in a row, one of the rides that we're all talking about is going to be Jorge Martinez with coaching. We know, of course, it was here last year where he made his return to action. And he had that long injury layoff after the Qatar Grand Prix. It's been creating headlines for the wrong reasons. A bit of smoke popping out the back of Marquez's Ducati.
Whether they've overfilled it or something like that, but either way, he's safely out of the racetrack and the bike is functioning well. Marquez with a special helmet design, you might have noticed, in through one of his personal sponsors who are celebrating a special anniversary. So if you're keeping an eye out for Marc Marquez, I'm sure many of you are this weekend. He's got a white crash helmet design to look out for this weekend.
We'll come back on to the Massimo Riva post-Hungary comments very, very shortly, because we are on Monday. We get a glimpse of the future, although it's the top secret behind closed doors testing on Monday, but for the first time we will see MotoGP riders on new 850cc MotoGP machines, equipped of course with Pirelli rubber. And we also get a glimpse of the future. Honda yesterday announcing Alberto Puig's replacement. In comes Mikihiko Kawase, who will be the HRC Casual Honda team manager from 2027 onwards. Very much an integral part of HRC in the last few years as in a technical capacity. You are looking at on screens what will be the 2027 Honda team manager. So yeah,
A glimpse into the future on Monday here, the 2027 season. The preparations really do start going up a couple of notches, up a couple of gears. Marc Marquez will be on the new 850cc Ducati. Marco Bezzecchi will be on the new 850cc Prix, believe. Toby Aldeguer, these are riders that are contracted already, or we believe are going to stay on the same bikes next year. Toby Aldeguer will be on the Ducati. Surprisingly, there's a few anglers. I mean, Joan Mir and Luca Marini are seen, although they are both not going to be on the Honda 850 next year. We'll actually test the Honda here on Monday. Lots to gather momentum in the Spanish media, particularly yesterday. Pedro Costa looks like he's going to be moving over back to the capital next year. Look, we know he certainly is, but he might be given the opportunity to test the KTM 850 on Monday. They pick up that as well. But honestly, Massimo Riva said after the brilliant Mugello, where it's probably one of the best Grand Prix that Aprilia have ever had in their history, Balaton was a cold shower after Jorge Martin's controversial collision with Marco Bezzecchi and Marc Fernandez in that first corner. Let's get some thoughts on the heart of the Royal Factory Camp. Palabinora joins Jack. Good morning, guys.
Yeah, good morning to everybody at home on this rather warm and sunny Friday morning here at Brno. The quarter to 11 already, 30 degrees down in pit lane. It's only going to get warmer throughout the weekend, and I imagine it was quite a heated atmosphere in the box 2 weeks ago, Paolo. We've heard Jorge Martin yesterday defend himself, saying it was a small mistake with big consequences. But team boss Massimo Riva saying a mistake a world champion cannot make. He felt stronger punishment was maybe deserved. So, what's your opinion on what happened 2 weeks ago, Paolo? Good morning, by the way. Nice easy one to start.
Nice to start, thank you, Jacob. Easy question, huh? Now, to be fully transparent and honest, we would like to keep what happened in Balaton. So now we are in Brno, and we are very, very, very positive with a positive mood for this track layout, for this weather forecast. It's coming warmer and was something not good for Aprilia. We need the opportunity to score many points. We never know what the results can we achieve, but to be honest, after the comment of the Sunday morning the warm up and the Saturday sprint, we thought that we can achieve at least the podium with Marco. So was something better for us, but now we are, to be honest, very positive for thinking about Brno. Everything is clear inside of the team, between Jorge, between Jorge and Marco, between us. So we would like to be very positive, and we start with the standard setup, and we will see during this weekend.
We spoke in Mugello after what we saw between Jorge and Raul in Barcelona, and you said that the key word down here is respect, total respect. Was respect shown on Sunday in Hungary?
I think so, yeah. It was a mistake, to be honest. It's something that nobody wanted to do. So he did a mistake. He did only a mistake, and is something that can occur. It's necessary to take more care about it. In particular, in the corner one in Balaton, where there is not the best grip situation. So it's something that Jorge very honest to say, yeah, we have to take care in a better way. That situation, nobody won in the corner, so it was hard to understand, and we think that he had fully respect on it. He did only a mistake.
Just finally looking ahead to Monday, you've mentioned what was expected over the weekend, but for people at home that might not know, Monday's quite a big day, the first opportunity for the official riders, some of them at least, to try the new 850, the new regulation bikes that are coming into effect from 2027. So who's going to be riding the new Aprilia 850 on Monday for you, Paolo?
For sure, Marco Bezzecchi. It's easy to say, no? But talking with Davide Brivio and now with Francesco, that we welcome him in this. We are very happy about him. So we were talking, and at the moment the plan is to have Raúl Fernández in our garage. Okay. He felt not quite good. Probably it's better to ask it to them. Yesterday he felt not in 100% very well. So we are checking his situation. But at the moment the planning is this: so Marco Bezzecchi and Raúl all together in our team.
Hello, thank you for your time. Sorry for those tricky questions on a Friday morning. I promise to be kind in the future.
Problem, I don't say so much.
Good, pal.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Aprilis Paolo Bonor taking a couple of early Appiado pickups here in the Grand Prix. But as always, honest as he could be. It's been a bit of a crash dream start, hasn't it, this FP1 session? Because while we were listening to Paolo Bonora down in pit lane, we saw Pedro Acosta twice on the podium here last year on the factory KTM take a front end watch out at turn 9. Quickly followed by successive crashes at turn 8 for Maverick Vinales and Diogo Moreira. Not an ideal start to a weekend where Maverick Vinales is going to start showing something in terms of securing his seat in one of those prize 850s in 2027. Interesting news there from the Prix. Then they will drop Fernandez into their factory garage for the weekend. Good news for 25 fans because, he was pretty ill and pretty sick when he first arrived here in Czechia. He had to cancel all of his media duties yesterday because he was feeling so under the weather. But at the moment, as you'll see on the timing tower, he's there in 7th place for the 154.875. Yeah, the fact that Prix wants to get some comments from Fernandez on the 2027 850, that does suggest that maybe he's still very much part of the Prix's thoughts for next season. I think there's been a few rumours that he might be looking for potential pastures news. He's been looking at what Tech 3 KTM on, I believe, for Stein. He's been keeping a close eye on Raul Fernandez.
Yeah, we were discussing it, weren't we, before we went down to pit lane of some of the riders who might potentially be departing manufacturers but still testing their 850. Here's one of them, Pedro Acosta, who playfully, when that was put to him in the press conference yesterday, said, "You know a bit more than me," which might not be true, might not have been officially told yet. Whether he's testing on Monday, we'll certainly need to know which flight to catch when he leaves Czechia. Of course, we're expecting Acosta to go on a Ducati next year. This was how he bailed from his KTM. Of course, 2 of the other crashes we've had were at turn 8. Acosta made it 1 corner further round before he dropped in at turn 9.
You can see there he's back on the gas. Wasn't he going through turn 9 when the front name just said, "I won't bother to hang in there." So I'm going to expect anyone to really face plant on the gravel trap for Pedro Acosta, who was fully building it again without a shape into the final corner marks in his penultimate corner. He's pushing hard there, only 93 bar. This is going to be a lap, but nevertheless, despite how out of shape he was going into turn 13, it should be pretty marked top of the time sheets, and he does. He's the first ride into the 153s, the 153.5 and 9.9 for Mark, on a track where he did win the sprint and the Grand Prix here last year, collected all 37 points. A little maximum 37-point haul this weekend is really going to start piling some pressure on this factory of Prix at the top of the championship. Interesting comments I thought yesterday Lewis, from a couple of our experienced Italians in reference to this 850 test here on Monday. Given the fact Pecco Bagnaia and Fabio Di Gianantonio, Pecco will be on the Prix next year, we believe Fabio Di Gianantonio on the KTM next year, and as a result they are not allowed to be part of the 850 test here on Monday. And both of them said, well, not really sure if that's really all fair, because other riders are going to get time on the new Prix tyres, and we believe that the switch from Michelin to Prix is going to be the big game changer. That
feedback will be listened to.
Yeah, and their feedback will be listened to. And like Pecco said, I think there's another Pirelli test on the Monday after the Red Bull Grand Prix in Austria, which in effect Pecco and Fabio Di Gianantonio will also be barred from, because they're millions of manufacturers. So like Pecco said, well, I'm not going to jump on a MotoGP block on Pirellis until what's probably going to be a very cold December the 1st in Valencia. So I can't actually see where he's coming from on that one, really.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. I guess it's part of the game, sadly, of changing manufacturers. You don't get a head start on your next year because, of course, the team that you're currently riding for are going to be your opposition for next season, so they're not going to want to give you any sort of head start, any sort of advantage. And there are perhaps manufacturers who are not really in the position to be quite that picky. You mentioned KTM and Pedro Acosta. I think they want Pedro Acosta's input because he's very experienced even at such a young age in MotoGP now, because it's his third season in MotoGP. And you look at the other riders KTM have got, Enea Bastianini looks like he's departing. Brad Binder, we don't expect him to be part of the factory next season. And Maverick Vinales, who might well still be around, but he's not exactly at the peak of his physical powers at the moment, so they're not really in a position to be picky. It is tough, and the Pirelli element is, I think, going to be the biggest factor next season in what might well change the competitive order. And Pirelli, to their credit, have been very quick to allay any fears that getting some early influence on those tyres could be an advantage.
Well, he practiced it yesterday on his push bike, and he did a couple of laps around his Brno circuit, and straight away the long lap on the outside of turn 7, that was impressive. Of course, I think we had the best ever long lap in history from Johan Zarco there in 2020 when he was almost elbow down going into that long lap. But this is interesting. Look, here is Martin. I was just about to mention, I saw him coming into pit lane. He was stretching out that left shoulder. We've talked about the fact that Marco Bezzecchi probably a little bit shy of his 100% physical best after he suffered a muscle tear in his right leg after the clout he took from Jorge Martin. Well, Jorge himself, I'm nowhere near 100% fit. Coming here once again riding in a lot of pain in recovery mode, just as he was here last year.
So briefly out again, they've since cleared, so perhaps a run-off rather than a crash. We've already seen Marco Bezzecchi off the road earlier in that session while we were hearing from Paolo Brno and seeing all those crashes. Marco Bezzecchi did also run off the racetrack himself at the penultimate corner. Turn 13, Bezzecchi's currently in 9th in this session, Jorge Martin in 17th, although it's difficult to really draw anything from the times on our screens because we've had so many yellow flags waving.
Trying to rebuild bridges once again, isn't he, in Aprilia. Jorge Martin, it was at this Grand Prix last year where he came back from injury after all the contract turmoil, all the contract drama about him potentially looking to engineer a move to Honda for this year. Posted the press conference myself where Jorge said, no, I am confirming I am staying with Aprilia. Now building bridges after what we have to say were some pretty damning comments from Massimo Rivola, Aprilia Racing C. I mean, we heard Jack mention to Paolo Brno the fact that a mistake a world champion should not be making, the cold shower statement after their brilliance in Mugello. But I think that was one of the most telling and harshest comments that came from Rivola. He clearly was very, very angry. You know, I think this shows, I think, Lewis, the sort of pressure and tension that Aprilia, they know this is the best RGP they have ever manufactured. They know this is the best thing they're ever going to have a winner of GP World Championship. Spectacular act of self-sabotage once again by the Aprilia. But what was interesting was that Massimo Rivola said, I would not have any complaint if the penalty, if a double on lap was not more severe. This time MotoGP shot me, I mean, normally.
So they understand the pressure that's on them, and they understand the opportunity that what I expected Massimo Rivola to say when he was put in front of the media was, we win as a team, we lose as a team. Jorge understands the mistake he's made. He will learn from this. He'll not make that same mistake again. He was way, way stronger than that. So Massimo Rivola, I think, is also putting a bit of a line in the sand to say, we cannot afford any more of this, particularly with Marc Marquez still in town and likely to get stronger and stronger in the second half of the year.
And of course, Galopin Park's Sunday first lap controversy came just over a week after Rivola himself had chaired the big summit where he called all 4 Aprilia riders to the factory team's office in the paddock at Mugello after the sort of controversial incidents involving Ralph Fernandez and Jorge Martin in Barcelona to send out the clear message. You know, guys, as Jack mentioned once again into the Paolo Brno, you know, we expect you to race hard, but we expect you to race with respect. We put that Aprilia story to bed then and look to the future, and it looks like a very bright future for Trackhouse Aprilia, and for one Italian, I'm delighted to say he's back in the full-time capacity because he's now the new Superfile Trackhouse Aprilia team boss. Welcome back, Francesco Dotti joins Jack.
Yeah, he does indeed. After a few appearances in our commentary box, you're a brilliant co-commentator, Francesco, but I get the feeling you're an even better team manager. So welcome back.
What is it like to be back in the MotoGP paddock with team clothing on, ready to get down to business with the job you know and love?
Yeah, I mean, I hope to be better than a commentator. But yeah, it was a good experience also with TV. Sky Italy, I was the series, and I had a great time. But of course, be back on track full time as a team manager is another excitement. And yeah, really happy to be back, especially here, track out with a super team, young but already achieved a lot of goals and targets. So yeah, I'll try my best to
Certainly seems like an exciting project, Trackhouse, as you mentioned, new to the sport, American ownership as well, but want to be different, be unique to everybody else. So what do you make to the project? What was it about the project that attracted you to it? And what kind of a moment do you join Trackhouse racing?
Yeah, I mean, it's a moment where everybody has to look ahead and try to way in the direction to grow up and get the best out of what we have. Great passion, great motivation. So yeah, racing is in the DNA of the team. So yeah, looking forward to new challenge.
Is one of the first decisions you've got to make who's going to be riding these bikes in 2027, or has that decision already been made for you?
50-50, yeah. It's somehow already been made, now we have to finish.
So we just heard from Paolo Bedora saying that it looks like Ralph Fernandez is going to be trying the 850 for the factory team on Monday. How much of a positive sign is that with regard to his future in a career?
Yeah, I think we trust in Raul. He show his potential, and we have to help him to show the full potential more consistently.
Francesco, great to see you back. Look forward to chatting throughout the rest of the year. Hope you have a great first weekend.
Thank you, mate. Thank you.
Yeah, here. Thanks, Jack. Awesome to have Francesco Guidotti back in a team management role in the paddock. It's looked like for some time now the top pick for the American-based team has been Enea Bastianini, possibly going into Trackhouse Aprilia. It was certainly first, wasn't it? Aprilia flirting with the potential of an all-Italian lineup in 2027. We know their factory seats will be occupied by the cash-talking buddies Bagnaia and Bezzecchi. It looked like there's a few gossiping which has been taken up in Italy that maybe Trackhouse will be all-Italian role with Bastianini, maybe Luca Marini, who we know has been covered with by the factory Honda team. No winner seen for Marini in terms of 2027 seats with VR46. We know Fermin Aldeguer's going there. It looks like, given the fact that he's now, 25 successive wins, he's won all 21 races so far this season. Nicolo Biliga, who has turned World Superbikes into very much a one-man show so far in 2026. It does look like that win about Biliga, looking at once again the Valentino Rossi put as a former member of the VR46 Academy. That win is starting to pick up some serious momentum.
He's another rider, of course, who will have ample experience on not just Pirelli rubber from his World Superbike exploits, but from the Pirelli MotoGP rubber. And by the time he takes to the grid, if he does indeed at the start of next season, because he's effectively fulfilling that testing capacity for Ducati with an eye to the new generation of MotoGP that comes next year. And as Matt mentioned, we'll get our first taster of it on Monday in that behind closed doors test. Here is Brent Binder, of course. His and KTM's first MotoGP victory came here some 6 years ago, but as he arrives at Brno for the 2026 edition, it looks as if his spell in KTM Orange is starting to wind to a close.
Yeah, unfortunately, after that incredible start to his Premier Class career, that win here in 2020 was his third ever MotoGP race. There has been slim pickings since, just one more victory in the 120 MotoGP Grand Prix that have followed for Brad Binder, when he was scrapping for a ride on next year's grid. I believe his manager Bob Moore has been pushing hard. He's been trying to go on the hard sell for the South African at Trackhouse Aprilia himself. And it seems like the more doors are closing, unfortunately, and the 30-year-old are probably being open as we look at two Italians Marco Bezzecchi, and we know that we'll be for sure on the 2027 grid. To cover up what 2027 is all about, a reduction from 1000cc to 850cc. That's the first significant engine change since 2012. A Michelin tyre to quality tyres, Michelin of course have been the exclusive tyre supply in MotoGP since 2016. So for the first time in 11 years we'll have a new tyre supply in MotoGP. A complete blanket ban on the ride height devices and whole shot devices. So the bikes will look very, very different launching off the line, and certainly coming out of corners next year. And there's been a slight reduction as well, more tighter control on air. Less downforce, all of course, with the main aim of creating more overtaking, creating a better show for all of you fans tuning in all around the world, watching what is already the greatest motorsport show on earth. They're just trying to get that a little bit better and better. And also I think the emphasis as well is a lot of the rides have been thinking that maybe in the last few years with this massive booming aero, this massive booming ride height devices, other ride aids, that technologies on occasion has overrun talent. I think this is, we're going to try and find talent ruling over technology once again in the future.
Yeah, it's part of a prototype motorsport series such as MotoGP that not only is it the opportunity for the best riders in the world to showcase their talents, but also for the best engineers and for the best manufacturers to demonstrate what they're all about at MotoGP. So it's always about trying to find the balance between having the most sophisticated, the fastest motorcycles in the world, but also providing a stage for the best riders to truly show their talents. Marc Marquez describing yesterday that he expects the bikes potentially to be a little bit easier to ride, the lighter bikes for next season. We shall see. Of course, we'll get further clues as we go through the second half of this year and into next year. This pre-season is going to be so crucial next year, with so many riders likely to change manufacturers for next season. But it's going to be a condensed pre-season ahead of the opening Grand Prix of next season. Every lap, every kilometre you can get on this new generation of motorcycle is going to be like gold dust to be as ready as possible for 2027.
Fair play to Acosta and Vinales, who were on the floor very early on in this session. Acosta, once he's got back out into action, is third quickest with a 154.159, and Mario Vinales is up into seventh place after his early tip-off as well. Under the K-tip, Marquez once again flying through the first half of this lap. There's been some impressive start to this Grand Prix of Czechia for Marc Marquez. But what about his brother Alex? It's fantastic, isn't it, to see him back in action after what was undoubtedly the scariest clash of Alex's long Grand Prix career in Barcelona. He declared fit yesterday, back in action here this morning in Brno. Let's get some thoughts from Brazilian boss, but can you see with Jack?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure a lot of you have seen on social media yesterday the great images of the entire team welcoming it back to the box whilst wearing 73 t-shirts. Just firstly, before we touch on Alex's performance this morning and how the body's feeling yesterday, what were the emotions like welcoming Alex back to the box?
Yeah, it's true that it's really emotional to have him back here, so happy about that. And so now not so bad overall, but it's true that he has to be used again to ride the MotoGP bike, because you cannot compare with the bicycle or training with some other bikes, because MotoGP is MotoGP and we know it. And so it is just a matter of now to make laps by laps and understand what it means.
So you're just having a long conversation with Alex there after the first few laps this morning. What was he saying? How did the body react? Was he surprised at his ability on the bike?
At the beginning is better than expectation, but it's only the beginning, because the first runs is always the tough ones. Later, when the body will be told after the practice to understand which is the muscular form.
Looking ahead to Monday, we understand that one of your riders, Prix, is going to get the opportunity to maybe step into the factory box for the first time and try the new 850. Is that the case? And if so, how much of a reward is that for Prix after his recent win of the
Happy for him, because yes, the opportunity, of course, is a Ducati rider, and I think that he also deserves to ride new things, understand the new project for the future, and of course, he focused only on this GP, and then for the moment,
have a good one.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to the new boss, Kelly Massini. As you can understand, his poker face is as good as anybody's out there. Yeah, this has been impressive. This has been a super strong start, hasn't it, to this Grand Prix number 9 in 2026. Pecco Bagnaia is trying to make a game of it. We've got 2 factory Ducatis now at the top. Pecco's just punted in his best time of the session of 1:53.679, so he's now in the 53s. And what was a rather large gap of over 7/10 of a second between the rest of the chasing pack, the gap was cut down to just under 4/10, which is still a massive gap.
And we know that Pecco Bagnaia doesn't change tyres in Prix practice one either, so one would assume he's something the same rubber he started the morning with. He's now done 11 laps on those tyres. Race distance on Sunday afternoon is 21 laps. And it's not like the factory Ducati or the 2026 spec Ducati is a poor bike. Yes, it started the season by its own standards fairly poorly. Aprilia dominating the early stages of the season. They currently dominate all 3 championships, or certainly 2 of the 3. But Ducati have now won 3 of the last 5 Grand Prix, with Alex Marquez's victory back in Jerez, Fabio Di Giannantonio's victory in Barcelona, and Marc Marquez's victory in Balaton Park. So the steps that they have made to refine this 2026 spec of Ducati, and of course helping a fully fit Marc Marquez, certainly will help. It's fair to say that Aprilia's early season dominance has been trimmed somewhat.
There has been that kind of caveat next to Aprilia's startling start to the campaign. It has been brilliant, the best start they've ever made to a new campaign, but you've always felt like, yeah, this is Aprilia winning a whole bunch of Grand Prix, but they've not come up yet against a proper fully fit Marc Marquez, and we don't believe he is back to full fitness, whatever that may be. He said he's having to ride at the shoulder. It's feeling a lot different when he's on the bike compared to 2025. He was able to get a little bit of rest and recuperation last weekend, the welcome break after the stress of Mugello and Balaton back-to-back, although he was keeping himself in motorsport action. We saw Mark attend the Catalan Formula 1 Grand Prix. Pedro Acosta was there too. And thankfully, if you were tuning into the F1 coverage, as you'll see this morning, Marc Marquez is not a former MotoGP rider. Still very much at part of the event. We do believe, very sure, maybe possibly next week, that Marc Marquez's 3-year renewal with the factory could be confirmed in the next few days.
Yeah, we could be getting some news later on today in terms of the way MotoGP is ultimately going to look in 2027 and beyond, with press conference, we understand, likely to come over the course of the day. As you were well involved there with Jorge Martin for his issue, which certainly could tell that one. As you can see, he's going to get back on his second bike to rejoin this session. As we now take a look at the KTM of Pedro Acosta, who, as we also saw, was down at the start of the session. He's on his second bike and is up into the top 6.
Girl's strong start bodes well for a strong weekend, because normally he's sleeping on a Friday morning. A girl, the 3rd quickest, so close to a 53 himself is the Japanese rider. He at the moment is top Aprilia. And good rapid change very quickly, because as you can see on screens, armed with a new medium front tyre. Here's his teammate Ralph Fernandez. This will be going to pick me up, because there was no much of the weather on arrival to this Grand Prix of Czechia, and this will be tough. Any kind of illness takes a bit of a stepping out of you. In these hot conditions, everything's going to be as high as 30 degrees, and well, on cue, Ralph Fernandez is indeed wrestle 3rd place away from the Gurasan. So he's been a 1:53.807, the 3rd rider this morning. He's in the 53s.
Ducati 1-2. Here is the second of those. Pecco Bagnaia, Trackhouse Aprilia 3-4. Fernandez, Dora, and then got Ducati's 5th and 6th. Aldeguer and Di Giannantonio. First KTM, now 7th Acosta. First Honda 8th. Luca Marini. And the first of the Yamahas at the moment is just outside the top 10. That is Fabio Quartararo, who's currently in 11th place. The second off the pace on a 1:54.3. Toprak Rasgatioglu also going well on the Pramac Yamaha in 14th place, but Fabio Quartararo already showing signs that he is far happier around Brno than he was at any stage around Balaton Park.
Bagnaia is getting destroyed by Marc Marquez. Most people are in that second sector, nearly a quarter of a second down on the best time in that second split, but still the 29-year-old Italian arrives here in Brno, podiums in 3 Grand Prix in succession. First time he's won is that since Austin, Qatar and Jerez. back at the start of 2025. 52nd MotoGP podium last time out for Pecco. As far as Andrea Dovizioso in 10th place. In the all-time list, we now with a Ducati 1, 2, 3. It's Fermin Aldeguer there. Qualifies in a 153.779, which is a pretty impressive lap time. And Aldeguer was precisely a 10th of a second behind Bagnaia.
Get a good idea of the undulation change around this Brno circuit, particularly through this final sector. You make your way down to the Schwanz curve at turn 10 and drop downhill, and then you're climbing uphill, up horsepower hill. You can just see it there. It would have been an example of it, which isn't necessarily as easy to work out from the normal camera shot of just how steep it is up to the top of turn 13 before you make your way to the final corner of 14. I haven't covered the circuit on foot, but I learn from those that have that it is particularly punishing if you are trying to make your way up horsepower hill on foot.
Back in my youth, back when I had a lot more energy than I have these days, I used to sort of try and run on Thursdays at Grand Prix circuit. I remember coming when I was in that phase, I got to horsepower hill and I was just like, what are you doing? Yeah, absolutely. That fourth sector we're in, it's pretty unique because it's almost entirely uphill. And the difference, I've always just mentioned, there is spectacular undulation around this Brno circuit. The difference between the highest and lowest point around the track is 73 metres. Really, there's got the biggest undulation of the entire Grand Prix calendar. Joan comes to Ricciardo up into fourth place with a 153.717. Unfortunately, after he got a bit of a whack from Bastianini, and when so free joined, got to the air through along that penalty with Balaton at the first corner. And another double DNF that followed, or another DNF for the 28-year-old Spaniard. And he comes to Brno for a track where he's DNF'd in all three previous appearances for MotoGP. And look, he's not been the side in Northern because on every occasion he's been taken out by another rider. Alex Marquez came him out here last year. He was taken out by John Dark and Frankie Morbidelli in an interim lap 1 in 2019. And then he was skittled out by Ike Lecuona in 2020. So a rider that's going to be looking for a big transformation in the fortune around Brno is going to be Joan Mir.
Well, Martin now up into 8th place. As I put some pressure on, of course, had to, because the tyres he was using with the final session on the bike that broke down. He's now got himself down to a 154.149. This is looking good for Raul Fernandez, who's already split the factory Ducatis, and he's to close the gap still further on Marquez. Fernandez does that with a 153.5. He's now 2/10 off the world champion.
Mir's got into the top 3 because, as you can see, he's on fresh rubber, front and rear. Here he is on the 36 factory Honda. Despite the fact he is moving on to the Brazilian Ducati, we believe, next year. We are told that he will represent HRC here and we run the 850cc test. So we'll track Mir as he powers up horsepower hill. And hard on the brakes. Just looking in task. Pivoting right to get him set up for the left-hander here. Now through the final corner. Look at that knee and elbow dragging on the tarmac for Mir. This might be a top 2 lap. Mir, top 3 it is. 153.523, but as mentioned, he is out on that fresh combination.
Medium front, medium rear for Mir. Soft front, medium rear for Jorge Martin. As he now drops through the Schwanz curve and begins that ascent up towards the end of the lap. Ahead of him is Matt Vinales, who we saw on the floor at the very start of the session. Vinales has got himself up into 15th place now at 154.3. He is a second off the pace. Alex Marquez has also just improved incidentally on his Ducati. He's now a second and a quarter off the pace. He's now up into P16.
A little bit of a stick to start to this Brno Grand Prix. The 28-year-old Italian was third in the sprint here last year. A double KTM podium, wasn't it? In the sprint here. He was fighting for the podium and he crashed out on lap 7 in the Grand Prix as well. The beast knocked down in 21st. Hasn't been anywhere near the low 154s at the moment. Has a nail. 154.894 has been his best work so far. That's left him almost 1.6 seconds away from Marc Marquez. 4:10 he is clear of Cal Crutchlow. Driven away in 19th after his early fall at turn 8.
Here's the World Championship leader, who would appear to have changed front tyre in this session. He's on his soft front tyre now, same medium rear that he started the session with. It's generally not something that Bezzecchi gets
suck it into, putting fresh rubber in for a Hollywood lap time on a Friday morning. And we generally do see the Aprilias also just get stronger and stronger as we go through the weekend. We saw it in Mugello and Ducati looked like they had the edge on them on Friday, and the tables turned significantly when we got to Saturday. So although he's in 12th place, I don't think Marco Bezzecchi will be pushing the panic button just yet.
We've seen both of the Aprilias offloading at different stages of this morning's 45-minute session. Finds in another mid to the high 153. It's been a pretty impressive late run this by the Spanish rider on those fresh Michelin medium tyres. It's great to watch. Love watching Joan there. Look at that, he lights up that Michelin rear tyre. Just over 110 km an hour going through turn 3. Just behind him there is top up Raz Gatli-Audrey, who left Balaton Park with the best Grand Prix finish, 11th over the line, a best sprint as well, and before the tour, 13 on the Czechia flag, so plenty to build on for Raz Gatli-Audrey coming into this night of Grand Prix campaign. Also now armed with a fresh front tyre. This is the same strategy employed by his teammate Raul Fernandez. His Ayagura then, brand new medium front, and this could be propelling Agura back into the top 3.
That's it, sounds like someone's on the floor. Marc Marquez is the rider on the floor, so what has been a very impressive Friday morning so far for Marc Marquez. Looks like it's ended early down at turn 7.
Yeah, in the stadium section, those hillsides should be packed here on Sunday. So yeah, that was a bit of a bottom of the copybook, isn't it, for the 93. Maybe just a little bit offline there, maybe slightly offline on the 30 part of the track. Maybe a little bit more lean angle than he was carrying before. Yeah, it looked like he was a bit wide there. Just stayed a fraction offline, had Marc Marquez, so yeah, he took his back through the gravel track. No significant damage done to his factory Ducati, and more importantly, no significant damage done to Marc Marquez's body.
That's been really practice that session that comes in a few moments' time. Didn't look like he was going to massive rush, did he? To get himself back to the Ducati pit box. So we'll see whether Marc Marquez takes a part in that. It's Fabio Quartararo on the Yamaha now, who's taken second place. Within a couple of tenths, we've got Quartararo, Fernandez and Mir all on 153.5. 200 covers the 3 of them. Here is the 2021 World Champion, and a much needed pick-me-up for Fabio.
Not half. Fabio Quartararo is having the toughest time of his MotoGP career at the moment, no question about that. He's gone back-to-back rounds without a point in the sprint in the Grand Prix for the first time in his career. No points in Mugello, nil flat as well in Balaton Park. And there's been kind of accusations that, I think Fabio's mentioned himself, he's finding it hard to keep motivated. I've got to say that he's been phoning in of late on that factory Yamaha. But clearly at the moment, Fabio Quartararo has been struggling to get performance with that movie for Talden one. As a consequence, struggling to get some motivation to beat as well.
Yeah, you can understand, I guess, if you're on Fabio Quartararo's side, given how many years he has been riding an uncompetitive Yamaha, certainly uncompetitive relative to Ducati and in more recent times Aprilia. But I guess if you're being hard on Fabio, he's been very well remunerated by the Yamaha squad. And with that, they would expect the very best that Fabio has to offer. But certainly there's no doubt about it that if the Yamaha is in a position to be competitive, you just know that the 2021 World Champion will unlock the absolute maximum from it.
On the bound, of course, in 2027 is Fabio Quartararo, so moving from one Japanese manufacturer to another. Checker flag then is out to complete our opening session here in the Grand Prix of Czechia. A rush start for Pedro Acosta. He picked up rather actually at turn 9 at the start of the session. And that right hand that brings you down into turn 10 with Schwab's corner. Hope a little bit of a sense of where we're going to go up Horsepower Hill. A special press conference then coming up very, very soon. We are believing there's going to be some more concrete details announced about a renewed agreement between the Motorsport and MotoGP Sport Entertainment Group and all manufacturers involved in the MotoGP World Championship. Imminent 5-year agreement potentially in points coming up. Hang on, that'll look next 45 minutes or so here live on MotoGP.com.
Marc Marquez is now back at the factory Ducati box, so we should expect him to take a full time in the practice start session to come. A minor blot on the copybook for Marc Marquez in what otherwise was a very impressive morning session for the reigning world champion, who once again is doing a very good job of contradicting his own predictions and expectations for the weekend.
Well, P1 was a number that he saw next to his name pretty much throughout that Balaton Park weekend. And it's going to be P1 for Marc Marquez at the end of the opening session here in Brno. You can just see the comparison between the line he was on and the line that Laz Gatlioglu was on the wedge behind him. It just looked like Marc was just it strayed a little bit offline there. Front tyre just could not hang in there underneath it.
So of course, when Jorge Martin of course took the 1 lap penalty practice, just how dusty it is offline. You only have to be a metre or two wide to have a serious loss of grip. A very small mistake, but for Marc Marquez it sent into the gravel track.
Fabio Quartararo there. A much needed lift, a much needed morale boost for Fabio as he tries to pop a wheelie up that horsepower hill. He fired in a 153.503. Later on, that was exactly 2 tenths of a second behind Marc Marquez. He was 100 clear of Raul Fernandez, who in turn was 100th of a second clear of Joan Mir. Both Trackhouse Aprilias. Some start for Francesco Guidotti in his new uniform. His boys, 3rd and 5th respectively in that session. 6th place for Bagnaia. Almaguer, who we saw in an All Ducati top split at one stage in that session. He ended up on 7th for Gian Antonio. Costa 9th after his early spill at turn 9. And Luca Marini completing the top 10. So both factory Hondas inside that top 10 as well this morning.
So Ducati quickest, Yamaha 2nd, Aprilia 3rd, Honda 4th. Let's complete the first session of the weekend. First of the KTMs was Pedro Costa in 9th. World Championship leader Marco Bezzecchi, well, as mentioned, I don't think he'll be in any respect panicking at this stage to finish down in 16th place. Did change front tyre, but technically did the entire morning session on the same rear tyre. Bezzecchi will be saving his best when it really matters. It took 1 hour practice session to come up this afternoon in what are going to be baking hot conditions here in Brno, coming at around about 3 o'clock later on this afternoon.
Yeah, Marco Bezzecchi, I remember on a Friday in Brazil in Goiânia, he had a bit of a shocking start, found himself in Q1, came through the qualifying on the front row and then won the Grand Prix. So shaky starts, don't tend to disrupt the rhythm of Bez too often. Today, already a 4-time MotoGP winner here in Brno. Another win here last year, of course, to become the first Ducati rider in history at that stage to win 5 successive Grand Prix. That winning streak went on to eventually get 7 successive double victories. As Martinez back in then, 14th place, and a broken down factory Aprilia for the Marco to another session. We're going to debrief with his crew chief Daniele Ramagnoli. Romeo, good session. We do know that his 53.523 did come on a brand new set of Michelin medium tyres. So we always say you're still going to get out there and get the job done and do the business. We are set there for him.
Not a start coming up tomorrow afternoon or on Sunday, where there'll be quite the same tension as we had in Balaton Park a couple of weeks ago. Whether that contributed anyway to the mistake of Jorge Martin and the ultimate collision we saw involving 5 riders at turn 1. Only Jorge will truly know, but it's certainly a circuit where overtaking is easier here in Brno. Of course, many streets and keeping expense around this Brno circuit. Jorge Martin is pit lane alongside a rider who knows very well, Diogo Moreira, so hopefully we won't see quite so much desperation from some of the MotoGP field at the first corner. The whole race shouldn't all hinge on that run to turn 1 in the same way that Prix did it.
Exiting the pitch. Yeah, Marc Marquez, as he so often does, he spoke so brilliantly, so eloquently, and he was asked for his own personal views on the controversial start in Balaton. And Mark said, well, we do 2 practice starts at the end of FP1. Of course, then we do race starts for the sprint on Saturday afternoon. And then we do race starts for the Grand Prix on Sunday from grid provisions. And Mark was talking about all the practice start sessions around the circuit. So he said, we do 4 practice starts across the weekend. So by the time it comes to the main Grand Prix on Sunday, we're so dialed in. We know exactly where the optimal point is to brake. And so we're looking at everybody is right on the limit. Everybody's trying to jostle for position. And mistakes will happen. So we do 44 race starts in the season. So we know that the most dangerous part of a sprint on the Grand Prix can be in that first corner. It's quite a suggestion that maybe the hot start device, whole shot device, that have contributed to some of the sort of nasty incidents we've seen so far this year. But the riders have been pretty keen to sort of play down that fact. They just say that it's just the fact we're doing so many starts now across the course of the weekend that we're all dialed in and we're all banging the money when it comes to braking for the first time.
And of course, the Moto3 Sports Entertainment Group sporting director, Carlos Spalletta, he joined us in the commentary box in the recent past. In fact, joined us in the cello, didn't he? And of course, we described some of the steps that they're perhaps looking to make to try and make Grand Prix starts as safe as possible. One of the options being looked at potentially to build a bit of extra space in between each row of the grid, which is certainly not off the table either.
Yeah, make the most of this, folks, because you will not see MotoGP bikes sitting this low when they fire away from the start lines in 2027. All star devices, all ride high devices, a blanket ban on all of that technology. We'll tell you right now, we've said it so often, 2026 is the best start of motorcycling Grand Prix, barely any air between tarmac and Jorge Martin's front tyre as they dump the clutch.
One idea of how dirtier it is offline. That's a good demonstration. Looking overhead from the drone shot, you can see the difference in colour from the tarmac on the pit wall side to the tarmac on the racing line down the left as the riders go down the main straight. That just gives you an idea of potentially what Marc Marquez was facing when he was perhaps a metre or half a metre offline going through the left-hander of turn 7, and how little grip he would have had when he took the front.
Close session, even though we saw several riders on different tyre strategies in that session. The factory, the Catis in particular, not out on fresh rubber. You know, Fabio Quartararo was out on a new set of tyres as once again Jorge Martin. This is the 3rd time we've seen him practice this long lap. Twice he had to come through it on Sunday. That was brilliant, wasn't it, by Jorge Martin. Look at him there, you saw him on the green on the exit of the long lap penalty route. That will not be a factor in the factory, but the riders on the team have been informed that we were perfectly entitled to use the green on the exit of the long lap penalty route, purely for the fact that it's going to help you have a safe rejoin on circuit. That's brilliant by her. Elbow down almost through the long lap penalty route. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, and they can see already the lines that he's left, the rubber that he's put down on the green tarmac there, and of course the knee down is allowed to be outside of the long lap penalty loop as long as your 2 tyres are within the confines of the long lap penalty loop. That is a-okay.
You will escape any kind of track limit sanction if you're in the long lap penalty loop and on the green, assuming you do not gain any kind of advantage, which will be keeping the MotoGP stewards very, very busy this weekend.
Sure, Prix will also be in very close conversations with the stewards just to understand what are we allowed to do and what are we not allowed to do. That is going to be key to Jorge Martin's race.
He's not on a MotoGP bike, he's not on his push bike. He's going to be very well rehearsed in the long lap loop, isn't he, Jorge Martin? Once again. Absolutely rocket off the line, isn't it? Absolutely rocket. How early is Martin in the breaking for turn 1 here on Saturday and Sunday, do you feel?
Well, I guess the problem he has, and I think the riders discussed this yesterday, is if you break it earlier than you're supposed to the first corner, you could quite easily find yourself getting rear-ended by someone behind you, because you'd expect that Jorge Martin would have a good few riders behind him on the grid
wherever he qualifies, even allowing for his issues getting a qualifying time out of the front. He'll generally be starting somewhere near the front, so you've almost got to attack. You've got to be on the limits. If not, you could find yourself in trouble from the other end.
What about Frankie Morbidelli back in Brno for the first time since he almost won the Grand Prix here back in 2020? Of course, a really nasty accident that Frankie had in the Saxon Ring Sprint last year when he was not fit to take part in last year's Grand Prix of Czechia. And he's having a rough old time, a tough old time, isn't he? The 31-year-old Italian. He has scored points in all 8 Grand Prix so far this year. Only a pair of top 10s in Catalunya and Brno. Just cannot get any grip. Zero grip front and rear right now. 30 number 21. Once again. World Superbike. I had it last weekend. Frankie Morbidelli in the serious consideration potentially to slot in as Nicolo Bulliger's factory Ducati replacement there next year. There's some shot, isn't it? I mean, John Reifel might have some competition here for the best long lap ever in Brno.
You can see once again that rubber that Martin has laid down. He's, I guess, going to be coming through that at the end of every session. Through warm-up, he's going to be going through there, because it's worth reminding you that that double on that penalty only applies for Sunday's 21-lap Czech Grand Prix. It does not apply to tomorrow's Tissot Sprint. So that's another element of Jorge Martin's weekend worth reflecting on. The sprint is the big opportunity for Martin to try and maximise his points this weekend, because he will not serve the double long lap tomorrow. He will serve it on Sunday.
Into pit then comes Jorge Martin. Half a dozen times then you've seen him through the long lap points route. It's Marc Marquez that has set his stall out early. He has laid down an early marker. As mentioned, a lot of different strategies at play in that session, but it's still mighty close. Fab Binder, 2020 Brno winner, down in 17th place, not even a second behind Marc Marquez. So a second covering the top 17 riders. 53.303 is the time that tops the lot though. Marc Marquez exactly 2/10 faster than Fabio Quartararo. Pedro Costa. Coming into the factory KTM garage. Really bit of a embrace with Paul Trevathan, pit buyer there. Of course, KTM Motorsport director. A very close eye on what happens here on Monday. CC era. Stand up left-hand corner of pictures with the laptop of Sebastian Risa, technical guru at KTM. And Alex Marquez, how did Alex go on that? 18th. Well, the top line on Charter, of course, lead medic in the MotoGP World Championship, was checking it all day okay. But with Alex, he was more concerned about the recovering collarbone. I think he smashed it to 4 different places. It sounded like a real nasty multiple fracture on the right collarbone for Alex. Steady away though, very impressive. At a 154.519 with 13 laps, which was pretty much on par with what everybody else was doing. 18th he was at the checkered flag. That's a very encouraging return to action for the number 73.
Yeah, it's difficult to have any sort of target for Alex Marquez or any expectation, but if he gets to Q2 this afternoon into the top 10, he would have done a phenomenal job given the physical limitations he is surely riding with. But the thumbs up and the nod to Dr. Untitled Chapter would indicate that he's going to continue through the weekend. His brother Mark, though, beginning the weekend on top. Pre-practice 1 goes the way of the world champion. Fabio Quartararo second for Yamaha. Ralph Fernandez third for Trackhouse Aprilia. And Joan Mir fourth, factory Honda. Aigura fifth, second of the track houses. Then sort of Bagnaia rather goes to Gian Antonio Costa, who was down early on in the session. And Luca Marini 10th. Toprak in 11th, ahead of Alex Rins. Maverick Vinales, who was another early faller. Martino had some technical issues. Morbidelli 50th, ahead of front leader Marco Bezzecchi. Brad Binder in 17th. Alex Marquez returns to action in P18, ahead of one of our other early fallers, Diogo Moreira, Jack Miller, Enea Bastianini, and Cal Crutchlow complete the 22.
So Marc Marquez fastest then. With that second in his best number 1, 53.303 coming. They didn't change tyres, really needed that for the whole session before he had the late crash at turn 7.
Fabio Quartararo did change tyres, as you can see there. Brand new medium front, medium rear for his final run. That saw him take a sizable jump up the order, all the way up into second.
17 laps was Ralph Fernandez's work this morning, climbing off his sick bed and impressing with a 1:53.513, helped by a medium front for that second stint.
Looking to break his Brno jinx this weekend is Joan Mir. Like Fabio Quartararo, he changed to brand new medium front and rear tyres to get himself into the 53s later on, taking fourth.
Expect to see Marc Marquez again feature properly in the second time. Second he was Aguilera. Was rapid in the first, but closer to 3,000 clear mark.
Yeah, there's a pattern developing from here on in. It's Marc Marquez fastest in sector 2 from Ralph Fernandez.
Quickest also in sector 3 as you build towards Horsepower Hill. Aldeguer and Mir, his closest competition.
And up that hill, it's a factory Ducati 1-2 with Marc Marquez just edging out his teammate Paco Bagnaia.
Well, momentum and confidence are two wonderful things to have in your locker, aren't they, in the MotoGP World Championship? And after his sprint victory and Grand Prix win double in Balaton Park a couple of weeks ago, there's confidence and momentum that Marc Marquez, the reigning world champion, has in abundance. And despite a clash at turn 7, the factory Ducati rider leads the way here after our opening session in Brno. Q2 places will be coming up next later on this afternoon.
Round 9 of the 2026 MotoGP season is underway from a true classic venue and destination. The Czech Republic has been welcoming millions of motorcycle racing fans throughout its long history in the sport, and this year will be no different. The MotoGP show has landed in Brno. It's Free Practice Friday here at the Automotodrom Brno, and you join us live and trackside here in the east of the Czech Republic for what is the all-important practice sessions. The top 14 will go straight into Q2 qualifying tomorrow. Everyone else is going to be left to fight it out in Q1, where the top 4 will graduate into the post shootout. Conditions, as you can see, are about as ideal as you could expect, and lap record pace will be the order of the afternoon. We've already seen the times tumble in the morning, and Hakim Benish on his first visit here was in the 204, so expect a few more to join him this afternoon. You're joining us though, Kiko Giles here, Elliot York next to me. We're going to be taking you through the action, and it was Denish who was the rider to beat this morning now, but this is where it matters. This is practice.
It goes everyone in the history books. Good afternoon, mate. Hello to everyone tuning in for the afternoon sessions here. A very sunny Automotodrom Brno. It's arguably a bit too warm for the riders and fans flocking here on Friday, but we can't complain at all about the weather. It's set to stay like this throughout the weekend, which is brilliant news for the fans, brilliant news for us with an aircon commentary box, and brilliant news for the riders and teams as well. To get a consistent weekend of action under their belt, of course, we can't guarantee that, but forecasts do suggest that, which is brilliant to hear and see. And yeah, brilliant to see Hakim Benish up inside that top 3, leading the way in FP1. He's not topped a Friday afternoon since the Catalan Grand Prix, I do believe. So it'll be interesting if Benish can carry that form over into this afternoon. Completely different conditions in terms of track temperature. It's definitely risen somewhat compared to a few hours ago this morning, so that adds a little bit of a challenge for the riders this afternoon, but it should be a really, really good session for the Moto3 riders. And it's going to be interesting where Quiles lies at the end of play. P5 this morning, nothing to worry about for the championship leader. A decent session. He won't really care that he was pretty much 8 tenths away from Benish. Lots of different riders pushing in the latter stages, some others not doing so more than others. Quiles, one of those, but expect Max Mercedes to be right to the sharp in this.
He only needs to be in the top 14. He won't want to be leaving it too late, of course, to get out there and set that lap time, but at 5th this morning, and top 5 will do it again this afternoon. David Almanza was in good form this morning, 2nd at the checkered flag, so just keep an eye on him. We know he's quick over one lap. We know he's quick on Fridays, Saturdays and nights of this year's Sunday, so keep an eye on the number 22, but the only one in the 204s was this morning. That was Hakim Benish, who said a 204.9380 your reference lap time coming up. I expect a fair few riders to be in and around the 204s. I think you're going to need to be at least 205.5 to be guaranteeing yourself a spot in the top 14 directly. Worth noting, of course, as we have a look at Marco Morelli, that yes, conditions are perfect, as you quite rightly say, it is maybe a bit too hot, so temperatures are only going to rise up all the way through the afternoon, so it's really important to get a good lap, a good banker early in this session, whilst conditions are still pretty decent, because it can get too hot, and we saw across all 3 classes this morning, Moto3, Moto2 and also MotoGP, that there were a few crashes, and it's greasy and it's slippery out there.
Yeah, 31 degrees was the ground temperature this morning, air temperature 25. It's written above 30 degrees, 29 degrees / 30 degrees, whatever you want to believe, but pretty much around the 30 mark. So not sure what track temperatures are as things stand. Haven't got that information in the commentary box, but if we do get it at some point, we'll bring it to you. Maybe the graphic will appear at some stage, but it's going to be well into the 40s, if not deeper into the 50s. So yeah, it's going to be a bit greasy out there. So different kind of track conditions to what we had this morning. So it's going to be interesting who deals with that best, who deals with quickest as well, who comes flying out of the blocks to get themselves up inside that top 14 early going. Expecting this rider on the screen to be one of those.
And he was the one to do it earlier on today. A really good lap time towards the end of the session, and that put him just over 3 tenths clear of David London. Not many riders to turn have been able to do that this year on the 22. 35 minutes of Moto3 practice to get going. Not easy places. Guido's been. He does struggle just to get out there of pit lane. It crashed for him this morning. It seemed like it was a big high side for him. So Guido Pini, unfortunately, is living up to his reputation a little bit too much this morning. But again, we'll be looking to try and make it back-to-back Q2 appearances in 2026, and in Q2 for the first time on European territory last time out in Hungary. We'll be looking to try and do the same again here in Czechia. We're having a look at Matteo Bertelli. Good reason as well. We didn't see him go back out earlier on after his massive crash at the final corner, and to add insult to injury, he gets a little bit of a slap in the wrist and a fine for I think it was pit lane infringement, speeding in pit lane, I believe.
I think he was going out with a red.
That's it, with a red flag was there.
So just bolted a little bit too early from pit lane, did Bertelli. So yes, he's got some economic fine. So maybe we now don't get any Christmas presents from Bertelli. No. He's had to spend a little bit more money. That's unfortunate for us, and of course for Bertelli as well. Joking aside, it's great to see Bertelli back on circuit because it was a big one at the final corner. It took him a little bit of time to get into back onto his feet as well, which is understandable. Thankfully, after all the injury woes that Bertelli went through last season, he does look all okay, and fingers crossed we can have a clean run of things this afternoon.
Yeah, he'll want to get straight into Q2 as well. You don't really want to be putting yourself in the jungle of Q1. He got through last time out. He was 12th in Hungary, but he didn't make it when his home GP. He had to force it through Q1 because he did flex out. Fellow O'Hara, Guido Pini. David Battaglia on the screen to 27 this morning. His quick time to work this one out. So National Armours on the Team Asia machines. A little bit further down the order, we're used to seeing Tani down there, but less so Vader Batama. Should note that applications for the Moto4 Asia Cup are open, or will be open on the 26th of June, so get yourselves ready for that. It's a week's time, next Friday, when we are green for this exact same session in Assen. You'll be able to, if you are listening and thinking about getting down and with it for Moto4 Asia Cup action, you can apply from one of the participating companies based in Asia plus or Australasia or China.
Yeah, looking forward to that class getting going again once we get to Japan, and that end of the season fast approaching now, isn't it? Slowly creeping towards summer. It's what I believe really Thailand was at the end of February, and now we're already midway through June.
As I said earlier, we are now closer to the overseas rounds than we are to the start of the season. I was doing a little bit of filming yesterday with Maverick Vignales and the Airbus community. You should have seen their heads drop when I rolled that one out of wow, exactly. When I walked into hospitality, but I did get a couple of free red balls just to keep the energy levels up here in Coventry on Friday. Normally a problem, but of course some of us, Italians out there, maybe don't want to listen to this next bit, but some of us were watching the World Cup on Wednesday when we landed in Brno, and obviously as two being English, we're supporting the Three Lions.
Absolutely, yeah, good do on Wednesday, and yeah, can't speak highly enough of Brno. What's happening with our carpe? It's definitely exceeding track limits.
The exceeding bit of track limits.
A little bit too wide there for Carpe, just pushing the limits of the final corner. Saw Vader Batama do that a couple of moments ago as well. So just fine limits, and obviously the other side of things, it looks right. So that's the main thing for Carpe. He can't afford a crash on Friday. He's had a few too many crashes and mistakes on Friday afternoons with Alvaro Carpe. Definitely work on a Sunday, 3 podiums in a row for Carpe, trying to keep tabs on Max Quiles, who rises to P1 in the session, the only rider as of yet, apart from leading to Giuseppe to set back time. So the session is officially underway now in terms of lap time.
off and make that apex. It's tricky there at turn 2. We've seen it in years gone by. You can have a little bit of shoulder charging, a bit of elbow rubbing down there. It's the first real big braking area on this track. Keep your momentum through 4, and it's all about trying to keep it all the way through this track. Ready, turn 5, so important because it gives you the best line possible. Run out to the curb, back across the turn 6. On Sunday, you're going to be seeing a massive wall of fans through here. This is the stadium section at turn 7. Long lap penalty off to the right hand side. Jorge Martin will already be getting familiar with that up in MotoGP. This is through the left and right of 8 and 9. This is where Pedro Costa fell earlier on today on Friday morning. Very Mugello-esque, this probably with a few longer straights, and then down through the forest and through the trees, down into turn 10, the Schwartz corner. And yeah, this is fast. This is right at the bottom of the hill. It gets faster all the way in there. He drops away as Max Keeler just has a little bit of a moment, runs out wide, and then the climb back up the hill. Not so bad on a motorbike, pretty bad if you're on foot, particularly if you're me. Coming through turns 11 and 12. Bit of a short, sharp flip-flop that one. And then if you mess it up, then you can be sure to be pounced on. This is all the way up to the final 13 and 14, the final big chicane. It rises up to a plateau here. You're still going uphill, but it's a little bit flatter. 13, 14, so important on a qualifying lap to get the best line, to get to the line and keep you run all the way down the straight. But in a battle, you just want to be having track position. Keyless comes across the line. That's how you do it. 2:05.630 for Max Keyless as we jumped on board with him for this. What is a resplendent, beautiful Brno circuit. And just looking at what Max Keyless was able to do this morning, that is his fastest time of the weekend thus far by about a tenth of a second.
Yeah, no surprise as well. Keyless taking us for a tour around the Brno circuit. Absolutely magnificent. I've never met or heard anyone that has a remote disliking for this place. Riders who absolutely love it, and you just saw how fast it's flowing and undulating. This brilliant circuit here. Carpe then, after running wide at the final corner on his last lap, completes it this time around nice and safely and rises up into P3. That was Pini behind him on the Leopard Honda. It was on the Leopard, I don't know, pretty sure it was Pini because it's on the Tour de Prix muscle. That's why it's with the team. Pini only completed 3 laps this morning, so a real crucial session for Pini to just get some laps on the board. First time here on a Honda course as well, was on pole position last year on the KTM that we're watching now. David Almanza sets a new benchmark.
Yeah, that lap time of Kilos being obliterated by just over 3.5 tenths of a second, 2:05.271. That is a fraction slower than what Almanza himself managed to do this morning. But as I said earlier in the show, it's important to get a good banker, good lap time out there, straight out the crate, because the conditions do come up, or yellow flags, or riders on the racing line looking for a tow, which is really important around here, particularly up this bit of the track. This is 11 and 12. Slipstream so important, so just keep your eyes out for a little bit of dawdling perhaps when we get towards the end of the session. If we're watching Max Keyless, I can tell you the yellow flags are out turn 7, and it's for his teammate Marco Morelli has gone down. That's such a long lap, so Marco Morelli, easy done. He's in good company. Marc Marquez went down there a little bit earlier on today at the end of FP1 in MotoGP, so Marco Morelli's obviously found the limit of adhesion at turn 7. Nico Tyrrell now realises that his team's got a little bit of work to do to keep Marco Morelli up inside the top 14 places. Just seeing he's being helped away, and I just saw that the graphic has been changed to turn 6, so I just wonder, are we about to see a high side? We're going to catch the end of it, but judging by the way that bike's bouncing and he's rolling, that was a high side on the exit at turn 6, and he's ended up on the inside at 7. Big one from Morelli, but good to see him up on his feet.
Yeah, another crash at turn 6. I can't remember who crashed down there this morning, but there was another one down at turn 6. So 2 crashes at a corner we're not used to seeing. Morelli up on his feet, which is okay, but that looked a big one, and now we have another yellow flag at turn 7, which quickly disappears, thankfully.
I think it was Salmella earlier on at turn 6, wasn't it? So but that looked more like it was on entry, so we'll have to wait and see. As Max Keyless just comes through the spot where you see all the rocks and stones and gravel all over the track there, as they come in that change of direction through 6 and 7. As we have a look at Brian Iriarte, he's towing round Casey O'Gorman. Casey O'Gorman was
very, very strong this morning, up in 7th place, the Irishman. So keep an eye on him. Uriarte was 12th. He did have the honour of being top of Uriarte, though, because his cousin Marcos is out there this weekend in place of David Munoz, who's recovering after his latest operation. Marcos Uriarte and Brno Uriarte still in battle. And Brno Uriarte at the moment not going too shabbily at all, up there in 8th place, as I say, just outside the top 10 this morning. Valentin Peroni on the quick look at him now, 13th at the moment, expect him to come good, but again Al, 15th out the crate on a Friday morning. That is not the first time that the number 73 has been languishing somewhere.
No, not quite the fit in the heights of last year has been number 73, unfortunately. Valentin Peroni was well in that podium mix, of course, last time out over in Hungary, so I think he's podium that in 2025, but then was obviously caught up with Italy in the Munoz crash. Of course, sent our best wishes to Munoz for speedy recovery once again for the number 64. Fingers crossed to see him back on track as soon as possible. So yeah, get well soon to Munoz, but unfortunately for Peroni to suffer a DNF. The podium was on the cards. Decent all points are definitely on the cards for the 73 as he fighting his way through the traffic here towards the end of it. That we focusing on Kenny O'Shea, and rightly so, because O'Shea is on decent lap time over in Hungary. O'Shea was a rider that just didn't get along with the Balaton Park circuit at all. Both he and Joel Kelso knew going into the weekend it wouldn't suit their style nor the bikes, but Brno a little bit more, and O'Shea rises to P4 with that time for the number.
Yes, and top hot as well, which is always worth pointing out. He's just had a page of Rios, who's in that 5th place, which he dropped on a Saturday afternoon. He did 5th on the grid for the last 3 GPs. So, Pedro Rios, keep an eye on him tomorrow when we go green to qualify, because Rios has been a little bit of a pickle over the last month or so. In Moto3 qualifying. He's pushed back a place at the moment. I think Denise rises to 5th, but we're looking at David Almanza, who's looking to move those Gold Coasts again. Does he do so? Yes, he does, and pretty much keeps all of his time through that final sector as well, and doing it on his own without any slip through more effort. So good job, David. And number 22 with P1 on a 2:05.167. That is his fastest lap time of the weekend thus far, and now he's just cut the tenth away from setting the fastest lap time of the weekend.
Yeah, good stuff from Almanza. Interesting to see once again that Almanza and Quiles, two of the riders who are often seen lapping alone and enjoying doing so, have managed to find some free track time and not got anyone disturbing them. And it's the two of them who are top of the timesheets and by a considerable margin as well. Almanza just stretching a 10th and a half clear of Quiles, and Carpe is just under half a second away from Quiles and over 6/10 away as things stand. So once again, as we saw in Hungary, as we're looking at it right now, it's Almanza versus Quiles at the top of the time sheet.
We saw it in Brno, we saw it in Guyana, we saw it last time out in Hungary. Almanza and Quiles. Almanza might not be second in the championship, but he has been missing for a couple of rounds, so expect that again, these two, they are the cream of the field, and Quiles has probably got a little bit of a step on Almanza as it stands at the moment, but David Almanza riding very, very well indeed in 2026. And also, this afternoon, as we count down the minutes, this is Rico Sarmela. Good to see the Finn is back out there. He got back out early and was 20th earlier on in the second, so Rico Sarmela now moves up to 7th place, and a little bit slips under the belt. That's as Efrain Cruz says, just breaks for turn 1. I think he's directly behind Great Patama, the number 9 Indonesian rider yesterday. Put up the Cannon just behind them. Put the Cannon topped the session here last year. I do remember correctly. I'm fairly sure he was P3, I beg your pardon, in FP1 last year, but we did have some dodgy conditions to start off last year.
You're not top of session, I thought the top session, but I know going into Saturday when I unfortunately had to speak to him during qualifying when he crashed on the Saturday morning and had a nasty cut to his knee, and it was at risk of getting infected, so we had to get it bandaged up and was ruled out for the rest of the weekend, unfortunately, in New Zealand. But he did say up to that point it was the best rider he'd had of his rookie season last year so far. So it's a circuit that he got on really well last year, did on that through Cannon. He's lingering outside the top 20 as things stand. But yeah, expected with Cannon to have a more enjoyable weekend. He did say last time out over in Hungary that it was a positive weekend for Cannon. And took a gamble on the medium rear tyre and struggled with it in the opening exchanges when it hadn't moved it in, but once he lost a little bit of grip and got much more comfortable and plenty of positives to take points for the weekend. Had the top 10 inside slowers and drilled in that battle in the top 10 as we get to turn 12, yellow flags.
Sitting away up the hill, and that looks like it may well be a KTM. Let's see which one it is. We'll have to wait and see. This is coming up the hill. Oh, it's Joel Esteban who's paddling his way through the gravel. So all of these guys are going to have their lap times cancelled because they came through the yellow flag zone. But that's Joel Esteban. You can see just at the back of the shot trying to get going again. I believe he has, so he'll be all right. But that's a second threshold for the day for the level up MT8 team. And it's got to be said that Esteban didn't finish the session in a great way either early on, did he? He was on the service road, so technical problems at the end of FP1, and now that's rider error problems in practice.
They did lose time in that final split. Decent chunk of it as well. He's going to get cancelled anyway, but did improve his time to 4 tenths away, but remains P3. Yeah, Esteban did end his session with some form of technical issue. This is a replay of what we saw the back end of, and as expected, Joel Esteban was into the front end slide into the gravel, and thankfully when the fight up and running, he's all okay, and just a little check over, I think, on the right hand side especially, that motorcycle didn't look too badly damaged from what we can see, which is good news for the team down there, but clearly and understandably Esteban isn't too pleased.
No, he won't be either. Joel Esteban really could do with getting himself back into Q2 directly. He's had to go the hard way. He's been Q1 for 2 of the last 4 GPs, so ideally doesn't want to find himself down there again, because normally doesn't progress through. We look at Rico Salmela riding right out to the edge of the curb, looking very good at the moment, indeed in 7th place, but just over a second away from Daniel Almanza. Almanza's got just over a tenth and a half over Quines, half a second further back is Alvaro Carpe, then it's Eddie O'Shea, the top Honda in 4th. Hakim Benicia was fastest this morning, is in 5th place, heading Rio Salmela, Esteban who's just crashed, Uriarte, Brian Uriarte in 9th, and 10th for Marcus Uriarte, Adrian Fernandez, Joel Carlson. Oh, that's getting tight. Oh, dear me. Eddie O'Shea versus, I think that was Alvaro Carpe. Alvaro Carpe shaking his head. I don't really know what he wants Eddie O'Shea to do. He can't move out the way when he's on a class that time. So, fortunately, Alvaro Carpe just catching O'Shea at the wrong time. That was down in the Champs corner, and now O'Shea does move out the way and gets out of Carpe's sight. Probably, thankfully, as well, because Carpe's lady was under the air again just then. Let's have another look at this. This is down at turn 10.
Yeah, that was a good afternoon Eddie wave that Alvaro did on by. I'm not sure O'Shea does too much wrong there, just taking a little bit of a different line. He was only 3 tenths slower in that split as well, and sort of 4 tenths slower overall, and then of course moved out the way on rigs. I don't think issue. They'll have a look at it, of course. I don't think anything of it. Clark can understandably getting a bit frustrated. He wants to get on with things, but O'Shea just a little bit slower in that part of the circuit. Nothing we can do.
Of course, they'll have a look. Coming through to complete the top 14. We got there around Adrian Fernandez, John Kelso is in 12th place. Marco Morelli, you had that big crash that we caught at the end of through turn 6. He's there in 13th place. Close Gorman completing the top 14. Wellington Peroni in 15th place in race this morning. Vader Fatama edging close to the top 14. 16th from Scott Ogden, Guido Peely, Nicola Carraro, Adrian Crusoe, Matteo Bertelli, Zen Matani, Leo Ramastorp, and Ryusei Yamanaka is 24th and not on your timing tail on the left-hand side at the moment. Coming up to come 25th, and Richo Newby, 26th, both the Code Motorsport Machine, 25th and 26th out of 26 riders out there. But a quarter of an hour and a little bit more to go, and round here, Al, like we said this morning, it's a long lap here. You're not going to get a lot of volume in terms of lap time. Crashes, very, very costly because it's a long, long way round here. You need as many laps as you can get to learn it properly.
Yeah, we've seen numerous times already so far this weekend alone that if you crash anywhere at the circuit that isn't close to the pit lane on the other side of the circuit as well, and you don't get your bike restarted, it takes a while, especially at the bottom of the hill. You've got to climb all the way back up to pit lane. I think it's around about 70 metres the difference in undulation. So yeah, at this stage, course, anywhere we go, a crash at this stage of the session is not what you want, but especially with such a long lap, less laps, of course, to try and get yourself into that top 14 as well. So I do expect riders to be pitting a little bit earlier for fresh rubber in the next couple of minutes and getting back out, as Jesus Rios then gets a little bit frustrated at format food Cannon, and yeah, not sure if that was something to do with a little bit earlier on, but Rios feeling that the New Zealander was slightly in it.
I think the Cannon was maybe a bit slow on the racing line, but on the direction change, obviously he's coming across it, so he was trying to also get out. Oh, how's that? A bit of rugby tackling going on there between Casey O'Gorman and Jesus Rios. Jesus Rios is not making too many friends at the moment out there on the Moto3 track, and Casey O'Gorman absolutely will not be taking any nonsense from his fellow Honda rider. Both riders at the moment inside the top 14. I think back to Buchanan, I think he was just trying to get out of the way, and on that direction change took advantage of doing so, but had to slow at the same time to do it. So Jesus Rios obviously got very happy because he was impeded. Now he gets his own back on Casey O'Gorman, a little bit of a mistake at the bottom of the hill at turn 5, and Rios is now released to look at the back of the number 83 KTM up ahead of him, of Alvaro Carpo.
That was starting with Rios starting at the inside of O'Gorman at the first corner, and then obviously with doing so ran slightly wide through the corner, and on the cutback O'Gorman was able to get back up the inside for the turn 2 pink. A little bit of ribbon is racing, let's say, and fast part of the circuit as well. The pink at turn 2 as Denise tries to cool himself down, sitting P5. A decent session once again for the FP1 table topper as the Level Up MTA mechanics get to work on Esteban's bike. As we saw, it doesn't look like it's too damaged, and of course there's not too much time to panic yet. This is the sort of time where we are going to get riders, plenty of them ready in the pits, looking for a bit of fresh rubber, and then let the games begin.
Let the games begin indeed. Some of them can't afford to play the game though. Esteban is okay provisionally in 8th, but 18th for Guido Pini, not ideal at all for him. Kilos comes in, that'll be a solid long run for Kilos. 10 laps I reckon he's just done there in one set of tyres, so very, very good stuff indeed for Kilos. And I'll manage to do the pits as well. The highest place rider's bottom, it's Carpo. There in 3rd place at the moment. Good to see Alvaro Carpo already up inside the top 3 with 13 minutes on the clock, because there's been a couple of occasions this year where the Mercian rider has not been taking advantage of practice.
Yeah, exactly. Outside of the top 14 on a Friday in Barcelona, in Le Mans, in Brazil as well. Not been inside the top 10 on a Friday since Correct when he was P9. So yeah, Carpe hasn't fully enjoyed his Fridays so far in 2026. As I mentioned earlier though, he's managed to reel it back in, and especially in the last 3, podium in the last 3, P2 in Barcelona, P2 in Italy, of course P3 last time out. So when you're not having a good Friday, I mean, it doesn't count for results for anything. If you're picking up the podiums and points on the Sunday, that's all that matters. But knowing from speaking to Carpe, he recognises that just hitting the ground running a little bit quicker, making a couple of less mistakes on a Friday will help him out for the rest of the week.
Well, his last 3 podiums have all come from outside of the top 10 on the grid. I don't even think though that Carpe coming from 18th of the grid in Hungary, which is notorious for being difficult to pass at, would have imagined that he would have got as high as a podium. So qualifying has not been a strong point, but as you say, Al, he's not been in the top 10 on the Fridays for a long time. The last 2 occasions he's been 12th and 13th was last time out, so he's been scraping through on a Friday afternoon. At the moment there's no need to do any scraping, he's up there in 3rd, so he's having a calm before the storm. It's looking at just over 2 minutes a lap, so 2 minutes, let's say 2 minutes 6 to be on the safe side. Opening first lap's going to be 2:15, so they're going to get out there. By my reckoning, they'll get maximum 5 timed lap, but mostly 4, depending if anyone's going out there now.
Yeah, exactly that. You've got to count for the yellow flags as well, potential crashes, and sitting about the laps trying to get a toe or looking for some fresh air. I don't think Keelan and Almanza are going to have the same situation as they faced earlier on in the session. Exactly, quietly going about their business to sit P1 and P2. They will have radar locked onto them, and riders trying to look for a bit of a toe to gain an extra advantage. Marco Morelli is still P13. Fingers crossed we get Morelli back out the circuit. I believe he might be already. The riders looking to get inside that top 14 who expect to be there. Valentin Peroni and P15, Patama on the number 9 machine, watching there in P16. Ogden has been in the top 14 plenty of times. Guido Pini, I know he struggled on a Friday in crash this morning, but he's a race winner in 2026, and certainly there, Park, we expect him to be in the top 15.
With regards to Morelli, I'm not sure if he is out on track yet.
He just not come back.
I think maybe the bike hasn't come back.
We did see the bike in the box though, so that's why
that's true.
Back out on track. I'm sure. We'll find out sooner or later.
Indeed, if Mr. TV Director is listening, and if we can find the number 97 somewhere, it would be muchly appreciated, and that debate can be put to bed. 10 minutes on the clock now. I'm just looking outside the top 14. There's some big names here that really should ought to be moving through. Valentin Peroni is there in 15th place. David Patana 16th. Scott Ogden has had poles in front rows before. 17th. Pini, your winner from Kota. 18th. Just on that, I've got a little thing here. From Guido Pini. He's not had a qualifying on the front of the road for this since he was fifth for the US GP. So his qualifying, not only his Friday afternoon, but his Saturday afternoon has been a disaster really in 2026, and more so since we've been here in Europe. Matteo Vitali, hard to tell, but 21st, I'm sure he's feeling the effects of that crash, but there are some big names that cannot afford to be dawdling around and looking for slipstreams and toes here. They've got to go out, they've got to go for broke if they want to get in to get into the top 14. 14th place, as I look down the orders, Kelso Dorna 2:06.424. That's the cut-off time as it stands. So you're going to get quick.
Evan Morelli is knocked out on circuit for the Argentine and Morelli fans on our graphic. It's saying in the commentary box. Who is out on circuit though? It is David Almanza, just gone P1 to stretch his advantage slightly. And now he's trying to go for it again. He has got clean tracks, he's done very well in number 22, and the team as well to send Almanza back out there into some clean air without anyone bothering him. He's going to encounter some traffic on his next lap, I'm sure, but that might not matter if he gets this time landed. What's he going to get through the third split? There is the checkpoint now, and he gains a bit more time.
Yeah, and he's good in the final sector, David Almanza. He was quick earlier in there, and he was quick early on in this session through there. So Almanza going great guns at the moment with 8 minutes on the clock. We were talking about the reference teams earlier. This is one of them. The Moto Dynamo team have got a great outfit together, along with the Asphalt guys, along with the IO guys. They really are some of the best teams in this paddock, particularly in Moto3 and Moto2. So Almanza is also one of the best riders at the minute in Moto3. Coming to the line, what's it going to be? A 2:49.44. And David Almanza looking very, very strong indeed to set what is nearly the fastest lap of this weekend. 6,000ths of a second shy of what Denise was able to do earlier on.
Yeah, Denise still holding the all-time lap record then, but that looks like it might be going. Although Almanza has been the quickest rider so far this afternoon and pushing at 100%, can't quite do it, but that was without the slipstream. Here is Guido Pini, then we pick up the number 94. He's doing it all on his own as well. 6 tenths shy through the second split. If he holds that or even loses a couple more tenths, he'll be well inside that top 14, such as the gap from Almanza down to P14 O'Gorman, 1.4 seconds of course. Let's get Pini through the third split, pretty much 9 tenths away. That will still get him up into the top 5 or at least the top 6. So Pini looking like he might be jumping up the leaderboard here.
If he holds this, of course. We've got a sector to go. He's in it now, working his way up through towards turn 13 and 14. Guido Pini, what have you got for us? He comes through, oh dearie me, well there's going to be a little bit of pencil sharpening going on up there in the FIA MotoGP stewards room, because Pini really had to back out of that. Let's see if he had to back out of it enough to cost him. Indeed he did, and he is going to be fuming about that. That was, looked like Rico Salmela was one of them, and Valentin Peroni perhaps the other. Played at the time was there as well, but there are going to be some thoughts, words going to be had, I'm sure that is what does cost Guido Pini. Good thing is, as we were saying earlier, he can't really afford to be dawdling. At least he's encountered traffic on that one lap. He's going to have at least another 3, I reckon, to have a go at this.
Almanza's going again, another moment then for Patama there. Got a great run out of the first corner, and into the king for 2 did Patama. Nice bit of slipstream as well for the tailpipes of Valentin Peroni, but that mistake is across Patama this lap. You feel Peroni then passes Patama back down the hill. It's getting a little bit too close for him, but for our eyes anyway. And as Almanza does cross the line, I was going to mention we should be looking at the number 22 just with his Albert again. A fantastic lap time.
2:04.9 back to back. So David Almanza, great pace at the moment. I've got to say, Valentin Peroni, his lap might have just been scuppered a little bit as well when Ray was on that front end moment over at turn 3. But we're looking at the time now, he's not on course to improve at all. Valentin Peroni is 6/10 off coming through that second sector. So again, Peroni, one of those riders who could do with finding the time, and at the moment he's got the time. He's got a little bit of clear air as well up to his teammate Rico Salmello. He's at turn 10, the Chalons corner, and we're clicking through sector 3 in a minute.
I was going to say, Pini is setting that time very similar to what we saw last time around, and it's quicker than he was through third split. He was 8/10 away last time around. He's now 7.5 tenths away. So Pini looking like he's going to be jumping well inside that top 14. Joel Kelso is also on a good time. The Australian is 6 tenths away through the third split. Similar lap time to Valentin Peroni. There he goes across the line into the 2:05. So Kelso P6, but pretty much a second away from the top.
Let's see what happens with Pini here, because he's been done by Salmello coming up the hill. So I just wonder if Pini's lost a little bit of time doing a mistake of his own. Let's see. Peroni at the minute is going to go top 10, I reckon. Pini 14th, Peroni 3rd. A lot of time in that fourth sector. Brilliant second half of lap by Valentin Peroni to put himself up into third place. 8/10 off Almanza, but up into third nonetheless. This is Scott Ogden. Scott was going to be P3. That's what our computer is saying at the minute. Tell you what, the old Token half will go second. Red sectors for Carpe, for Beniche. And they're going to start lining up more as we get into the final 4 minutes. We're riding on board with Carpe there, a little bit wide perhaps at that penultimate corner. Ogden's following him. Great reference for Scott Ogden here. Coming to the line. Are we going to see any changes? Carpe goes second, Ogden goes third, and Denise goes fourth. So, formation flying second, third, and fourth. Carpe, Ogden, and Denise all improving. They can't quite get on David Almanza's pace, but they do push Kilos back to fifth. And I should say now that Marco Morelli, who's in the box and who's unlikely to get back out, is going to find himself in Q1. And that is far from ideal from the number 97. He's 19th at the moment.
Yeah, that is important for Marco Morelli, still in pit lane, and yeah, isn't going to get out, unfortunately, for a lap time, we do believe. Good times from Carpe, Ogden, and Niche. Vader Patama was another improver, sort of written off in his lap halfway around that, but Patama did improve the top 40.
Worth noting that will be the first Q1 appearance for Marco Morelli in 2026, so his perfect record is not going to continue unless he gets back out within the next minute or so. Joel Esteban is flying at the moment, coming through. He's 800 of a second up at the halfway point, and he needs a lap as well because he's in 15th. Zenmatani's following Leo Ramastorbo. Zenmatani, I'll tell you what, if we can hold that, 1 second off is good enough to put him up into the top 14, and that'll be at the expense of Lucio Moodley. So we'll have to wait and see exactly what's going on. Esteban's got Quiles as a reference up ahead of him. I'll tell you what, Quiles not desperate for a lap time at the moment. He's there in 5th, and he's also going well. Matane goes up to 17th, just misses out. Ramastorbo goes 15th, not bad at all from the number 5. Austrian rider there coming through. But we need to be looking back towards Quiles and Joel Esteban. They're on the pace, they're coming through the final sector now. And at the moment, Esteban is in need of this lap time. They're in those final 2 corners. Yamanaka's got Quiles right up his chopper, and then it's Esteban there in 3rd place. Let's see what Joel Esteban's going to do here. Quiles, I'll tell you what, Quiles can go back up to P2. He can even go P1, they go 2nd, and Esteban goes 4th. So good lap indeed there by Joel Esteban to get himself up inside the top 14. Matteo Bertani, his teammate, has also gone 40, but he's the rider at risk now.
Yeah, mentioning Carpe then jumping back on board with the number 8 of Reed. Didn't quite improve, but still P3 should be well enough now to get Carpe inside that top 14. And looking back at teammate Brian Ariarte, he's in P8. He's getting yellow flags then at turn 7. That's where the long lap penalty area is. We've seen a couple of riders go down there already in the session. Who is it this time? Yellow flags. That means
Oh no, Casey Gorman. Oh, dearie me, Casey Gorman. And where is he on the timing screens? 24th. He's not even on the timing tower. Casey Gorman has gone down. This is at turn 6. Oh, another one out the front door. Massive get off for Casey Gorman. It's
really tricky through turn 6. You're asking for all the power and trying to keep your line going into turn 7. I'll tell you what, at least he's riding it back, but yeah, I wouldn't be rejoining the racetrack. I'm very surprised the marshals have allowed him to. I know the engine may have still been running, but with a minute or so left on the clock, that is far from ideal. Okay, so Dorna is not going to be going through into Q2 then. That is Q1 for him tomorrow. He's going to have to go the long way if he wants to arrive there. And Guido Pini as well. 22nd of the minute. I tell you what, that is not ideal at all. 40 seconds on the clock. Couple of red sectors coming in though, and it was your rider who's fastest this morning, Hakim Danucci, setting them at the moment at 10.5 up.
Yeah, here he is. Then we've got the Malaysian number 13. The yellow badge have gone now towards for O'Gorman's crash. Another big one for O'Gorman, similar to what we saw from Marco Morelli, wasn't it, down at turn 6 into turn 7. But Dinesh has passed that now, and he's well on course here to go P1. He's got some nice references ahead of him. He's the number 13, Horsepower Hill, on the final 2 corners to go.
And Dinesh gained time in that third section, gained 300 of a second, so Dinesh has got good reference in. Vitaly Ogden's up there in 5th as well. He's just ahead of Vitaly. Dinesh backs it in. He's missing that apex ever so slightly, so I wouldn't be surprised to see perhaps he doesn't go up to P1, but he's pretty safe in 6th anyway. The checkered flag is out. Let's see where Hakim Dinesh is going to go. Oh, he does go P1, and he does indeed get down to a 2:04.7. So it takes a couple of takes up what Almanza is able to do. Hakim Dinesh, fastest in FP1. He's going to be fastest on Friday overall, unless there's a surprise further downfield.
Yeah, just looking at the timing screens there, Rios was on a personal best lap time, and so was Joe Kelso, but both of their times have gone in the second sector. Patama is on a personal best. He's 8 tenths away through the second split. Patama 3:13, and Guido Pini as well. So Pini, this is important lap time. Kelso probably isn't going to improve on this time around, so Kelso and P14 might be sweating here for Guido Pini.
Pini is down there at the moment in 22nd place. He's going to really need the second half of the lap to be kind to him, and he's going to need Valentin Peroni to not launch a raid on him in these final couple of sectors. We're going to take you through sector 3 now. Guido Pini is looking to try and move through if he can. 8 tenths off, 3/4 of the way round this lap, and at the moment 0.8 would put you up there in the top 10. And let's see if Pini loses anything through here. Now, don't forget, about 5 or 6 minutes ago, he was in the exact same situation. The problem with Pini was he caught a load of traffic. Surely everyone's going to keep out of his way. There's no one to even get in his way. So Guido Pini, he's looking to try and move through. Kelso did improve his time. That pushes Patama down now as well into 14th. But Pini, nicks it right at the end to get him to Q2 directly for the second successive round. Christian Lundberg watching on, and he has got one of his riders in, because I was just looking to see where his Adrian Fernandez gone. 22nd. So Guido Pini very well have just scraped in. But Adrian Fernandez lost in 22nd.
I'll tell you what, Kelso did think there, grey sectors in sectors 2 and 3, and then a personal best one in the final split, and how crucial was that as well, because if it had stayed where it was in P14, it would have been him and not Patama, who were watching on our screens, who would have been knocked out of the automatic Q2 places. And looking for Patama and able to improve on that time around, Kelso didn't. It means Kelso sails through with teammate O'Shea into Q2. Patama though facing Q1.
And Q1's tasty as well. Vader Patama, Ruby's been into Q2 a couple of times as well. He's going through Q1. Adrian Fernandez, as we say. Adrian Crusoe's off the back of his best grid and best race result. He's going to be in Q1 as well. Marco Morelli, we don't know what he's got in the locker, because he had that big crash over turn 6 earlier on in the session. And likewise for Casey O'Gorman, who crashed 2 minutes from home. So there's a few big names. There's more than 4 big names that I've just mentioned, and unfortunately they're not all going to squeeze through into Q2.
No, they're not. Q2 and Q1 coming up later on tomorrow, of course. But what a day it was for Ganesh and the Malaysian fans. Plenty of them tuning in, of course, and remember those pictures over the Italian Grand Prix when, Ganesh was on the podium for the first time. The celebration was, the World Cup hadn't started by then, but that was pretty much what you can imagine. Fantastic support over in Malaysia, and they'll be very pleased with what we're seeing.
It's almost like us on Wednesday evening watching England put 4 past Croatia.
More of that to come next week, of course, when we are going again at Assen. There'll be a few World Cup matches of interest for us over there. If we have a look at Max Kilo's very solid session up from Kilo's, I've got to say. Our third overall, but a brilliant run. 10 laps on new tyres earlier on in the session. Brilliant stuff indeed from the championship leader. But no one can lay a glove on Hakim Ganesh at the moment. 2:04.754, a new lap record. Couple of tenths quicker than David Almanza. Max Kilo's not quite in the 2:04, but he'll be okay. He's there in third. Carpe, Esteban, Ogden, Uriarte, Rios, Salmella, Pironi, O'Shea through in 11th, Bertelli, Kelso, and Guido's leading just about scraping in to Q2. Everyone else is going to have to go through the jungle of Q1, and that is coming up tomorrow at 12:45. That's the next time we'll see Moto3 out on track in Anger. They have got FP2, of course, but it doesn't mean anything in the morning. And practice is continuing. Moto2 is up next, in the company of Lewis Suddery and El staying put. So I'm out of here. Enjoy.
Everyone, afternoon from Brno. Blazing, boiling Brno on this Friday afternoon at the Czech Grand Prix. Temperature nudging 30 now. Potentially 40 go up by a degree or two before we're done with this afternoon. First visit last year was certainly affected on the opening day by rain, and not a sight of it today. So we're expecting this summer heat wave to certainly play its part on this Czech Grand Prix weekend. One of the favoured circuits on the calendar for riders and for fans. So many a perfect vantage point, particularly in the stadium section of turns 7 and 8. We've seen the fans getting into the Moto2 spirit already today, with one of their own taking part in this Moto2 class, taking star billing for this 9th round of the Moto2 World Championship. It's of course Philip Salac, who backed up his podium finish from Hungary a couple of weeks ago by taking second place in FP1 earlier on today. Here he is on screen. It's Lewis Sudderby and Elliot York, out always with you for Moto2 practice coverage here at the Czech Grand Prix. And well, wanted to write a Hollywood script for this weekend as we see the Salac fan club, or at least a part of it, Phillip Island it says. Certainly a variation on the theme in support of Philip Salac this weekend. They are getting their airtime in already today, cheering on their home hero. Yeah, as mentioned, Ella, we're writing the Hollywood script. I think the first chapter was followed earlier on this morning. It already feels as if we're set for a shootout this weekend, if FP1's any indication at least, between the World Championship leader and the home hero.
Certainly does. Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to you. Lewis, looking forward to this session and seeing if Salac can take it to Manu Gonzalez and whoever else fancies getting their name in the script as well. A brilliant morning for Salac, and yeah, how many times do you want to see those guys this weekend? There's another Czech flag there with the number 12 on it as well. Plenty more people, I imagine, will be coming into the Brno circuit on Saturday and Sunday when it really matters. But of course, practice matters, of course. Top 14 all important this afternoon to try and get yourself into Q2 automatically. See if a little bit better this evening, and yes, I imagine if Salac wants to sleep a little bit better, he will be inside that top 14, and I imagine, judging from this morning, he will be. Aussie fans here as well in force, and I've just seen that on the screens, repeating Aussie. And yeah, last time we went to Phillip Island, of course, the actual Phillip Island, not this Phillip Island as we can call it now, judging from those fans. But yes, Salac versus Gonzalez. We'll have a little bit more of that throughout the weekend, and those fans and plenty more who are coming for the weekends will be hoping that Salac can take it to Gonzalez once more. They were the top two this morning and the ones who looked most comfortable, but the gaps were pretty tight. Danny Holgado was P3. David Alonso we're looking at was down in P7, just over 6 tenths away. So sets us up quite nicely for this afternoon. We're going to learn a lot more, of course, in the next half an hour or so, and then of course going into tomorrow morning where the race wins will be unfolding. But yeah, looking forward to this one, Lewis, and it did set us up very nicely for the weekend this morning. Seeing Salac again repeating what he has done for the last couple of Grand Prix, but especially over in Hungary. It's not just a one-off Grand Prix with seeing Salac now in that top two and fighting for the top positions. It looks like he's figured it out, and yeah, he's looking like a real mainstay at the top of the time sheets.
For any ticket holders who are coming on Saturday or Sunday, I think they'll be rifling through their old cupboards, finding some empty cardboard boxes and carving SALAC into them to bring to the circuit over the weekend, because our cameramen and women will find you if indeed you are showing your support for Philip Sarch in that particular manner. Here is Manu Gonzalez, the World Championship leader, by 49.5 points. He's certainly not giving any half measures at the moment. There's 3 consecutive victories for the series leader. This morning in Prix Practice 1, sending a firm message to his title rivals and to Philip Salac that victory at Brno this weekend will not come easy. The form that Manu Gonzalez is in at the moment.
Yeah, it describes the Hungarian Grand Prix as the toughest of the year so far. Obviously, Salac was running in close. He had his teammate a couple of seconds down the road as well for plenty of that. So for Gonzalez to describe that as the hardest Grand Prix of the year so far was, first of all, kudos to Philip Salac, but also the nature of the circuit as well. But Gonzalez is just continuing to plough on in 2026 and looking like his 2025 self in terms of getting to a circuit, having that base set up and running, and being quickest on a Friday morning. Joe Roberts we're looking at a good session for Roberts this morning, which is good news for last year's race winner. 6 tenths away from Manu Gonzalez was Roberts this morning, but good to see, and the team enjoyed it as well. We've got a nice little snippet of Eton Football and the team celebrating Roberts rising into that top 5. It ultimately was a P6, but another one of the contenders who aren't quite in the mix of the Gonzalez-Salac battle as things stand after FP1, early days of course, but Roberts right in there with the likes of Senna Agius, Sergio Antonio Reda, David Alonso, Ivan Guevara, just inside that top 10 as well. So a lot of riders not quite on the same page as the top 2 this morning, but are in the mix going into this afternoon, which is good news.
Turned 29 earlier this week did Joe Roberts, and Brno is a major part of the Joe Roberts Grand Prix story. Here's a story that's developed over the lunch break. I have to say, we have to do some digging to find some further information on this, because there was no inkling that Alonso Lopez was in any kind of physical issues. We knew his teammate was Sergio Garcia, who had heart puppet surgery following the last Grand Prix in Hungary. He was to be reviewed after this session. We believe he's been declared fit to continue. His teammate Alonso Lopez has been declared unfit. Now, we did not see any crash for Alonso Lopez earlier on this morning. He did walk the track as normal yesterday in practice. My mind goes back to David Alonso back at the French Grand Prix, and I can only assume that Alonso Lopez has brought a training crash into this weekend, and he hoped he could ride through. Clearly he could.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing when we got that news. Trying to think back, did we see a crash? No, we didn't. Completed 14 laps this morning, did Alonso Lopez, 1.6 seconds off the pace. That's not where, of course, we expect Lopez to be. Been much higher than that so far this season. So, yeah, I mean, we've got to assume that it's some sort of form of injury that's picked up 3 weekends, kept it on the down low, which you can understand, of course. But ultimately, after FP1, decided that, no, can't continue, and he's off to get some further checks on that. So fingers crossed for Lopez that he's all okay and can be back on the track next weekend at the Dutch Grand Prix. But yeah, shame for Lopez, shame for the team as well to have one rider missing for injury and another rider on the other side of it, Sergio Garcia, still not 100% fit. So a disappointment for Lopez, and we'll see the team.
Tricky start for the weekend for Celestino Vietti today. Had a technical problem, it would appear, on the Speed RS Boscascoro on his outlap of Free Practice 1 right at the start of the session earlier on this morning, costing around about 8 or 9 laps compared to the rest of the field. On today, Vietti 21st on a 2:00.007 was his overall lap time, 2.5 adrift near enough on Manu Gonzalez. So Vietti with a bit of work to do and a bit of catch-up to be played in this afternoon's session. It was certainly not the most eye-catching of mornings for the Boscascoros. I alluded to it earlier on today that Boscascoro have never won here at Brno, and either of their guys is either as Boscascoro or as Speed Up, and only one of their bikes was inside the top 16 earlier on this morning. That was Ivan Guevara in 8th.
Yeah, and Guevara was over 6 tenths away, so a trickier morning for the Boscascoros. Chelsea and Vietti did get back out on circuit after we saw that technical problem. Was a fairly quick fix, but obviously not a good start to the weekend for the Italian, who sits third in the championship standings. Again, comes back to the point when Gonzalez is rolling out the box week after week, up inside that top 3, finishing P1 on a Friday morning. We'll obviously get to see what happens so far this afternoon. A lot can change in the upcoming session, but when you're seeing your championship contender in the rider who's won the last 3 Grand Prix, just not having an easy time of things. It's never easy out there, but looking very, very comfortable, and you're suffering from technical issues at the start of the weekend. It's just not what you want already. I mean, 3-4 laps in, you're already on the back foot coming into a weekend, which is not what the Chelsea need.
So already at this stage, we're now going for Q2 places. Practice on the way. I'm sure you're aware with the format by now, but in case you're not, 40 minutes, top 14. Those forwards, that's going to be 7.2 to our crew. Everyone quickly backwards, goes into qualifying 1. Chester Vietti knows that particular format all too well because he was in qualifying 1 last time out in Hungary to avoid that particular fate. Overall in this Moto2 World Championship, there are 8 riders still with 100% Q2 records. They are in rider number order: Ivan Artola, Celestino Vietti, Danny Munoz, Manu Gonzalez, Ivan Guevara, David Alonso, Colin Wyatt, and Daniel Delgado. And then there's Delgado's teammate Alonso leaving pit lane. Only 4 riders with an automatic Q2 record of 100%. That's Artola, Gonzalez, Guevara, and Colin Wyatt. And only 3 riders have scored points in every Grand Prix. That is the top 3 in the World Championship of Gonzalez, Guevara, and Celestino Vietti. Moto2, and so often is the case, is unforgiving if you're just a little bit off your game, if you're in a position where you make the odd mistake, perhaps break a meter or 2 late into one of the heavy braking zones around this Brno circuit. It costs you so much, even at this stage of the weekend. The pressure immediately is on in scorching conditions here in the Czech Republic.
Yeah, track temperature slowly, or rather rapidly, I should say, creeping towards the 50 mark. Was just over 30 degrees this morning, so more or less 20 degrees difference. It'll be a little bit greasy out there. We saw plenty of crashes in Moto3 as well when the riders were pushing. A couple of high sides coming through turn 6, which the riders in Moto2, I'm sure, would have been keeping a close eye on. So what you don't want to do early in the session is chip it down the road and lose valuable track time, especially if you're Celestino Vietti. And as I mentioned, Vietti a crasher in qualifying last time out, so he's to try and nail down the qualifying as Celestino Vietti. The crasher this morning was Colin Wyatt on your screen. He's the number 95, the crasher also of the Hungarian Grand Prix. Wyatt did get back out on circuit though to complete 15 laps, so after the crash down at turn 4, didn't lose too much time. It was a small enough tip off for the Dutch rider, but P14 and a second adrift is not where we're used to seeing Wyatt, so he'll be hoping for a clean session and a quick session to get himself in that top 14.
I'm hoping that at least this weekend, potentially he's got the crashes out of the way in practice, because he has had a tough recent run, it's fair to say. The young Dutch rider with his home Grand Prix on the horizon, 4 non-scores in the last 6 Grand Prix for Wyatt, all as a result of crashes. Down at turn 5 when he was running inside the top 7 in Hungary last time out. He's still got 2 flashes. Of course, the most obvious of those back in Jerez when he took 3rd position and finished on the podium, but just has been able to string those Sunday results together so far, which is why Wyatt sits down in 12th place in the World Championship, and 18 points here to drop of Manu Gonzalez. We certainly expected Wyatt to be in a much loftier position at this stage of the season than that.
Yeah, first back-to-back DNS in his GP career. pre-Italy, and unfortunately since the Italian Grand Prix, of course, last time in Hungary, it didn't go too much better on the Sunday. He was having a positive weekend over in Hungary, so the results didn't tell the full story, and Via did have good pace as well once he'd crashed, but yeah, headed you home Grand Prix. Via will be hoping to get a decent haul of points, challenge for the podium, if not maybe a little bit more come Sunday as well. It's only 7 points though that Via picks up since it's around podium, so not the run of form we were expecting, nor Via of course. He knows he's capable of much better than that, so he's going to click at some point Via, and fingers crossed it's this weekend ahead of his homecoming in Essen next week.
Plenty of support in Moto2 next weekend as well for the home hero, or home heroes as it will be next weekend. Of course, one Czech in the field of Moto2, 2 Dutch riders, 21-year-old and 20-year-old Zonta van den Voorberg, who will be tied in next weekend for a big result. Van den Voorberg obviously on the back of 70 points for this evening with Mugello. One of the first lap times of the whole thing. Fastest lap so far this weekend, of course, came this morning. Manny Gonzalez, a 1:58.585. We're expecting the all-time lap record to come under threat this afternoon, though. Barry Baltus's pole lap of last year, a 1:58.3. The odds shortening and not being beaten this afternoon.
Yeah, especially after the first lap. There was a 1:58. Manny Gonzalez being followed by a certain Philip Salac. Not a bad idea for Philip to be following Manu around, maybe one day early so far in this early part of the weekend. We know Gonzalez likes to go and lap alone, and yeah, not a bad thing for Salac, who was pretty much on par with Gonzalez this morning. Got a good look at Gonzalez at the Hungarian Grand Prix as well. With the two benchmarkers this morning, so potentially the American racing team just playing some games, and Gonzalez might look to the message that you received on the dashboard and has noticed what's going on. So yeah, nice for us to watch. Intriguing to see how this one plays out.
And Philip, after seeing Manu slow down, said, no, do you know what, I'm quite happy where I am, Manu. As a matter of fact, I'll stay behind you and see what you're up to. I did notice at the start of the practice session that they came straight back up pit lane at the end of their outlaps. This is their second outlap that they're on, Gonzalez and Salac, and clearly Salac just followed Manu straight through the pit lane and decided to stay onto his rear tyre. If anything, Manu Gonzalez should be very familiar with how it feels to be followed by Philip Salac, because that will finish the second half of his Hungarian Grand Prix too.
Yeah, exactly that. And the first half was obviously Gonzalez shadowing Salac, and Gonzalez did say afterwards that he was learning a thing or two from Salac as well as the Hungarian Grand Prix, but it seems like, from what Gonzalez was saying, he just kept his rear tyre intact a little bit more than Salac did, and once he pounced, Gonzalez wasn't comfortable, but had enough of a margin in hand to keep Salac at bay. I'm just wondering if Gonzalez mysteriously makes a random mistake somewhere around this lap, and then Salac follows him in. Salac has closed in on this lap time around, plenty of the sessions to go. These aren't the lap times you think that are going to count towards the top 14 a little bit later on, but we have seen in recent weekends Ivan Guevara early lap times come to mind. Not last time out in Hungary, but a couple of other rounds. Guevara setting his benchmark times early in the session, and then basically not heading out for the final 10 minutes. Don't think we'll see that from these two a little bit later on, but obviously it can count towards finishing inside the top 14. So interesting stuff what's going on. Gonzalez 3 tenths away, maybe just holding back a little bit on this lap.
Salac closing in on him. We're already quicker now than we were this morning. David Alonso, a 1:58.511. That is the fastest lap of the day so far in Moto2, and I put the emphasis on so far because there are 32 minutes for that still to change this afternoon, and Philip Salac might be about to change it as he visibly closes in on Manu Gonzalez. That's what it looks like to have a home hero and thousands of Czech fans bearing down on you, all cheering. This is the situation on Sunday afternoon. You can just imagine what will be going through the mind of Philip Salac, and what will be going through the minds of thousands of Czech fans in the grandstands and on the hillsides, cheering their hero on to potentially here this afternoon, the fastest lap of the day so far. We run on board with the championship leader Manu Gonzalez. He goes up into the top 8, and Salac matches Alonso on a 1:58.5 to take second.
Yeah, good lap time then from Philip Salac. That's his best of the weekend so far. 158.721 was his best time this morning. I'm wondering if now Salac fancies having a go at leading Gonzalez around this lap. Think better of it, I'm sure, the Czech rider. We've got a good look at Gonzalez that time around. We jump on board with the Gonzalez's teammates, and Aegis was leading the session in the early parts, now has dropped down to P7, but this is a very strong lap time coming in from Aegis. Just pounces in the lead and had Piqueras, who was quite impressive this morning, to be fair to Piqueras. Position 24, which isn't exactly where he wants to be, but only 1.5 seconds off after still, of course, nowhere near 100% fit. So good stuff for Piqueras as Aegis does improve, just over a tenth and a half shy of Fabio Alonso's time. Alonso is potentially going to go a little bit quicker there, but the win rates he just needed a smidgen amount in the final spot.
Piqueras already improved by 4/10 of a second with what he did this morning. He's going to the 159s this afternoon. Big steps forward also been taken by Jacob Wolston, who's been a 2:00.1. He's improved already by 1.3 seconds than he did in pre-practice one earlier on today. Reminder that Wolston is injured Mariachi once again this weekend, and just to reiterate, just on the Gresini briefing news, Sergio Garcia has been allowed to continue the weekend after his initial physical status was to be reviewed after that session. Unfortunately, his teammate Alonso Lopez, who has been declared unfit and has gone to hospital for checks on an injured right hand. Piqueras, as I mentioned, so at this stage of the weekend at least is resuming his Moto2 campaign. Of course, he did make it to Prix Practice 2 in Hungary before he decided to call it for the weekend. 2 weeks further on into his recovery, we hope that we will see Piqueras continue for the entirety of the weekend. Gonzalez improves still further, but stays in what by his standards is a lowly 8th place.
159.047, half a second away from what he was able to do this morning, and of course what Alonso has been able to do this afternoon. Salac entering the pits, he did lift his hand up, coming up to horsepower hill at something, just looked to his right hand side, so I'm not sure if there's some form of issue or he's just waving at someone on the sides of the track. I'm not sure.
Loading at him.
Yeah, exactly. But one of the team members was on that part of the track or something. But also unusual for a rider to come into the pits this early in the session unless they wanted to change something on the machine. We do have yellow flags down at turn 13. You can see there that is the penultimate corner. Which is where Alison Screege is coming up to now. And of course, as you can tell, Screege's not on a fast lap. Who has gone down potentially at the penultimate corner? You can see some sort of front mudguard fender. It's Harry Bautas that has crashed. Hopefully the Belgian is all okay.
Red flag has come out as a result of that. Not the corner blessed with the greatest of runoff, as we said, turn 13. There is an air fence down there, which might well have been punctured. We haven't seen any sign of Barry Baltus just yet on the number 7 incident at the penultimate corner. Curious to see what's happened to Baltus there, whether he's gone down on the run up to the Prix for the mudguard to where it was. It would fully indicate that he'd lost it quite a long way before the corner. We certainly hope that the rider is okay, and there simply is debris, a damaged bike, and potentially an air fence that needs repairing. Rather than an issue with Barry Baltus. We'll get some information on his situation. We will bring it to you, but an interruption to this Moto2 practice session with about 11 minutes gone.
Yeah, fingers crossed the Belgian is all okay. A bit of a strange one to see, a bit of debris from mudguard it looks like on the side of the circuit. So yeah, just keep our fingers crossed that Baltus is all okay, but these riders will then make their way round, pull into the box and have to do a bit of a debrief, of course, and then wait to see how long we do get back going in this practice session. Half an hour to go, of course, and plenty of time for the riders to get a lap time in once we do get back going. That's Jose Antonio Rueda, who was sitting P14 as things stand, but he was a really impressive rider this morning. It's been coming, hasn't it, Lewis? We've spoken about Rueda a couple of times in the last few Grand Prix and mentioned that he was inside the top 10, getting into Q2 for the first time. 3 points finishes in a row now for Rueda as well. So slowly but surely that was always going to be the case for Rueda, who is getting getting 2 grips, I should say, in Moto2, and to see him in P5 this morning was another sign of that, and a job well done for Rueda.
Just to see Jose Antonio Rueda smiling again after a year he's been through since winning the Moto3 World Championship. Absolutely ran away with it here last year. The Czech Grand Prix, which he won with relative ease. We do have some good news to bring you, but the Moto2 practice session is going to restart in a minute's time, which take as good news regarding the status of the rider, but he's not requiring urgent trackside attention following a crash. Perhaps it was the nature of the crash, potentially an air fence or just the debris that was by the side of the racetrack on the outside of the final corner. I don't think it would take a braver marshal than me to go racing out there with riders circulating at racing speed and fetch that from the edge of the racetrack down at turn 13, given that you're struggling off quick end with a couple of 100 kilometres an hour when you approach that corner.
Yeah, exactly, and it's obviously the debris is offline, but if the rider does go down there, runs wide, you can't have a piece of debris sitting on the edge of the circuit. So yeah, hopefully that does mean Bautis is all okay. Yet to see the Belgian, of course, or his bike. Hopefully the bike is relatively intact as well, because obviously Bautis will wanting to get out for the rest of the session. He's down in P16 as things stand. So we're trying to look to see if we get any glimpse of Bautis. Obviously he's come back through pit lane or back through the paddock, which we can see a little bit of from our vantage point. But no can do so far, so if we do see him, we'll obviously bring that to you, and hopefully the pictures do gather him at some point. But the session has restarted very quickly indeed, and Salac, Bautis conscious, which is obviously the most important thing, which is good to see. Fingers crossed it's nothing too serious for Bautis, but that is good news.
Bautis, who of course was the pole sitter and podium finisher here last year. The 6 second places that Barry Bautis has had in his Moto2 career, one of those did come here, and we certainly hope that Barry is going to be able to continue in the weekend. He has been taken to the medical centre for a painful impact for the Belgian. He's due to make his 100th a Moto2 start here this weekend. We certainly keep our fingers crossed that that will still prove to be the case. As Barry currently in the status, he's in 16th place, so what we can say with certainty is that if he does continue on the weekend, Barry Bautis will be in qualifying 1 for the 4th time this year.
Yeah, and it was here last year where he picked up a podium finish as well, so yeah, fingers crossed for Bautis. That's just precautionary, nothing too serious, is it, with the Belgian. Yeah, keep our fingers crossed that he is all okay. Conscious is the main thing, first and foremost, and obviously he will get taken good care of in the medical centre. So yeah, any more updates will of course bring you, and fingers crossed to say Gonzalez though back out on his own this time, not having Philip Salac, the home hero, chasing.
This is Pistolero, it says on his crash helmet, the nickname that Cole Morgado has given himself. He's been shooting blacks in recent times in Moto2 after such a strong start to the season. That sultry podium in Mugello in his last 6 Moto2 starts, which of course he had that horrible run from Austin through to Le Mans, and he only scored 5 points in the Grand Prix following his victory in Brazil. A rider who I think many expected to fight for the World Championship, much like his teammate Barry Alonso, who we discussed a little bit earlier this morning. It's clear to understand where Alonso has fallen short, particularly on a new tyre in qualifying Showman with the early laps of the race. But I have to say, when he won in Brazil, I didn't expect to be discussing Danny Morgado 78.5 points off the World Championship lead after 8 Grand Prix this season.
No, absolutely not. Of course, had a good weekend over in Thailand, so sticking on the podium, front row of course there as well, and then pole position to the win in Brazil. Like Euless, all thinking, okay, here we go, Holgado's title charge. He's well up and running. Unfortunately, that hasn't been the case. He's gathered it up slightly in the last 3 Grand Prix. Top 5s, of course, the podium over Mugello as well. But nearly 80 points away from the championship leader, who's on our screens now, Manuel Gonzalez, is what they got awarded for Holgado, nor on the other side of what's for Alonso. Holgado last time out just said he struggled with the rear tyre, had less grip, and lost speed and lost the battle, of course, with his teammate as well. Holgado saying Alonso simply had better pace than me, and couldn't really respond to attack when he overtook. But what he did take away from it was that he was performing a lot better at Balloton Park than he did in the year previous. So the positives were taken away from Hungary for Holgado. But P5, not a bad result, not a bad weekend. But if you've got any aspirations of fighting this rider for the title when he's collecting 25 points weekend after weekend, and you're picking up sort of 10 points and not much more than that, 11 points of course for a P5, then you've got to start trying to challenge Gonzalez and take points off him before it gets a little bit too late.
Holgado's been relatively hard on himself, it has to be said, in recent races after that difficult run, and he says that he's asking a lot more for himself. He's going to be working hard on himself. This is what he said after the Hungarian Grand Prix. He says, I have to do my bit. So he's much expecting more from the bike and more from his team, but certainly pulling his weight as well. He tries to get himself back into winning form once again. Here is his teammate David Alonso, who continues to lead this session and get by 1-1. Salat second with just a scritch on the forward four. Then Holgado, Guevara or Tola, who will remind you has a long penalty this weekend for taking Dani Munoz out in Hungary. Gonzalez chance to be the 8th. Fernandez once again doing a very good job on his Boscascuro for the Prix team. He's 9th ahead of the Dutch duo of Van den Bulberg and Bayer. Henry Arbolino's 12th ahead of Adria Quinn. So what could he do with an automatic P2 passage, because his qualifying run of late has been truly awful. He started qualified either 27th or 26th in the last 4 Grand Prix. If he stays where he is, he would be at the very least 8 or 9 places higher than that. It's Jose Antonio Laredo at the moment completing the final place in Q2, which means we're still yet to see anything substantial from Celestino Vietti so far. The rider at 3rd in the World Championship ended this morning in 21st place. To this point in the afternoon session, he's only climbed 1 position.
Yeah, and still sat in the box by the looks of things. Celestino Vietti down at 1.2 seconds away. So Vietti has now just re-entered the fray, which is good news. Just peering out the window to see Barry Bowser's bike back in pit lane. Not expecting Bowser to be back out on the circuit, unfortunately, but the bike is now back in pit lane looking rather second hand, so it was obviously a big one, unfortunately, for the Belgian. Gonzalez continues on his way, loses around about 3/10 in that final split. So what I was wondering, when he was ahead of Salah, was he just sort of sandbagging a little bit to not give Philip the full show of what Gonzalez has got so far this weekend? But judging from the pace he's doing on his own without Salah, one of his main contenders this weekend behind him, it looks like Gonzalez, I wouldn't say struggling as things stand, but not quite on the pace as we probably thought he would be after taking the session this morning. Not looking quite as strong as expected.
Followed by upwardly mobile in this session after his crash earlier on today. From the 95 approaching the very corner where Bowser's crashed earlier on in the session. Easy to detect any marks on the racetrack to indicate what direction Bowser's went. We know there's off to the gravel track and to a halt, but we don't know at this stage when he see the footage of the crash to know whether he left it before braking or he took the front camera around the corner or not. The Biber's improving time, not in position, up into 11th place. Just up ahead of him on circuit is Denis Sonchu for the Marc VDS team, and as we said, the Anas Horribilis for Elf Marc VDS is continuing at the moment after a tough weekend for the team. Sonchu down in 17th place in Hungary, a weekend that he was very keen to put behind himself, and Aaron Canet hasn't seen the end of the first lap in either of the last 2 Grand Prix. Largely his fault back in Mugello when he was involved in a collision with Chevy Giracusa and Tayo Kurosato. This time he felt he was the wronged party when he was clipped by Ivan Ortola in the opening lap down at the chicane of turns 12 and 13 back in Balaton Prague. But it was a team with so much winning experience, 2 riders who both proven that they can win the Moto2, but the Marc VDS, Boscascuro, Canet, Sonchu dream team, or at least on reputation, hasn't really proven to be much of a dream team so far, has it?
No, it's taken a while to get going, isn't it? I would imagine, or I would have thought, I think a lot of us feeling the same at this stage of the season, we would have started to see Canet and Sonchu really get going. It's not like the Boscascuro chassis is a bad one. You've got Ethan Guevara 2nd in the championship, Celestino Vietti 3rd in the championship. Obviously new to the bike this year, both of the riders, so it's going to take a little bit of time for them to adapt compared to Guevara and Vietti, who are more experienced on the package. But nevertheless, it's been a pretty shocking season, let's not put it too politely, for both Sonchu and Canet. Both race winners, both multiple time race winners as well, and both fantastic talents and a experience. Of course, Canet has got bags of experience in this class, starting in 117th Grand Prix to I make it this season. So yeah, unfortunate of course for Canet to get taken up on lap 1 in Hungary, and on to describing the race as just one that was very, very disappointing. It was feeling quite good through the open exchanges, and then just not a lot going for him at all, finishing P17, giving a lot of pain. He said, and that's understandable as well. So fingers crossed, because we want to see the two riders, Canet and Onchu, up at the front, because they're both riders we enjoy watching and both fighting the victories. Two differing personalities, let's say, but two ones that we enjoy watching, enjoy hearing from, and it'd be great to have Mark BDS up there as well, a team we need to see challenging for wins and ultimately titles as well. So hopefully it gets going for those two at some point in the near future, but really struggling at the moment, unfortunately.
On the line now, Canet is just on his best lap of the afternoon. The 2:00.169, that's a 10th slower than we went this morning. Canet still down in 26th place. That's second last to put it in perhaps an even less flattering term, but Canet having a tough time. There were further reports and rumours in the Superbike paddock and Misano last weekend that Aaron Canet is on course to head across to Martin VDS's World Superbike team, potentially on a second factory spec Ducati Panigale alongside a fellow Moto2 experienced head in Sam Rose. Aaron Canet will tick over the 200 Grand Prix mark later on this season, in all classes of course that is. This is his 118th Moto2 outing this weekend. Of course, a rider who not on the board for so long, a Moto2 world title glory. He's been a runner-up in this class. He was third overall, well, nearly third. He was beat by his teammate by months in the final round, into fourth place in the championship at the final round of last season. Given how long Canet has been in Moto2 and been, for most of it, a front runner, would a move to World Superbike sounds like it would be a move that would have a lot of potential given the machinery would be on, but I think also a move that would come at a good time for Canet.
I think so. You've got to look at what Jake Dixon has done, getting to, the later stages of his career. Canet, nearly 27-year-olds later on this year, so it is that time where you've got to sort of make a choice. MotoGP move doesn't look like it's going to arrive for Canet, unfortunately. You could have argued in the past that he definitely deserved one, Canet. This year, of course, if we'd had a really strong start this season, who knows what might have happened, but it does feel like the time where Canet is going to have to decide, does he continue in Moto2 to try and win a title here, or does he move on to passenger into the World Superbike paddock? A fresh challenge, of course, as well. It does feel like the time for Canet, and maybe he's feeling like that as well. If you're not going to get promoted to MotoGP, do you want to continue sticking around in Moto2, the toughest class in Grand Prix racing and motorcycle racing, full stop in terms of the nature of the competitiveness of the motorcycles and of course the riders as well. A really tough class. It's not like Onchu and Canet are missing bags and bags of speeds, but 2, 3, 4 tenths here and there make a big difference, and unfortunately that is Jose Antonio Rueda on the deck down at turn 11. The reigning Moto3 World Champion is okay, but after a really promising start to the weekend, inside that top 6 as things stand, the 98 is on the floor, and that went early.
Oh, very early, up towards the air fence. It's how it didn't appear as if he touched it. Well, if we could have a second stoppage to this section. Crash apiece now for the Red Bull KTM IO team, and those mechanics might well have just got finished helping his teammate Colin Byers repair job earlier on today. Well, they're going to have one of their own coming up into the evening. As Antonio Rueda might well have done enough anyway with that 1:58.848, but we'll find out next 16 minutes. But it might be just as well that he got that 58.8 on the board. It looks like his practice session might well be over.
Trying to get that restarted or figure out a way of getting that restarted, but you can tell by the damage on the right hand side, Rueda was like, no, that's not getting restarted, and immediately looking around for a scooter to hop on the back of to get back into pit lane. That's unfortunate then for the number 98. We've got a little bit of time to play with, but of course the time attacks are yet to really be launched, so going to be interested to see if Rueda can hold on to that. I do fear that that might not be enough. We'll obviously wait and see in the final 15 minutes or so, but yeah, really promising weekend so far for Rueda, just dampened slightly by that fast crash at the turn 11.
We're in that sort of calm before the storm in this Moto2 practice session at the moment as Ferrari's put in some hard work on used rubber. So pretty representative conditions these for the Moto2 race coming on Sunday, which are expecting to take place in very similar temperatures, around about the 30-degree mark of air temperature, temperatures well in excess of 50 degrees. Even at the end of Prix practice 1 earlier on this morning, the ground temperature was 35 degrees and only gone upwards since then. Guevara moved upwards in this Moto2 practice session. 7 at the moment. Of course, we're having to talk about Guevara in very different terms than we did in previous years. He has made a sizable jump forwards in what is essentially Guevara's fourth Moto2 season, having won the Moto3 World Championship back in 2022, taking his time to demonstrate that talent on a Moto2 bike, but certainly with the news that broken during the lunch break of the signing of a collective agreement between MotoGP Sports Entertainment Group and the 5 manufacturers that will compete into, at the very least, the next 5 MotoGP seasons. It surely will not be long before we're officially describing Ethan Guevara as a MotoGP rider of the future.
Yeah, hopefully. I think everyone knows that that's going to happen now. It just not been officially launched yet by Yamaha, which is understandable. That is the agreement that everyone was waiting for. So, yes, we're going to learn that Ethan Guevara, David Alonso sounded like as well, Daniel Holgado to name and maybe a couple of others as well, Senna Regis, Manuel Gonzalez, waiting to see what happens to those. But this rider, it definitely sounds like he'll be moving to MotoGP next year. Yes, thankfully. It's going to not be a case of us saying, well, maybe this is happening, maybe it's not. It's going to be a case of this is happening, and all you guys at home watching the show have read the stories. They've been out for the last few months, and it can be official, and we can actually speak to the riders about it as well. But yeah, first and foremost, concentration for Alonso, of course, on the job at hand, and he's doing a good job so far, just doing a little bit of homework there in the back of the box, as they always do. This is Colin Vyre chatting to his team. I've seen his teammate go down a few moments ago via back of inside to that top 14, which is good news, but will be needing to improve in the latter stages of the session to try and consolidate that top 14 spot and then go again tomorrow. Ethan Guevara does pits. It wasn't a time attack run. Looks a little bit slight discomfort, just moving his neck around slightly. I don't know too much to worry about, but not looking overly comfortable in terms of the pace either. He's not a million miles away, of course. He's also ahead of Gonzalez in this session, so nothing too much to worry about. But yeah, it's going to be now slight pause, and then we get going again for the proper time attacks. And that's one rider who I have no fear whatsoever of getting inside that top 14.
Yeah, and will not lack motivation. We'll call it Salach. As he's debriefing there with his crew chief just at the bottom of the picture. Talking about Philip Salach as a genuine contender for victory this weekend, and nothing we've seen so far in the practice session and a half has led us to change our minds on that. Feels as if he is building up towards something very, very special, and truly in his wildest of dreams, this would be the place that he would love that first Moto2 victory to come. So Philip Salach, it's 86th Moto2 start this weekend, is 136th Moto2 Grand Prix of all classes, which hasn't won either class he's raced in so far. There's a little look at the dash for Moto3 champ Jose Antonio Rueda. It's taken in second gear is that turn 11, around about 100, just short of 100 kilometres an hour, but the gravel trap and the air fence comes at you awfully quickly through that part of the racetrack. As Barry Baltus has also found out a couple of things around the circuit. Baltus is here for 18th place and they won't be improving upon that. Rueda at the moment still in that 6th place, but we're expecting the threat to his place in Q2 to bolt into new tyres and have a crack at it shortly.
Yeah, it was 0 warning flat crash, wasn't it, for Rueda up at turn 11. Zero chance of trying to save that one. Senna Regis, though, continues on his way. He's one of 4 riders currently out on circuit looking to improve his time, but Regis has had a good session so far. His fastest lap coming off his 4th lap of 12. His fresh tyres are bolted onto the number 96 of Danny Holgado, another rider inside that top 5. So some usual suspects up inside the sort of top 10 realm. Gonzalez, they won't be happy to see his name down in P9. We're expecting a lot more from Gonzalez in this session, so we'll see if the time attacks do come in, if Gonzalez can once again put his name in P1, and of course really looking forward to seeing what Alonso can do in time attack mode, because that's been his weak point so far. We know his race pace has been strong pretty much everywhere we've been so far this year, but does need to sort out qualifying. So if he can top the session here or be sort of in that mix once the time attacks come in, that's obviously good signs for Alonso heading into qualifying tomorrow.
So crucial. How good the overtaking was around that circuit to get yourself on the front row or two. The level of competition is tight and as competitive as it is. Moto2 so important to the right at the sharp end of the grid. And follow Senna Aegis around turn 1. Up behind him is Antoine Huertas. Aegis currently in 3rd place. Huertas currently in 16th place. Although Huertas is at the moment ahead of his teammate Danny Munoz, the number 17, currently in P17. And actually at the start of the session, Munoz is one of the riders who still has a 100% Q2 record, no 100% automatic Q2 record, but at the moment he's in danger of another Q1 appearance down in 17th place. We lead turns 3 and 4 now with Senna Aegis, as something appeared to fly off either the bike or off his equipment there for Aegis, depositing it in the path of Adrian Huertas, but it's not distracted the former Supersport champion at this stage.
Yeah, not sure what that was. Clearly hasn't disturbed Aegis too much. Gonzalez just getting a little bit out of shape there on the exit of turn 8 and through turn 9, and down the hill we come. Gonzalez is not going to improve this time around, and I think a screech is just allowed Gonzalez to just continue ahead of him, and understandably so as well. Not a massive moment for Gonzalez, but a little touch on the rear end that's just ruined that lap time, so no people going for the championship either, but there is potentially for his teammate Aegis.
Dropping down here through the Schwartz curve of turn 10, and you're now declining steep uphill, a wall of tarmac in your face as you round turns 11 and 12 and continue the ascent of horsepower hill to the final couple of corners. Senna Aegis, of course, not many ability good, came in the first time here last year, only scored a solitary world championship point though for 15th position. Will be setting the sights a lot higher for this weekend, as he's potentially a very close three-way battle for second in the World Championship, which Aegis still hopes will become a second half of the season tilt at the ultimate prize of the Moto2 World Championship. No improvement for him on that last lap of 1:58.869. Huertas holding over the line also failed to improve. Improvement between from his teammate Danny Munoz, but at this stage got enough to lift him into Q2.
Yeah, so 9 tenths away then for Munoz. The cut point for challenge team Vietti, who's probably still in pit lane as well. Vietti, we saw him take a little bit of time earlier on in the session to come out of pit lane, but that was potential reason why Vietti should hopefully try and get out there as soon as possible, because yellow flags could be a possibility. It looks like it was just a small error there, topping it with the yellow flags. There's the time on the screen, as you can see there, P14 Vietti still sitting inside pit lane, but yeah, Munoz not too far away on that lap, just over a tenth away, so not much time for the chasers such as Munoz. Roberts down there in P19 as well. Roberts was inside that top 6 earlier on in the session, so a lot of, well, not a lot of fast riders in terms of what we've seen so far this weekend, but plenty of riders with the absolute potential to push Vietti outside of this top 14.
Fast trio here on track, led by Holgado. Behind him is Arbolino, and the third at the back of them going pretty quickly here is Tyler Purasato. Now what will be very interesting here is to see where these riders end up in relation to Jose Antonio Rueda, who will remind you has crashed out of this session and will take no further part in it, and he'll be watching nervously to see where they'll pull through. Purasato drops him right behind it in 7th place on 1:58.937, and whoever achieved it, whoever was following, that's an impressive lap time from Tyler Purasato, who's starting to get him to speed in Moto2 at last.
Yeah, taking him a while, but that's understandable. The rookie's jumping from Moto3 to Moto2. It's a massive jump, underestimated jump up to Moto2, and that's Hiroshi Oyama the famous notebook for Hiroshi, noting down whatever he's seen, the lap time potentially for Forsato, points last time out, and potentially a first automatic Q2 of the season for Forsato coming up. Good job from the Japanese rider.
Scribbling a big tick next to Vaio's name if he holds onto that one. He's now 8th, as Colin Vaio has improved. He's gone to the 7th place, just behind his teammate, the 6th and 7th, the Red Bull KTM IO pair, both on 158.8. Arbolino in 14th place, who did improve himself in that trio, up behind Holgado and ahead of Forsato. Arbolino is now the rider at risk in 14th place, with Vietti here on screen, went down to P50.
Arbolino's gone on a bad lap time, just set a grey sector through split 2, but it's only 2 tenths shy, so he's not far away. It was a personal best lap time in the opening split. He's not got too much time to go though, 3 tenths around the rest of the lap, and when you're losing 2 tenths in one split, it could be pressure on for Arbolino. Danny Holgado is on a quick lap time, I can tell you. Red sector through sector 2, less than 10th though between it, with Alonso, Aegis and a Screed, all set red helmet splits in sector 1, so there's some quick times going. Holgado losing a little bit of time in sector 3, but he's well in touch here with the 96.
As Chelsea Vietti's hot lap begins, a couple of key laps coming towards their conclusion. And we're happy to pick up Holgado shortly, who's on its way towards the final corner now. Here we pick up the number 96, who is third quickest 31 today, was Holgado. So we've been strong at all stages of this Czech Grand Prix weekend so far. Final sector is able to deliver. Is it better than his teammate David Alonso? We're currently losing such a bad start. No, just go up into 3rd place though, just up ahead of Senna Aegis, a 58.6 for Danny Holgado. Improvements further back for Jacob Ralston, who's doing a very, very solid job here with Ralston. He's into the 59s now, 159.799. Just 1.2 seconds up the pace. Ralston's ahead of Lametta, Zeratuza, Aaron Canet and Sergio Garcia. Those are some hefty scalps for Ralston.
Yeah, great job from the Aussie to get towards the 1 second adrift mark. Good job from the number 22, and a good job coming in from Alexis Screed. Loses a bit of time in the final split, but does improve to P4. Is that a Screed safe and sound in the Q2 places? We'll wait and see, of course, but he's got a nice buffer to Tony Arbolino, who has now been shuffled outside the top 15. Holgado such a good first split. So will Tola. Alonso lost time and then won't complete a lap time quick enough to improve his time at the top of the standings, but he's not got too much to worry about as things stand.
Can't say the same about World Championship leader though, and I didn't think I'd be saying that at this stage. Manu Gonzalez just set a personal best on his last lap, a 59.016. So Gonzalez is 4 tenths slower than he went this morning, and he's in a relatively precarious position there in 11th place. He's less than a tenth of a second from safety at the moment. So Gonzalez, we're watching to the first sector. He's just done a personal best. Gonzalez coming under a little bit of pressure than I think we ever expected him to.
Yeah, didn't expect Gonzalez to be outside the top 10 in the session, especially after what we saw this morning. But it looks like he's gathering up on this lap time. Philip Salach is gone a personal best through the first split. Gonzalez has been in touch with the second split as well. Chasing Vietti, looking coming for the number 13, and pressure is on for Vietti here. Absolutely does not want to be in Q1. This is Holgado and Tony Arbolino. Arbolino in his lap time as well, as you can see, but just keeping our eyes on Manu Gonzalez. He's going to come through the third split pretty shortly. I'm sure we'll lock eyes on the championship leaders shortly. We're focusing on Ivan Ortona, 1 place ahead of Manu Gonzalez. So this isn't going to affect Gonzalez in terms of the standings, but it could affect Ivan Ortona's stress levels towards the end of the session, and it improves them slightly.
Ortona to 7th place, but it's key that he qualifies high the bricks. He's got a long lap penalty to serve on Sunday. We've seen plenty of that long lap penalty so far today, with Jorge Martin set to serve 2 of them on Sunday afternoon, and already putting a big black line of rubber through that long lap penalty to show Ortona which way to go through there. As Vaio now hits the line, he finds 2 place 6 to 7. Gonzalez in the back of the picture now up into the top 6, and for the first time this afternoon into the 58s.
Yeah, solid enough then from Gonzalez. That should be job done. Henry Aegis though going even quicker than his teammate. Didn't improve position, but improves his lap time to be a tenth and a half away from David Alonso. So Alonso's time from lap 3 early on in the session is still standing. Alonso crosses the line once again with Salach in tow. Salach not improving, but again it was a good lap time from Salach. Would have been good enough again for P2. So the Czech rider looking really good here.
Just wonder whether it's these scorching temperatures, whether it's just, you know, the best is not in the racetrack at the moment. The tyres aren't hanging on at the moment around this Brno circuit. Track temperature over 50 degrees, and with a lap time coming, Justin Vietti needs some lap time, and he needs it now with a minute and a quarter to go as he approaches the end of the lap. The final corner is now directly up ahead of him. turn 14, and it's the top 14 that Chelsea Vietti is targeting at the moment. If he achieves it, it's onto Van den Gorberg, who's going to be dropped Vietti across the line, and crucially for him, he climbs 5 places and up to 12.
Yeah, just, but it's enough at the moment for Celestino Vietti. Glancing back down at the timing screen, there's plenty of orange and red sectors. Gonzalez, red splits through the first 2 sectors, so is David Alonso as well. It's onto Van den Gordon, begin to make Joe Roberts sweat a little bit more in P13. Last year's race winner. This isn't going to happen for Tony Arbolino. It is happening for Gonzalez and Alonso as things stand, and crucially for a Q2 place, he's onto Van den Gordon.
I think it earlier on was magic in the third sector, but nobody's been able to manage it. See, he couldn't manage his own third split through there. That's why Gonzalez is now a 10th or so down. As Van den Gorberg does move back into the 58, into 12th place. So it's now Van den Gorberg at the expense of Fernandez into Q2. Joe Roberts and Alberto Fernandez are on identical times in 14th and 15th, but at the moment only one of them is going through.
Yeah, second lap time is quick enough for Joe Roberts. That's why Roberts is ahead of Ferrandez. Joe Roberts squeezing through by the slimmest of margins you can do as things stand. Alonso gives it go P1 though, loses time in that final split, but he does take the checkered flag as things stand in P1. His teammate is trying to change that on this final lap time around, but no issues for Alonso. He is heading into Q2 no matter what happens. Anything else going on? Joe Roberts setting a red sector split. He's safe and sound for now, and just looking at anyone else who could try and threaten Roberts as things stand. Don't think too many lap times are coming in, but a lot of riders have just started their lap time, so no matter what happens, Roberts just needs to try and set this lap time in case someone does find time, and that is it for Vietti.
He'll be, well, he's a position ahead of Roberts at the moment in 13th place, so as it stands, Vietti is safe through the Q2. I would say it was an easy passage through, but at the moment that's where he's going. With number 13 in P13. And Gonzalez is still trying to end the day on top. At the moment, is heading away off David Alonso. Number 80, the Colombian, still chasing the first podium of the season. Still be making the Friday headlines though at the moment. Here's last year's winner, Joe Roberts, looking to end any kind of argument about who's the rightful owner of P14. As El mentioned, the tiebreaker is their next best lap. Joe Roberts is looking to ensure that he doesn't go through on a tiebreaker, he goes through with a clear advantage over Alberto Fernandez. Number 16, as mentioned earlier in the session, has a love affair with this Brno circuit. Not just his victory here last year, he was on pole position here back in 2020, and he went on to finish on the podium too. Roberts does indeed move up 1 place, so he goes up into 13th place. It's Vietti relegated then to 14th place, but he is safe. He moves through to qualifying 2. So it's Alonso quickest from Salach and Gonzalez. So once again, Philip Salach top 2 in both sessions today. Gonzalez top 3 in both sessions. Holgado 4 from Aegis to Screech. Guevara 7 from Bayer Ortola. But I had to give a shout out to not one, but 2 rookies who moved through to Q2. Rueda, despite that crash, still comfortably through in 10th. First Q2 appearance in his Moto2 career. Chitayo for Osato, who's through in P11.
Yeah, great to see for Osato to get that lap time in, and yeah, Rueda not sweating as much as anticipated after that crash. Was more or less 2 tenths clear of P15 for Alberto Fernandez, just over 2 tenths clear. So yeah, good job from Rueda despite that crash. Missed a little bit of time attack mode practice for tomorrow afternoon's qualifying, of course. There they are once again, the Salach fan club gathering momentum, and I think we're going to see plenty more banners coming in for the Czech rider on Saturday, of course, and on Sunday as well. But Salach is really well placed here heading into the weekend's action, but not quite as well placed as David Alonso. He wasn't quite able to improve in the latter stages. Not too many riders were able to improve drastically. Track temperatures clearly just creeping up a little bit too much for the riders to try and improve a little bit more, but nevertheless, a great day for him.
Really good day for David Alonso. The lap record again didn't go due to the hot temps, but David Alonso was plenty fast enough. 1:58.511 sees Alonso fastest on Friday. Philip Salach, the home hero, second, and very much in contention. The challenge for victory here this weekend. Manuel Gonzalez third from Holgado, Aegis Screech, and Guevara via 8th ahead of Ortola and Rueda, who survived in 10th despite this fall. Time for Osato. First Q2 appearance for him in Moto2, 11th from Van den Gorberg, Roberts and Celestino Vietti, who squeezes through in P14. Fernandez, Arbolino and Sasaki miss out. Munoz into qualifying 1. for the third time this season, but he has got a 100% Q2 record so far this year. On the bottom of your screens, you can see two Puccini riders. Garcia, of course, recently out of arm pump surgery, 26. And Alonso Lopez declared unfit before practice began due to a hand injury. At the moment, P1, at the end of day one, is in the hands of Pavel Alonso, the fourth being quickest on day one. In Moto2 here at Brno, MotoGP's 1 hour practice session where Q2 places are also on the line. Comes up next week.
MotoGP's back in business in Brno as intense run to the summer break continues with the Grand Prix of Czechia. We've got the 200 kilometres from the stunning Czech capital Prague. Brno is full of spectacular architectural landmarks and home to one of Europe's oldest and most prestigious universities. Well, who will be top of the class will practice next live? It's time for MotoGP. So the magnificent Brno circuit on the outskirts of Czechia's second city. What a layout, what a track, spectacular undulation, hard-braking. 5 parts of the track where you reach speeds of MotoGP of over 250 kilometres an hour. Long, technical, 5.4 kilometres length, 3.36 miles. Hard braking, the hardest braking zone into turn 3. You'll weave your way into the stadium section through turns 6 and 7. That was where reigning world champion Marc Marquez had a crash this morning. Unscathed, thankfully, was the factory. The Prix start 1, 3 and 5 are your most demanding braking points here in Brno. Good afternoon and welcome back to a beautiful Friday afternoon here in Brno. Temperatures around 30 degrees for this afternoon's MotoGP Practice action. The official stats this morning when Marc Marquez led the way in our opening FP1 session. Ambient temperature already 28 degrees. I have to say, even this morning it felt a lot hotter than 28, 31 degrees as you can see on the graphic is now the ambient temperature as we experience something of a Central European heat wave. Now, it's all about hot laps on track and who can find themselves inside the all-important top 10 by the end of this hour-long practice session to get themselves directly through into Q2. Just as he did a couple of weeks ago on Practice Friday in Balaton Park, it was Marc Marquez who set the tone and led the way in our opening practice session, and we know what happened thereafter as Marc Marquez and the factory Ducati powered to pole position and completed yet another double victory. William started his win in the sprint in Balaton, and after a great mid-race skirmish, a real big battle with Pedro Acosta for the 100th time in his Grand Prix career, Marc Marquez took the checkered flag at P1 in the Grand Prix. P1 then, the 33-year-old Spaniard was this morning. Despite that hiccup, a little tip up on the factory Ducati at turn 7. Fabio Quartararo was second fastest on the factory Yamaha, although a couple of caveats to cover off from this morning's action. Marc Marquez in first, Pecco Bagnaia in 6th and Fernando Aldeguer in 7th. Those three Ducatis, that trio of Ducati GP26, they were the only riders that didn't change one or both tyres in the final stages of this morning's opening practice session. There is incredibly hot conditions and for this practice session coming up next live. It's Matt Burt and Lewis Sotheby in the commentary box, Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. A minor blip this morning, Lewis, for the reigning world champion. That spill when he was slightly straying offline going through turn 7. But other than that, it was another brilliant and rather ominous start from our reigning world champion Marc Marquez. Exactly 2 tenths clear of anybody else on track this morning.
Yeah, that 2 tenths of a second advantage kind of flatters the opposition really. He was a lot further ahead than that before a few of them closed in the latter part of the session, with many going for new tyres. That was why Marc Marquez's session ended a couple of minutes early with that fall going into the stadium section of Turn 7. That also prevented him from taking part in the practice start session, but I'm sure Marc Marquez won't be too concerned about that. Good news all round for the Marquez family this morning. Alex Marquez, who was to be reviewed at the end of Prix Practice 1, that review has given him all clear to continue this afternoon.
Well, you must be slow or fast, but you must get to the line. Marc Marquez not able to get to the right line going through Turn 7 now, the factory Ducati. Alex Marquez, impressive return, you have to say, from Alex. Fresh off the recent surgery to repair an absolutely destroyed right collarbone, 4 fractures in that right shoulder, a neck fracture to boot as well, after Alex had that horrendous scary crash in his home Grand Prix in Catalonia. Back looking pretty strong this morning, a 154.519 for Alex in 18th place. Jorge Martin, it felt like he spent as much time as he long that penalty this morning, Lewis, as he did actually circulating this Brno circuit. 14th quickest for the Martinator.
Yep, looking to get his world in motion again after a tough Hungarian Sunday, when, of course, he instigated that horrible first lap pile-up, which certainly horrible from the Prix point of view, because 3 of their riders were involved in it. But it was quite entertaining, actually, wasn't it, watching Jorge Martin trying to master the long lap penalty here at Brno. There's actually a black line of rubber that's been laid through the green tarmac on the outside of Turn 7, where the long lap penalty loop is. That is all courtesy of Jorge Martin.
Fresh tyres helps Fabio Quartararo find some fresh impetus in what has been a real tough period of late for the 27-year-old Frenchman. Top 3 in the Friday morning session for the first time since San Marino last year. Aided and abetted he was by a new medium front, a new medium rear tyre, but the factory Yamaha rider, second quickest, who'll take anything that comes his way right now. Only Fabio a 153.503 set on his 15th of 16 laps this morning.
It's fair to say that he's not missing Balaton Park and the experience he had there, which certainly tested Fabio Quartararo's morale, tested his motivation. Expected better here in Brno, when we're seeing much better. Perhaps second was a bit of a false position, given that he went for brand new front and rear tyres this morning. But certainly much more like it for the 2021 World Champion. You saw Ralph Fernandez there, who finished the morning in 3rd place. Didn't go for brand new rear tyre, they did go for a brand new medium front, but Ralph Fernandez be leading Aprilia on the Superfile Trackhouse quite earlier on today.
Yeah, a switch to a new medium front at the end of the session was a tactic employed by his Trackhouse Aprilia teammate Aguirre, who we're looking at on screen right now. Aguirre-san 5th back this morning. Fabio Di Antonio and Luca Marini, 2 Italians also in the top 10 this morning. They also went late on onto the medium fronts. We've just got a sense already this morning, ground temperature, surface temperature was 42 degrees. And that was around 11 a.m. local time this morning. So you get the impression that some riders starting the session initially on the soft, and maybe because of the braking rock conditions and because of the extremely harsh braking zones around this Brno circuit, they just weren't getting a straight up and down support from that soft front tyre. And so those 4 going late on the medium. As I mentioned, Marc Marquez, Paco Bagnaia and Ferdinand Aldeguer spent the whole session medium. Did not change, did not deviate, and the tactic paid off for a trio of Ducatis. Well, Dramney was 4th fastest this morning. His factory Honda teammate Luca Marini 10th, so a decent start, a solid start for HRC here this weekend. And I'd like to say joining Jack Brown in pit lane is the boss, Alberto Prix. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Yeah, good afternoon to everybody at home, and speaking to Alberto off the back of confirmation yesterday that Mikihiko Kawase will be taking over the team manager role. Alberto, he stepped into a role as HRC advisor from 2027 onwards. We also understand Davide Brivio moving into Honda in some capacity. So could you just explain what the makeup of the management structure will look like at Honda from next year onwards?
I can only tell you what I know, and that's what I'm saying. No? This one time now we were thinking about Kawase as meeting manager, and we just went on the phone on, and we decided to go for a person, and we have been working on. We are happy to do this, and I will be watching him and supporting him in many other aspects. Regarding the other guy, I have no idea. I know this was wrong by the Italian media, but nobody explained nothing here, and really nothing. So maybe we could outside of our and we
Okay, we'll try and find out about it and work it out. Of course, this weekend, a lot of focus on 2027 with the 850 test, which is coming on Monday. Can you just confirm which riders will be testing the 850 for Honda on Monday, Alberto?
Yes, we will be using our current riders. We will be using our current riders, Joan and Luca. It's what it is. It's the situation we have, and we think they are the guys that know better our bike. So we are going like this, and we will try to get the best info from them regarding this new bike, and then for the next future test, we will see what we do.
We understand that both Joan, he confirmed it to us in Barcelona, and Luca will be leaving Honda at the end of the season, whereas Diogo Moreira will be staying at Honda and driving the 2027 bike next year. So can you just explain the decision-making process there to not have Diogo take the opportunity to try the new bike?
Well, what you said is not exactly like this, because there's another test.
But more mileage the better, surely.
Important is to try the bike, and we believe that but now, with the current situation, the plan we made was the best. We are happy for this, and we will go from there.
Is it a decision both Diogo and the LPR squad are happy with, but do they understand the reasoning?
I like Diego about this matter, because it makes him now, with a current new bike, trying to understand the foundation. To give him a second bike to try in the third year is the most stupid thing a team can do, to confuse a rider. And we are not here to confuse riders.
Alberto, thank you for your time instead. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
We're going to miss some brutal Alberto obviously up and down in pit lane next year when he moves on to a new consultancy role in HRC. Thanks very much down there, Jack. So confirmation, no great surprise that Joan and Luca Marini, despite the fact that they will not be on next year's Honda 850cc machine, will be at least on top of that bike here at the behind closed doors top secret testing. We really start to ramp up preparations for 2027 and beyond. Top up Raz Gaglioglu, he'll soon be looking forward to the new 20 tyre era in MotoGP, and looking forward to potentially a spot in Q2 later on in this session, because Toprak's immediately got himself into the 153s this afternoon. He was briefly there this morning, but he just said his best time of the weekend so far, the 153.758, and just to say that Marco Bezzecchi spoils Toprak's fun and goes 10.
I think it was asking too much to expect Marco Bezzecchi to be as far down the order this afternoon as he was this morning. Bezzecchi 16th place, keeping his cards very close to his chest earlier on today. Bezzecchi had a pretty straight away, showing a little bit more potential this afternoon. Bezzecchi at a 53.5. Fastest lap of the morning, Marc Marquez did a 153.3, which was on a 9-lap old rubber. The first tyres that he ran, the only tyres that he ran in this morning's Prix practice session. So that's the kind of benchmark that they're going to be aiming at. Track temperature this morning, though, in Prix practice 1 was 42 degrees. It's substantially hotter than that now.
Yeah, Mark was pretty rapid out the gate this morning, wasn't he? The all-time lap record, Paco Bagnaia 152.3. So in extremely hot conditions this morning, Marc Marquez pretty much within a second of the best ever MotoGP lap we've witnessed here in Czechia. A bunch of lap times being improved here, including from Fabio Di Antonio. Still, he's carrying some capital scars from the hefty incident instigated by Pedro Acosta's failing KTM, which ultimately then cleaned out Alex Marquez right in his last couple of Grand Prix. And that's a baby that slammed into Fabio Di Antonio's left hand. That's been an injury he's carried since that Catalan Grand Prix. To get that wound on his little pinky finger on the left hand, redressed after Balaton Park. Certainly not helped his physical state by the clattering he took in turn 1, instigated by Jorge Martin. But did you now lead to 153.360, which is almost half a second of anything we managed this morning.
Yeah, the riders walking wounded or riding wounded this weekend as a result of that crash. We saw Jorge Martin shaking his left arm and shoulder out this morning. Marco Bezzecchi here on screen said he had a little bit of pain in his back yesterday, and he's carrying the Prix on his back
for this weekend, given that Martin's going to have 2 long lap penalties to serve on Sunday afternoon. Bezzecchi now down to a 1:53.080, flexing his muscles early on in this afternoon session as the World Championship leader. That is the fastest lap of the day.
And that's not easy to do that because he's got a slight tear with a muscle in his right leg. But we've got a tackle well for Martin in that first corner incident. He has not been able to do any riding at all on any form of 2 wheels, be it a push bike or a training bike. Back at home in Italy, completely rest was the only way for Bezzecchi. Well, we've heard the official factory Honda story about their first look into 2027 next year with no Diogo Moreira on Honda's 850 here at the post-race test on Monday. Well, let's get the Brazilian team boss's thoughts on that situation. Lucio checking on it with Jack.
Yeah, if Alberto Puig asked me to do some things, and I'm always going to do it, Lucio. I just spoke to him a second ago and said, do the LTR squad and Diogo understand the decision for not having tried the 850 bike on Monday, and Alberto said, I don't know, ask Fed. So here I am asking you, do you understand that decision to not have him ride the 850 and instead have 2 riders that are leaving Honda at the end of the year try it instead?
Absolutely, we share this opinion with Honda already last week, and also before we were discussing. The matter is that we want to the overall focusing on riding and using improved and riding the current bike. There is no really urgency, to go quicker and to go quicker. We want to prepare the best as possible in improving in the current technology.
So both you and Diogo be here on Monday, at least to get an understanding of what the riders are saying, how the new Pirelli tyres are reacting, how the new 850s behave, just to try and do a little bit of homework.
Yeah, definitely. We will be on track, following and watching. Again, the will continue to be developed. I believe that Honda, the current specification is not the real specification that we will use next year. So there is no point to and that's why we are keen to stay here to see, but without getting stressed because we are.
Just finally, we saw some great images on social media coming into the weekend of Johan Zarco at least back in the gym, trying to get some training going, even though he's still waiting for an operation on the knee. Have you got any further update on when that operation might come? And I imagine you were the same, a smile on your face, seeing that Johan back to doing what he does best, playing the guitar and training.
Well, as you and as many past, training. It's very important, very positive that the surgeon, the medical staff decided to let him test. To let him try again, restart his training, and then this will definitely help
Thanks to Lucio checking hello. So when he's upright on 2 wheels here in Brno, Marc Marquez has been incredibly fast. But this is crash number 2 of day 1 here in the Grand Prix of Czechia. We saw him wash the front out at turn 7 this morning, and now it's turn 11 as Mark gets a little bit pinged under the bike there. Ron maybe as he ran through the Grand Prix. Let's have a listen. We'll just tap the towel back in. Did that just crucially take a little bit too much weight off of that front tyre. Frustration there for Mark. He'll know that's a bit of an unnecessary early spill in this session. So a double win in Balaton to a double crash on Friday here in Brno.
You just hear him there shouting, go, 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 as he gets a push start. He had done 2-3 red sectors actually. He was fraction up on Marco Bezzecchi at the 3/4 mark of the lap. You can now hear the desperate attempts of Mark. You can see him signalling up ahead there to try and get some help, because it's all uphill from there, Mark, to get yourself back to the pits.
A lot better off actually being to a full where I can just turn it around and maybe get it fired up. A bit of a crack. Oh, we'll keep a close eye on whether Marc Marquez can get that crash Ducati back to pit lane. I think there was kind of substantial damage, maybe a bit of cosmetic damage. So we're hoping as we go in the time attack mode later on in the session, we'll still have 2 Ducatis available at his disposal. Now we pick up Dranmere. We had a strong FP1 this morning. He was out fresh on the factory Honda, just at 50 metres or so behind his teammate Luke Mooney. Those two were in the top 10 this morning. They'll be hoping for a repeat of that this afternoon. And then going through turn 14, near now on the deck there, third gear, about 135 kilometres an hour. Ran near up into 18th place, not able to trigger the 153 so far this afternoon.
It's on medium combination. Everyone's out on the racetrack with the exception of Jack Miller on the medium rear tyre. Miller's on the soft rear tyre. Mark Marquez, you can see now, has got his Ducati back running again. Of course, as we now know the regulations for 2026. If you do have a crash and lose the engine, you must restart it on the service road, not at the side of the racetrack. So you can see some scrapes on the left-hand side, which is the side he crashed on, but it doesn't appear as if there is too much heavy damage. Of course, the aero at the front is also damaged, the brand new aero on the front of that Ducati, but Ducati have had heavier rebuilds than that.
Yeah, they certainly have, especially when in the past with Mark, of course. Actually, more still attached, handlebars a bit scraped up, fairing all need replacing on the left-hand side. Well, that's for sure. Down Mark when he was third quickest, still is third quickest with a 153.377, which is pretty much on par with the pace he set to lead FP1 this morning. Briefly this morning made a factory Ducati 1-2. That's going to be frustrating, Mark. He'll be unhappy with himself there. Both times just been picking up the trophy and he was going down. Good news for Mark as they've both been in left-hand corners. There's been no sort of potential risk of aggravating that recovering right shoulder. Here's Bagnaia looking strong. He's had a good run through the first three sectors. He will attack hard now. Looking right, drag the elbow, then neat through the final corner before he picks up the drive grip, powers to the finish line, short run to the finish line, picks up one place. It's Bagnaia down to a 153.493. Back on the P7.
They look good through those final corners, particularly when he was braking for so-called team. We're no longer seeing the snaps under braking from the rear that we often saw. Last year we saw as recently as this year in heretical Pecco Bagnaia. So much of the secret to Pecco Bagnaia's performance is how he gets that Ducati stopped. And of course, we're expecting with the news that broke during the lunch break here in Brno of the confirmation of an agreement between MotoGP Sports and the group of the manufacturers to proceed for the next 5 years in MotoGP, which should open the door over the next week or two for the rider announcements for the coming 2027 new generation of MotoGP to be made. Of course, Pecco Bagnaia's name will be central to all of that.
Love that shot there on the outside camera of Bagnaia, trail braking into turn 3, the hardest braking zone around this Brno circuit, but see for how long he was holding on to the front brake with lean angle as well. Superb shot that, love that, brilliant stuff from our production crew and from the MotoGP World Champion as well, as we pick up Diogo Moreira. Well, up by his time, we'll have to be patient before he does get his first taste up under his 850cc machine. Lucho checking over there, just telling Jack Diogo and the LCR team fully understand the reasons why Diogo's 850cc debut will be delayed. Maybe we'll have a play on it after the post-race test at the Red Bull Ring in Austria. Being late September time. But what we do know, he was going on 850, he's going to be very, very quick indeed. A big Honda star of the future is Diogo Moreira. Superb last time out in Balaton, 6th place he was at the Rover line. Best result ever was in MotoGP. No Barros was fifth at Phillip Island 19 years ago in 2007. Fair to say Brazil have a new MotoGP superstar to roar on.
Yeah, entertained as in both the sprint and the Grand Prix. Certainly made life difficult for Jorge Martin in the sprint. Martin eventually, after a couple of attempts, got past him. And actually, when the first corner chaos was unfolding back at Baltapar, Moreira actually came out of the second corner in third place behind Pedro Costa and Marc Marquez, but then was passed by Pecco Bagnaia and a couple of others coming through turn 4 on that first lap. Without that, who knows? We might have been talking about Diogo Moreira as a podium finisher already in MotoGP, but I don't think we're going to be waiting altogether that long. Into next year, you'd expect Diogo Moreira on what is expected to be a very competitive 850cc Honda. So much positivity surrounding that project into the new generation of MotoGP. Moreira will be a major player on it.
Top 10s in the last 3 Grand Prix Peloton. It was a breakthrough weekend, first time he scored points in both the sprint and the Grand Prix. There is his crew chief, Klaus Noles. As you can see there, the Honda squatting low. We've got the handful of power. The slick gear that went down to turn 3. 310 miles an hour on the fastest part of this Brno circuit. You're already going through that critical turn 2 in fourth gear, about 230 kilometers an hour. You need a lot of horsepower to negotiate the undulations of Brno. There's a very good reason why they run out of turns for 14 and 14. They're in sharp turns called horsepower here, because you're lacking acceleration, if you're lacking some ponies, and you're going to be looking for that time here in the Grand Prix of Czechia. Just keep a close eye around at the start of the session while we're listening to Moto3 Chapter, because we only have 21 rides, had set lap time, and Herrera was either straight back into the pits after an early run, or there was some kind of but he is still down in 22nd place at the moment, having only done 4 laps in this session, which is half of what Marco Bezzecchi, your session leader, has done.
Yeah, Diogo Moreira, of course, came here for the first time last year and wasn't exactly fully fit last year when he arrived in Moto2 Practice. He'd had that collision with David Alonso, had to start with the pit lane last year, and he only really came here last year to serve that penalty for Draghi, but this is the first time he's really visited the Brno circuit and lapped it in any sort of anger.
Well, a lot of talk, a lot of gossip, that despite the fact that we believe he is on to the factory Ducati next year, KTM will use the skills of Pedro Acosta to test their 850cc machine here on Monday. All kinds of talk about who will be in KTM's lineup, with Maverick Vinales sort of not been too forthright, been very forthright actually about his potential future with KTM. One man in the know as regards the Austrian man, as always, is the boss, Britt Bayer, who joins Jack.
Yeah, he does indeed, all off the back of a Hungarian Grand Prix where pits I imagine you're pretty sick of the name Marc Marquez. Pedro in fine form all weekend, but once again that wait for a MotoGP victory for both himself and Pedro goes on. How do you reflect on Hungary? I'm sure pleased once again with the performance, but you want that one back.
I mean, yeah, he has to win races, so for sure he wants that next win so badly, but
I think that's a replay. I'm just confirming, getting a little bit excited, a replay of an earlier crash, so don't worry, it's none of your boys.
okay. No, but you know, since we couldn't really make points in Barcelona and had a really difficult Mugello weekend, so I was again very happy that we had a great performance at Balaton. And then, I mean, if you have Marc Marquez in his best form and best speed, I mean, running 10 seconds before third, it's an incredible performance. So I was happy the performance is there. I'm happy Pedro could get good points. Of course, we want to win, but I want to be also competitive, and that we have proven a Balaton. So yeah, I left the place much more happy than sad because we didn't win.
Looking at the 850 test on Monday, we've had some announcements today with regard to the future of the sport. A lot of focus on the new bikes that we're going to see, or not a lot of us, it's behind closed doors. We might see some photos of the new bikes on Monday. Pedro was quite coy yesterday when asked whether he's going to be riding the bike, so can you confirm to us which 2 riders will be on your 850 machine on Monday?
I mean, we're going to pick it up between the testing. We're in the report. We still have to see which rider does which.
Come on, Pete, you must know by now, it's in 2 days' time.
Yeah, but I can also tell you that I finished without pushing me too hard, my friend. So it was like the 2 test boys are on track with the test team, but also we have 1 race team out there, and the rider will be Pedro on Monday.
Okay, so can you just talk us through the reasoning behind that? Because a lot of manufacturers have blocked riders that we believe aren't going to leave the factory next year. Pedro is one of them, so what's the thinking behind that decision?
Look, it's quite simple. Pedro is the fastest and best rider we ever had and we have at the moment. So we want to get the from our best rider. I would say our best. We have also the strongest test team, by the way, and then we go the top, and so we have a lot of information from them about the bike, but then it's still something different to have a race boy on there, and that's why it was for us a logical choice. Even if you think about where he could be next year and this and that, he is our very well respected factory rider of this season, the best rider we have, so we need to keep him as the best rider on our bike to find out what the bike can do, and also build on that the rest of the development, because everybody is just halfway through and it's still a long way to go until next season. But I feel we have a just a good setup for Monday to get the next step
Just glad to have you as well. With some comments from Maverick Vinales yesterday, Dan. I'm sure you might have seen. Quite frustrated at his current situation with KTM, saying that he was told by KTM in the winter he would be an official factory rider. Then that changed to Tech Clark. Now he says he doesn't know where he's going to. He doesn't feel that his loyalty to KTM is being rewarded at the moment. Can you understand his frustration?
Yes, I can understand his frustration, but yeah, we also need to understand a little bit our side that somehow we need to create the best possible package. So we are waiting. We gave him a lot of time to come back. There is something we don't know, and bring him back to the normal form. The good question is doing great so far. If he continue like that, he will be one of the guys in the garage. But also there, I have Günther. He took over now a very strong leadership of the garage, which is great for us because I feel this will be a very strong team in the future, and we get different inputs. It's so refreshing to talk to Günther because he's so often like black and white. We don't think too much about who promised something to somebody 4 years ago or this or that. He just says today, okay, let's take a decision left or right. So based on that, we agreed together. We're gonna wait a little bit on this basis because I mean so many things are done in the paddock. But now on this garage, we still have the chance to decide also a little bit later. And give also everybody needs to work the chance to show up and show strength. So that's your question. Yes, I can understand Mary, and I don't feel comfortable in that situation because he's such a good guy and he did so much for us at the beginning of last year. Proving that the KTM is a good bike when not only leading into the project. It was like that, period. He was the only one from 4 boys who really pushed the project forward. When he brought great results, that's how we got Pedro back. So, I mean, that's all not forgotten, but looking in the future, we need to do the best for the Tech 3 garage, and then that's why Günther asked me to stay patient. That's what we are doing right now, but it doesn't mean Merrick is not one of our favorite candidates, so just give us a little bit more time.
Thanks, Pip. Appreciate it as ever.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to KTM boss Pip Barber. So there you go, KTM. There are they? Pedro Acosta is the most talented and the fastest rider they currently have in MotoGP. That is the reasons why he will throw his leg over the KTM 850cc bike tomorrow. We will have a few handful of rides. I'll be able to say by the time we start next season, though that may be, there will be two different 850cc Grand Prix rides. That will be a Pedro Acosta. What was it, 132 points he's collected in the opening 8 Grand Prix, which means he outscored every other rider on a KTM, which is a stunning record, isn't it? Double podium here last year, Fordy now 23-year-old Spaniard, got up into second place in this session. Ralph Fernandez, fair play. What a job this is by the Trackhouse Pully rider, who had to cancel all his media engagements here yesterday in Brno because he was so ill, so sick. Well, what a compliment. But running the best medicine, Ralph Fernandez, the first rider on day one here that's in the 52 to 152.862. That's always 7 tenths quicker than anything he managed this morning. This is brilliant by Fernandez.
Both of the Trackhouse Aprilis have gone for a brand new software tyre. Fernandez has set that 52.8 on a brand new software, and Ayakura is doing the same. The two Trackhouse Aprilis were both quick this morning, and has to be said, weren't they? Fernandez was third, Agura was fifth, and Ayakura looking in the mood so far. We know he's not usually particularly quick on a Friday morning, so the fact that he was should catch your attention and suggest that the former Moto2 World Champion means some serious business here this weekend. Here comes Guerrero, final corner. We're on course for a Trackhouse 1-2 here. The Bavarian gets his final sector right. He's now down to a 52.718. It is a Trackhouse 1-2 and Aprilia 3 of them in the top 4 now.
Take a picture, Francesco. What a first day of the office this has been for the new team manager, Francesco Guidotti. Go on, Francesco, give me the smile. 1-2 then. Aguirre-san leading this practice session. Which we're a long way from the all-out, fully fledged time attacks, but a nice early banker provided by the two Trackhouse riders. Back out on circuit, looking to really build a bit of lost confidence after his second crash of this opening day here in Brno for reigning world champion Marc Marquez. On the deck this morning at turn 7, and you saw a few moments ago, crashing out the turn 11. Marco Bezzecchi then is early 153 flat. So him seeing early control of the second section in Brno. Control of China Wetzel back. Pressure up as well for Bez, as you can see on the graphic. New medium front, new soft rear tyre, and he has absolutely creamed the third sector here as Bez.
It's clearly a strategy by the Aprilia teams, the factory team and the Trackhouse team, to go earlier for a brand new soft rear. Not only because the temperatures are so hot, it might not necessarily be faster at the end of the session. It might be a good moment now while the track is a little quieter to get a lap time on the board. Of course, that's so often the case in these Moto2 practice sessions. When time attacks are in full flow, we could see some yellow flags impacting what faded in the final sector 2 for Marco Bezzecchi. He doubled his advantage through the fourth sector, having already taken 2 tenths in the third sector. A 52.2 for Marco Bezzecchi, the fastest ever lap at Brno.
Wow, that is some lapping by Marco Bezzecchi. He has just fired in a new all-time lap record, a 1:52.275, 4 tenths clear of the chasing pack already. Nothing a girl can do on his latest flying lap. Wow, we set up for 51, aren't we here? Surely. Already on his first flying lap, Marco Bezzecchi finds a new all-time lap record. That is some performance by Bez. Are we, for the first time in Grand Prix history, going to get a 1:51 here in Czechia?
This Aprilia saying after the events of this morning, and Marc Marquez looking so good on the Ducati, okay, we were happy just to let you have your moment this morning. Now we're going to turn the wick up. Now we're going to show our clear strength, our clear power at the moment. Because at the moment, the 3 Aprilias at the top of the order. The first non-Aprilia is Pedro Acosta, 7 tenths of a second adrift. Now, of course, everyone hasn't gone for a brand new soft rear tyre yet, so you'd expect the gap to close. But Aprilia are throwing a bit of a marker down in this afternoon session. We'd still have a bit to go.
Well, the circuit, we can say, similar in characteristics to Mugello on the calendar you would pick. Brno, and we know what Aprilia Marco Bezzecchi did to the opposition in their home Grand Prix in Mugello. The first ever all Aprilia front row came in an unforgettable Italian Grand Prix for the Noali factory. Marco Bezzecchi then taking a brilliant first victory for Aprilia, the first victory for himself in front of that jubilant home crowd, those special scenes under the podium. I think Bez is going to improve on an outstanding 52.275. It's another 152 though, a mid 152. Some distinctness by Bez, a 52.75 followed by a 52.595.
Well, that lap would have still put him faster than anybody else in this session. Marc Marquez goes 7th. He is still on older tyres. He's on the same medium tyres he started the session with, so that's why Marc Marquez was his second off the pace. So we've got Aprilia's 1, 2 and 3, KTM's 4 and 5, Acosta and Vinales, and then Ducati's 6, 7, 8, Bagnaia, Marquez, and Fabio Antonio Marc Marquez. That is, of course, Marini 9th on the first of the Hondas, and Jorge Martin, who did also improve recently, but of course hasn't made the same jumps. He hasn't gone for a fresh software tyre. Martin at the moment 10th.
So 52s from a trio of Aprilias. Bezzecchi, Agura and Raul Fernandez. Pedro Acosta only 3 pounds of a second away from troubling the 52s. And it's not this once again from Bezzecchi. This has been some little surge of performance from the World Championship leader, despite the big mishap, despite the pain of that heavy crash, heavy impact from his teammate Jorge Martin at turn 1 in Baltimore. He still did actually increase his World Championship lead over the course of that Hungarian Grand Prix weekend. He comes into this round 9 with a halfway point of the season approaching, with a 20-point buffer over Martin. What would really be hurting, aside from the physical pain for Bez, was the fact that he lost 30 points Marquez after his maximum haul of 37 over in Balaton. Not too far away from Balaton, only a 300km/h drive away from our previous round was Bezzecchi. And he made a mess of that turn 13, he was in a hot there. Getting close on Marquez, he's still circulating in 7th. Bezzecchi goes through gears, 53 flats. Because Marquez has rolled out and pits on his back to Ducati.
And that's still a faster lap time than any other non-Aprilia has done, except Pedro Acosta, who's a couple quicker on a 53.0, even with that big mess up at the final couple of corners for Marco Bezzecchi. Quattararo here on screen has also put in a soft rear tyre. With the fuel on board though for the Frenchman. He's in 15th place at the moment on a 1:53.578. We know Fabio Quartararo can go quicker than that because he went quicker than that this morning.
Andrea Dovizioso, a former MotoGP winner here in the Grand Prix of Czechia. And the battle that was he had a few years ago, back in 2018 with Fernando Lorenzo on the factory, Ducati, and Marc Marquez, of course, then on the Repsol Honda. Yeah, Maverick Vinales, who is, I guess we have to say, very much in shop window territory at the moment, trying to prove and impress on the contemporary and KTM management that he's worthy of retaining in 2027. Big weekend for Maverick, 200 MotoGP start he is due to make this weekend. The double century looming for Top Gun.
I completely understand his frustration, if you want to call it that, at how his current situation with KTM has evolved over the last year. But I guess ultimately, if you're making a decision right now on Maverick Vinales for 2027, to a certain extent you are guessing, because of course it was around this time last year where Maverick, that horrible year of shoulder problems with that company qualifying at the Sachsenring, and can't really say we've seen much of Maverick Vinales at 100% since then. And that is ultimately, I guess, what KTM are waiting to see before they're confident enough to commit to Maverick Vinales for the long term.
Yeah, there was at that stage last year we talk about the worst possible moment, the worst possible time. Never a good time to get any kind of injury, of course, but Maverick Vinales in the first half of 2026, 2025 have really stood up and been the lead KTM. With all the tyre pressure penalty, which cost him a podium on the night lights in Qatar. In fact, yesterday, wasn't it? But in the Telegram press conference, Pedro Acosta, after his double podium here last year, we came here, 5 weeks later, talking back in July. And Acosta said this Brno Grand Prix really was the turning point of his 2025. So we were getting to sort of round 11 or 12 before Acosta was even threatening podiums last season. Although we are dealing with a very different animal, a very different beast, aren't we, this year? Pedro Acosta has certainly matured a lot. He's rid himself of that sort of petulance that was in the garage. He's certainly making a few mistakes. He talked about that in Balaton, saying last year in Balaton, probably 80% of the time last year he would have done something, crashed out in that dogfight with Marc Marquez. But yeah, as mentioned, the Pedro Acosta of 2026 is a very different animal to the Pedro Acosta of 2025.
Yeah, only 2 non-scores this year for the 12 in the sprint in Jerez, of course, when we had all sorts of chaos with the changing weather through the sprint, and of course the Sunday in Barcelona when he was knocked off at the final corner by Ayagura when he was going to be 3rd or 4th. So he's certainly squeezed every last drop and every last punt out of that factory KTM so far this season, to the point that he is still, I guess, in the World Championship conversation as we begin to approach the halfway point of the season. By the time we head off our summer break after the Saxon Ring in 3 weeks' time, we will be halfway through this 2026 MotoGP season, and Pedro Acosta is 48 points off the World Championship lead and just 6 behind 3rd place Fabio Di Gianantonio.
I asked him in the press conference yesterday, has he seen enough in the opening 8 Grand Prix, given the fact that he is the lead KTM by a mile, and he is only 48 points behind Marco Bezzecchi, given how super strong it could have been so far this year. And he was, as always, very honest. He just said no. Next mission, the next goal for KTM is to try and find a victory. Because, I mean, who would have ever thought this? A stat we'd ever be reading out. Pedro Acosta is making his 50th MotoGP start for this weekend, and unfortunately, the winning column still has a big fat 0. There's been podiums galore, 14 sprint podiums, just the 1 win in sprints. There have been 13 Grand Prix podiums. They're still chasing that very elusive first victory is Pedro Acosta.
And whilst I'm sure he will do plenty of winning in the future when he's in the factory-rated Ducati, we're expecting confirmation in the next week or so of Pedro Acosta, final confirmation that he is heading to the factory Ducati team to partner Marc Marquez from next season. I'm sure he would dearly want to hand KTM a victory before he departs. But of course, KTM and Pedro Acosta have been integral. They've been hand in hand since Pedro Acosta's Grand Prix career began as a Moto3 rookie when he won the title back in 2021. He has ridden nothing but a KTM, or for KTM, in his entire Grand Prix career.
Full production work again by our camera crews. You can just see there at the moment that these riders are just releasing the front bike through turn 4. Some shots there of Marc Marquez and Pedro Acosta, now Jorge Martin, turn 4, Alex mid-corner and still in second gear, just over 110 km an hour, looking for a real good drive out of there. But you move up to fifth gear on the run down to turn 5 at 280 kilometres an hour. Maverick Vinales. Well, he's saying to Katie, isn't it? Cut me out if you dare, because this would have sowed Maverick Vinales, wouldn't it? Starting the weekend, Brno, he's been overlooked potentially. He's got no idea about where his future lies. As Cal Crutchlow, that's the first time that Cal Crutchlow has tipped off the LCR Honda since he's been subbing for Johan Zarco. But Maverick Vinales on course potentially for the top 3 here. Here is the top gun then into turn 13 goes. Just the final right-hander remaining on the top 3 KTM. Is this indeed going to be a top 3 lap? He might be looking Fermin Aldeguer briefly out of the top 3, otherwise he does. Second place then goes Maverick Vinales with a 152 and 577. Does not get any more Vinales in there.
Yeah, still has plenty to offer, and that's why Maverick Vinales often does frustrate, because we know how good he is when he's at his very best, and everything both on the bike and in between the ears are heading in the right direction for Maverick. Good lap for him, a 52.577, the first 52 we've seen from a KTM so far today. Fermin Aldeguer a moment ago set the first 152 for Ducati so far. He did a 52.8 to take what is now 4th place, was 3rd when he came across the line. He's now on the brink of retaking that 3rd place.
He was caught up in that incident in the first feeling ballot, and after all his injury hell so far this year, the femur fracture in early January while testing in Valencia on a production bike. You just sensed that the relief in the Brazilian camp, and particularly from Fermin Aldeguer. I thought it was reaching Frankie Cartredi in the car park exiting Balaton on Sunday, and there was just this powerful sense of relief that Fermin had walked away unscathed from that scary instant. He does find his PB time of this session, a 152.752, and not good enough though to nudge himself back inside the top 3. Not seen too much out of the front with him four so far this weekend after Jorge Martin down in 14th place this morning, not helped by one of his RS GTs packing up underneath it later in the session, and yet to triple the top 10 so far this afternoon in Martin. They're not a million miles outside of it, there's 2 thousandths of a second behind Luca Marini in 11.
Just the one, the front row start this year for Jorge Martin as he rolls out a bit around turn 3. You feel the front row start is essential for Martin here this weekend to give up the 2 long lap penalties. If you're not at the front of the race, a long lap penalty is going to drop you behind a heap of traffic, never mind if you're serving 2 of them. We've seen him practicing that already so far today. Jorge Martin then in 11th place. He's on a well-used soft rear tyre. Haven't seen him go for a brand new rubber in the last 10 minutes as his teammate and the Trackhouse pair had.
Yeah, he knows this time out there. If you're on board in the Aprilia, Bez leads, Aguero 3rd, Ralph Hernandez 5th. Those 3 have been comfortably in the 52s. So Jorge Martin does know that he has going to have pace to burn, and when he does go on to the fresh rubber at the end of the session. That's Marc Marquez did this morning. Seems like he's persevering, getting a lot of data information on used and abused Michelin medium rubber. He's now decelerating into turn 3. Information from Brembo is that's the hardest braking zone around this Brno circuit. Best we've seen from Mark so far, still 153.343. You know, the Mark minimum. It's going to be what, half a second, 6/10 quicker when he goes into time attack.
Inside the top 10 at the moment, we've got Martin 11th, Bastianini 12th, Morbidelli's just improved. He's out there on a soft rear tyre. He's just gone up into 13th place ahead of Brad Binder, the 2020 winner here. Fabio Quartararo leading Yamaha at the moment, but only 15th. We've got Yamaha's 15, 16, 17, Quartararo, Miller and Top Black. Morera in 18th place. He went down this morning. His teammate Cal Crutchlow down the same corner we just saw at turn 8. Alex Marquez, understandably, yes, riding within himself at the moment. He's in P19 at the moment on a high 153.
Robbie was on course for a PB lap time. I think he's made a mistake there, hasn't he, going into the Schwantz corner. So I think we might see Mark pretty in this session. You can see he's lost a lot of time in that 3rd split with the mistake at turn 10. As Alex Marquez looks on, Alex 18th for the checker flag this morning, finds himself 19th. He will just be trying to get rid of a bit of ring loss, won't he? Alex Marquez and build up some confidence. Because of course the last time Alex Marquez was on the MotoGP bike, the worst experience of his Grand Prix career when he was caught up in that horrific incident with Pedro Acosta. some battle scars that Mark's bearing here in Brno as he feels back into pit lane. But he's seen enough then on that medium combination. And now it's time to see what Mark, the reigning world champion, has got for us in terms of time attack mode.
Battle scars on the bow, there's two, aren't there, for Marc Marquez over the years. He almost wears them as a badge of honour for all of the hard work he's put into back-to-back, all the surgeries, the Balta Par victory, just the latest example of Marc Marquez getting injured but getting back on the bike and getting back stronger. He said yesterday that he feels stronger than ever. He said, I have to be stronger than ever. If I'm not, I might as well stop.
Yeah, Balaton Park or Mugello, just before that the week prior to his brilliant success in Balaton, was the 8th injury comeback Marc Marquez has made since the left in 2020. 8 comebacks in just 6 years. He keeps coming back for more, and he keeps enjoying more and more success, doesn't he? Even number 93, Mears made a very big move. As soon as Mears got into time attacks, this he did this morning when he was out on fresh medium rubber. Mears got himself up to 4th this morning, but he's won one better so far this afternoon. The factory Honda Star up to 3rd with a 152.681. So we now have a Prix from KTM from Honda, although that could change very, very quickly, rather imminently, because Pedro Costa is about to set a new all-time lap record, and does. So Marco Bezzecchi and now Pedro Acosta have dived under Pecco Bagnaia's old all-time lap record. Quickest rider in Brno history now is Acosta, thanks to a 152.228.
And his teammate Brad Binder was just behind him. He's also improved. Binder up to 8th now on a 52.865. He's going to need at the very least a mid-52 to have any hope of qualifying 2 here, because we've got the top 8 all in the 52s, down to Brad Binder in 8th place. We've then got Gian Antonio on the 53.1 and Bagnaia on the 53.3. Marini now into the 52s in 7th. Acosta is now riding his bike, or trying to get his bike back up and running, taking the back entrance into the paddock. Technical problems for the 37. KTM have had their fair share of those recently.
Well, straight off the back of the all-time lap record, this was just after he crossed the line and found that awesome 152.228. The Tech 3, sorry, the KTM RC 16 cries no more. Smoke there, wasn't there? Like under the screen. I mean, that is almost identical. Felt like to the cutout he had at working with Alex Marquez in Barcelona. Yes, they have had far too many. The Matterbucket engineers will say reliability issues so far this year. Wow, what a sort of 25 seconds that was for Pedro Acosta, racing to a 152.228 and didn't even get through the first corner on the very next lap before the engine said time very much.
He's heading for the top 10 here. 10th is exactly where he goes. He's into the 52s now in the 52.929. It won't last long, because you can see Gian Antonio's going very quickly, but as it stands at the moment, all 4 KTMs are in the top 10.
One of KTM's best ever days in their short MotoGP history came here in Brno back in 2020 in just his 3rd ever Premier Class appearance. Brad Binder, they took an unforgettable victory. Yeah, pace is hotting up here. The final was hopping the ambient temperatures. Fabio Gian Antonio starts to climb up horsepower hill. He's going to climb up the rankings from 11, potentially into P1. All this will be top 10 unless he makes a right rickets up this final corner, which he doesn't do. So the number 49 all picture perfect to go with him. He's just got 7, just a few metres up the road ahead of Fidgia, and he does indeed go into 3rd place. So 152.372. Not quite the fastest ever Ducati time here in Brno.
So Marco Bezzecchi now 2nd as he leaves pit lane, having led the session for around about 20 minutes after that early soft rear tyre attempt. But we've got Martin down in 15th, and we've got the factory Ducatis with Bagnaia and Marc Marquez 12th and 13th. Still yet to see them really show their cards on a soft rear tyre. Marc Marquez is on an outlap with a soft rear tyre fitted, so we'll get that answer shortly.
Martin then heads out onto circuit. As it stands at the moment, we've got Pecco Bagnaia, we've got Marc Marquez and Jorge Martin outside of that all-important top 10. They have got plenty of time to correct that particular scenario. We expect big laps coming in. Probably number 63 we're riding on board with now. I was going to say, shall we have a little listen to Pecco Bagnaia? Well, it was a very, very little listen, wasn't it? Because We pick him up now, powering out of the final corner, building up some speed on this set of tyres. 2-2-1, Pecco goes then. This will be his first flyer on that medium front soft gear. Here, that 230 kilometres an hour as you power through turn 2. And now approach the hardest braking zone. There's a little pause.
Instead, he cut to his teammate, Marc Marquez, who's leading the first corner. As you can see, he is also with brand new rubber fitted, with Bagnaya's first sector through shortly. But I guess the strategy that Bagnaia always adopts is to leave it for the end, to do the homework, do the hard yards on old tyres, and make sure that you've got as much information and data as you can for the business end of Sunday. Guess what he does though, is the alpha between them, and by the time Bagnaia does finally put a software tyre in, he's generally under a bit of pressure.
So the minimum, Marc Marquez will jump half a second, 6/10 of a second when he's out on fresh rubber. It's going to be more, much more if he carries this lap on through. Because he's best so far, 53.343, which is 400ths of a second outside of his benchmark this morning. That's going to be bettered quite comfortably. He drops down the hill, harden the brakes, he'll go into turn 10. Hard braking zone, turn 10 named after Kevin Trent. I can't believe a better corner to be named after the Texan. Of course, he was so famous for his late aggressive braking style, wasn't he? The 1993 MotoGP World Champion. Up horsepower hill mark will rise as we pick up his number 63 factory Ducati teammate Pecco Bagnaia. This will be more likely from Pecco as he looks to jump inside the top 10. As you can see on the leaderboard as it stands right now, Bagnaia up to third. What about Marc Marquez? Is he coming deep into that final second now? Marc Marquez, this might be a 51. Is he going to be the first ever to put it in? It's a 1:51.988. More history then goes the way of the reigning world champion. He is the first rider ever here in Czechia to lap Brno in the 1:51s. Half a second, 6/10. He found 1.4 seconds on a fresh tyre. Awesome job again.
He might have been there for long though. Here comes Aifura, who gets to within 100th of a second of the world champion, just showing that Aprilia aren't going anywhere here in Brno this weekend. Aifura joins Marc Marquez in the 151s.
How good was that look for Aguilera, who has had his issues, not getting through to Q2, but he's been finding good grip position once he's in that second qualifying session. And if Aguilera can get himself anywhere near the first 2 rows in the main Grand Prix on Sunday, even for the sprint tomorrow, well, we know just how good he is on well worn. We're going to the gearbox there, as you can see, with his left boot, with Raul Fernandez, who's crept, and I say crept into the top 10 group. He's got there in 10 with a 52.578. Bezzecchi has just improved once again. He's down to a 152.147. Bears also threatening a 51.
Oh, Martin doesn't like he's getting anywhere near a 51 here though. I don't think he's even going to be in the top 10 with this. Quattararo then goes 50. Martin does go in 11th. It was a good final sector for Martin, but he's still 400 shy of Raul Fernandez. When you've got a double long lap penalty already next to your name, the last thing you need is a trip in Q1.
Got to get through the big 10 minutes coming up. Anyway, Martin only been in Q1 once so far this season. That was in the bruising battle of Catalonia, where he had 5 crashes across the weekend and then went down and was hospitalised briefly after a crash at the post-race test on Monday. Dramir trying to scrap his way back, muscle his way back inside that top 10. He was third, but there wasn't on the factory Honda. A 52.368 does indeed push me back inside the top 10. He jumped up to 7th.
Close this between Ducati and Aprilia, with the Practice KTM as always fighting a good fight for the Austrian brand up there in 4th. You've got Ducati, Aprilia, the top 3. Then of course there's KTM. Then a pair of more further Ducatis, Bagnaia and Aldeguer, 5th and 6th. And here comes Alex Marquez, who's looking to try and lift himself up a little up into 15th place. But Q2 not really the target for the 73, as he has a little bit of a moment. He could do without those.
And Rins all correctly behind Alex Marquez. Impressive return, to say the least, from number 73. What about Raul Fernandez? Can he make it 2-track out of Aprilia's going straight into Q2 tomorrow morning? 11th at the moment, so he needs to find some pace. Over the line he goes. He creeps up once he got 2nd lap in a row now that Raul Fernandez has just about pinched that top 10. A 52.423 has squeezed him in. 10th clear is a Morbidelli.
Well, we're used to seeing closest top 10s on a Friday ever. We're not far away from that again here this afternoon. Just 0.4 of a second covers the top 10 around a near 2-minute lap. As once again, Davide Tardozzi, I think, trying to calm down Marc Marquez. I'm amazed he's still trying, to be honest.
He's probably just said to him, look, a 151.988, that's good enough. That's good enough. You're not going to have any headaches about Q2 now. I think the word settle appears in Marc Marquez's vocabulary, doesn't it? When has Marc Marquez ever settled for anything as a Grand Prix rider in MotoGP across all classes? The guy is a serial winner. He was born to win, just as he did so for the first time in 2026 for the main Grand Prix in Balaton 2 weeks ago. Yesterday, what was he saying to the media? After Mugello, this track, pretty physical, similar in configuration. Well, I'll be pretty happy. I'll be content if I'm within 10 seconds of the winner on Sunday. And he opens the count on Friday afternoon with the fastest ever lap of Brno. It's got to be tongue-in-cheek for Mark, hasn't it?
Surely. And surely a little bit of mind games to his opposition as well, saying that if I'm beating you in this current physical situation, you just wait until I'm 100%. Of course, this is just Friday afternoon, and of course we're right to recall what happened in Mugello when the Ducatis were all very fast on Friday, and Aprilia really took the game away from them when we got into Saturday morning and through the race of Sunday. So Aprilia aren't going to make this easy for Ducati. Just 100th of a second between the leading Ducati of Marc Marquez and the leading Aprilia, which for once today at the moment is Ayakor.
Fabio Quartararo on the factory Yamaha there. We're just going to replay of him on the super slow-mo action. 17th. Second he was this morning. So the service has been resumed as far as Yamaha's quartet go. With the Quartararo 17th and Miller 19th. Razgatli over 20th. And Paul Eitrins 21st. What we do know, it's been well documented, the riders have talked about it incessantly over since they debuted that V4 powered M1, but it's got one big weakness, one Achilles heel, it is a lack of power. And what do you need in abundance around Brno? That is a section of the track called horsepower here, gives an indication of how much engine performance is required, and when you're lacking engine performance in Brno, you're in a whole world of pain. Top Yamaha, 17.
Yeah, we've got a top speed ranking on our timing screen, which is the fastest speed of every rider in this session. But even at his fastest through the speed tracks, Fabio Quartararo is giving up 14 kilometres an hour to Marco Bezzecchi on the factory Aprilia. That's what, 8 or 9 miles an hour, 3 laps time that he's using. Quartararo is quicker than he went this morning when he did a 53.5. He's some 6/10 quicker. Of course, the Ducatis and Aprilias have moved the goalpost so significantly that they're practically in a different stadium to Fabio right now.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to be the world champion suffering at the wrong end of the leaderboard. So as it is as well for Alex Rins, Jack Miller, MotoGP race winners, Toppo Razgatli, the former Golden Boy, of course, in World Superbikes. Recently, it's one of as Marc Marquez rolls out of it. We have Razgatli with the company there, didn't he? It's a shame that Mark decided to back out of that one. As he settled, as he listened to Davide Tardozzi. Tardozzi, they know. They've always said when Mark judges Ducati and judge Marc Marquez when he is anywhere near full fitness, over the judge quite a dominant performance, a dominant weekend last time out in Balaton. What about Jorge Martin? 12th place. It's a really big 4.5 minutes coming up for the number 89. As mentioned, anytime he's beating Q1 so far this year. Fabio Gianantonio trying to make sure that he's not got any late worries about slipping out of Q2. He's in the danger zone at the moment in 8th place, but he's trying to make sure that there is no late bother because we're still happy with Digit.
It's going to be importantly looking at a look here by Jack Miller and one of the Trackhouse Aprilias that are up ahead of him. Miller is just coming towards the end of an out lap, so in theory he should be getting out of the way of Fabio Gianantonio. Not the job at all. No, as he takes top spot from Marc Marquez on a 51.9.
And on the final sector from Fabio Gianantonio. Wow. He's the third rider then to lodge a 151.9 in this session. Super tight at the top. less than 6 minutes of a second splitting Vicky and Marquez and Nagura. We've got red helmets though, lighting up our commentary box here. Bezzecchi is flying. Jorge Martin's on the big lap. We've mentioned how much he does need to find something special late on in this session.
Well, Bezzecchi's a quarter of a second up practically at the halfway stage at the moment. Potentially we're heading towards a mid-51 if we carry this on. Here's Bastianini, who's missed out in 11th, only 6/10 off the pace. A mid-52 doesn't cut it this afternoon.
Bezzecchi is about to destroy what was Fabio Antonio. What, 62nd all-time lap record? A 151.942 is under monumental pressure here. Bezzecchi, you know how good the Aprilia is. This is where it really is agile. This is where the manoeuvrability of the Aprilia will come into force. Look at Jorge Martin fighting with all of his might to get into Q2. Bezzecchi on the line, just finding 151.826. Brilliant by Bez. Over a 10th clip. Martin does come over the line and get himself inside that top 10. How crucial, how decisive could that be for Jorge Martin? Up to P8.
Far from safe though. He's only 600ths of a second clear of Raul Fernandez, who is currently improving. This was Martin wrestling the Aprilia through the final couple of corners. He's already, while you're watching this though, dropped a place to 9th because Joan Mir's gone up ahead of it.
That is stark raving bonkers. That's insane. He also shoulder down going through turn 14 there. Wow. He is just all action. He is spectacular to watch, isn't he? Jorge Martin. That was awesome.
Yeah, he is now 10th. Raul Fernandez did improve to 9th on the 52.354, so Martin is now just 38 thousandths ahead of Maverick Vinales to complete the top 10. Ayagura was super fast through the first sector. He was watching his timing screen as he was unfolding this lap. Can he join Bezzecchi at the top of the order? Ayagura with a stunning final sector. He takes top spot.
Ayagura.
He doesn't get Friday.
Risking time attacks? No, I think we could maybe put that one to bed. That is something special from the former Moto2 World Champion, isn't it? What a lap time from Ayagura. Joan Mir has taken a tumble at turn 7. That's going to bring out late yellow flags, isn't it? That could be costly for some riders. Mir's gone down though at turn 7 while in P7.
Oh yeah, he tried to pick it up immediately and then he's just going to hit the gravel trap, and that's just going to pitch him into a fall. So a slow speed crash there for Joan Mir, who is in 7th place at the moment, so he might actually save his bacon this afternoon.
So Agura, where did that 51.735 come from? We've seen so often this year and be able to get himself through the Q2. But his best qualifying so far this year is 6 around 2 and 3. He's getting even quicker here, getting even faster. What about Maverick Vinales? Well, we saw Top Gun top 3 at one stage in this session. Can he get himself back in the top 10?
And Martin is now out of the top 10 because while we're watching that crash for Mir, Diogo Moreira went into 8th place on the other Honda for LCR. So at the moment, Moreira also going through in 8th place. So Martin starts his final flying lap of the afternoon outside the top 10.
Big one. Big this one, isn't it, for Martin? We've seen him down the years and deliver some super special explosive one laps. Well, he needs to find another one. He's got his teammate Marco Bezzecchi, who wisely moves out of the way. Bez has rolled out of it, and he's going to be second in this session, it looks like. Yeah, Martin's under the cosh here, isn't he? Under the cosh as he powers into the stadium section. Into turn 7 he'll go where Joan Mir tipped up a few months ago.
Already a quarter of a second down at the first sector point. That's the one that tells in the background that he'll be going through twice on Sunday afternoon. 4/10 down at the halfway stage, even by Jorge Martin's standards. As it's looking again a little bit uncomfortable there to the left-hander of 8. It's going to take something truly heroic for him to get into the top 10 from there.
Right on the edge of the track limits there, wasn't he? Well, he was almost on the green, coming out of 9. Shows how hard he's pushing, how hard he's having to fight for every ounce of a second here. Jorge Martin, he's all in. Well, he only knows one way, doesn't he, number 89, but he's all in and it's over. Jorge Martin, then for just the second time in 2026, will feature in our opening qualifying session. Agura, Fernando Antonio, Marquez, probably possibly taking the checkered flag. Agura, what a belter in Brno. What a performance. We have in that session, we've got 7 riders that were inside Taka Bagnaya's old all-time lap record. Agura, Bezzecchi, Gian Antonio, your top 3. Bagnaya Marc Marquez, Pedro Acosta and Joan Mir all under the 2025 all-time lap record. Mir's going to get through in 7th despite his late crash at turn 7. Moreira shining once again. What a performance by Moreira on the El Giron Rizet. Aldeguer's in 9th. Ralph Fernandez through by a whisker by just 100th of a second. Relief to Fernandez in the top 10.
He's got the Midas touch, hasn't he? First day in the job, and Ayagura from not quite nowhere, but not far from it, ends the opening day of this Czech Grand Prix on top. He was up the sharp end. He was back in Austin, wasn't he, earlier on in the year when Ayagura was very strong on Friday. He had a big crash on Saturday morning, which robbed him of all of his confidence. As long as he doesn't do the same thing tomorrow, Ayagura is in genuine contender for, at the very least, a first front row start in MotoGP.
He hasn't started higher than 6 so far this year. And look at his qualifying performances. He's been at plenty. A whole chunk, a whole bunch of Q2 appearances, but 8th in Thailand, 11th in Austin, 11th in Jerez. That's Jorge Martin. Blues for his crew chief Daniele Romagnoli there on the right-hand side of the picture. Just to the left-hand side of the shot there was a full take by Fabiano Sterlachini.
Classic cross of the arms to indicate that the front end was tucking on him. It looked hard work, didn't it, for Jorge Martin this afternoon? And this was pushed on various occasions already today with a double long penalty already to serve. Martin can forget and he holds the podium if he doesn't get through Q1 tomorrow, even forgetting the double long laps. He'll be starting outside of the top 12. So tomorrow morning now is absolutely huge to Martin's weekend, where he already trails Marco Bezzecchi by 20 points.
Oh, well, this afternoon has been a slide all day, really. 14th this morning, 11th this afternoon. That's the right who's second in the World Championship within striking distance of his teammate Marco Bezzecchi. Just 20 points splitting those two as we go into tomorrow's 11-lap Tissot sprint, 10-lap Tissot sprint rather, at 3 p.m. local time. Fabio Gio-Antonio once again ends a Friday inside the top 3. Feels like he's been there on plenty of occasions so far this year. But take a bow, Ayagura. Absolutely sensational performance by the Trackhouse. They're clearly right on track, isn't he, so far? So let's get a thought to his boss, Davide Brunio.
Davide, we've been saying all year, if Ayagura can work out time attacks, that he's going to be a real threat. Looks as though he's worked it out.
Yeah, everybody was waiting for a difficult qualifying. Now, also for us, I mean, we know which is one side that he has to improve, but this track, I feel, I mean, on a paper, looks like suitable for his riding style, flowing that he has, and yeah, it was great. He was feeling good, great. It's not that he cannot do time attack, because, I mean, even from the first race, he qualified 5th, first ever race or whatever. I mean, sometimes when in a good condition, he can do. Of course, we have to be more consistent on this, yes.
Well, a great first day. Congratulations. Thank you.
Yeah, a great first day. Thanks very much. I mean, rather remarkably, somewhat amazingly, Ayagura's best ever qualifying in MotoGP was on his debut. His very first start was his 5th. The lights out at the China International Circuit in Durham at the start of 2025. Well, it was spectacular to watch, but it just wasn't fast enough, was it, for Jorge Martin? And he's got both wheels sliding at one point into that turn 13, 60 degrees of lean angle at 110 kilometres an hour. It looks great for us watching trackside, but crucially for Jorge Martin, not fast enough to get him directly into Q2.
Bonus practice start session here, aren't we, at the end of MotoGP Practice? Didn't see this in the schedule, but that's what we're getting. So if you're wondering, like us, why Marco Bezzecchi was leading pit lane once again at the end of this practice session, that is your answer.
Bonus chance to see the best riders in the world fire their 300 horsepower MotoGP bikes off the start line. Brad Binder. Well, it was looking promising at one stage, a little bit late on. You felt it was going to be a big threat for Q3. Unfortunately, coming down the order to 19th. South African late off the game. They were 8.5 tenths divided with the top 19 riders. Let's go down to Jack then for an update on this rather unusual side of the start section.
Yeah, I believe that Lewis mentioned this morning in Carlos Collector, MotoGP Sporting Director came into the box to explain some of the things that they were looking into following on from the incident at the Catalan Grand Prix. One of them was the banning of front ride height devices, not the rear, just the front. Now this is a suggested practice start session for them to protect, for them to try a start without the front device. It's not mandatory for all the factories to participate. It's for them to go out, do a few starts without the front devices locked in, so they can see what kind of an impact it has, with the possibility of implementing it, Carlos, later on this year.
Thanks very much, Jack, for those observations.
You're not used to wheelies off the line, aren't you, boys?
Yeah, we're seeing a bit more air between tarmac and front tyres, aren't we, as Fabio for Gian Antonio. Started with the whole shot device issue, has been a bit of an issue for Diggio, hasn't it?
So Marquez has got his engaged because the front barely lifted there, just a momentary lift of the front tyre. As yeah, to underline what Jack said, not mandatory, it's suggestion to do a practice start with the front tyre. Marquez, the reason he won't be doing it with the front device engaged is because he missed the practice start session this morning after he crashed late in F1.
Yeah, it looked like Diego Herrera had his whole shot device engaged, just using this extra chance to dial in your launch control through the sprint and the Grand Prix here over the remainder of the weekend.
To keep pulling into pole position. That's Friday Aprilia, the fastest starting bike in the business.
Yeah, and that's whole shot device. The Aprilia is just an absolutely rocket ship off the line, isn't it?
Yeah, you can see the massive gap from the front bumper up to the front fairing of the KTM there of Brad Binder. So yeah, you basically look for the gap between top of front tyre and the bottom of the fairing to work out whether the device is engaged or not.
Something told that maybe all shot devices will be disregarded for the remainder of the season. The British Grand Prix sort of done onwards. All part of the debate or part of the discussions. You tuned in when we had Carlos Collector, Sports Director of the Continents for myself and Milton Magello, to explain some of the technical rule changes. Next year, well, both devices, ride height devices, they will be banished to the history books. They'll be museum relics, these bikes, in what, about 6 months' time?
Future head honcho Honda there, watching on from the pit wall. Confirmation yesterday of the long-term replacement for Alberto Prix, who, as we heard from Jack at the start of the session, still going to be involved in a consultancy role.
Yeah, Mikahiko Kawase, who I believe is involved in Honda's Moto3 World Championship success in the past. Probably the Moto3 concept from Lorenzo Della Porta was world champion lightweight class in 2019. Most recently he has been at the sharp end of the technical warfare for Honda, very close to Romano Albertiano. This with whole shot device still very much employed on his factory Ducati. But does eventually get to complete his 2 practice starts then on day one here in Brno, and what has been a very promising and a very encouraging day one for the factory Ducati rider. Quickest this morning, the fastest this afternoon, despite a couple of spills as well in the Q2, and being the gravel at turn 7 and turn 11 today.
Aprilia, and it leaves the lines of the bullet train, isn't it? Leaving the start line with its both front and rear ride height devices engaged, and that's why so often Marco Bezzecchi gets the first corners first, and genuinely does that. He wins Grand Prix. That ride height device, you could almost credit that with his sprint podium in Hungary to put him into third place in the first lap and gave him the track position to defend that bronze medal over the remainder of the sprint, as the likes of Ferdinand Aldegan in particular looked very frustrated behind it.
It might take a bit of getting used to actually, won't it? Not seeing MotoGP bikes effectively become sort of 200 mile an hour choppers on their corner exits when they drop down to maximise acceleration, reduce wheelie with the ride height devices, which will pioneered by Ducati around 2018, 2019. That was all banned tech. Moving forward into 2027. Well, there is Ayagura. Well, I think it's fair to say, probably shocked himself as much as he shocked the world here in Brno today. It's a 151.735 was a heck of a lap time. I mean, it's pretty much 6/10 inside of Pecco Bagnaia's 2025 all-time lap record. A 152.303, which looks downright pedestrian now. We've returned 11 months later for the Grand Prix of Czechia. One of the two Puma Pramac Yamahas left out the office for top at Lasgat Wardley and for Jack Miller. They went too frequently, unfortunately for those pair. Miller 18th, Lasgat Wardley 21st. Jack Miller confirming yesterday he did offer himself, didn't he, to Yamaha to test our 850cc prototype here on Monday, an offer which was declined, which is a bit harsh on Jack, actually, to be honest.
You feel they'd want the experience of Jack to you know, Jack's a very professional rider, even allowing for what is a situation like this at the end of this season into next season. You know, you give the very best feedback to Yamaha, but that is their decision. The here and now, and day one in Brno, it's Ayagura. Bit of a surprise package, P1 for Trackhouse. Marco Bezzecchi, the championship leader, a strong second. Ducati third, fourth and fifth for Gian Antonio Bagnaia and Marc Marquez, all in the 151s. Pedro Costa sixth for KTM ahead of Joan Mir, who got away with the crash late on, still seventh ahead of Diogo Moreira once again through the Q2 for LCR, a fine eighth. Fermin Aldeguer ninth ahead of Ralph Hernandez in 10th. The headline outside the top 10 quite clearly, second in the World Championship, Jorge Martin, all of the double one lap practice, but he's in Q1 tomorrow.
Yes, Martin imperative with the double on lap on Sunday, will he find himself into Q2 tomorrow morning. What a thought about Ayagura. Fastest on Friday. This is his work. Went out on a used medium to start the session. Good to the mid-153 and that impressive first. And look at that, his final run on a brand new soft wheel tyre, an all-time lap record, a 151.735, brilliant in by Ayagura.
But Marco Bezzecchi started the session on a brand new medium rear, and from there on did all his work on the soft. That second one potentially a bit of a dress rehearsal for the sprint tomorrow.
Top Ducati in the World Championship in P3 overall, top Ducati in P3 here on day one in Brno. It's Fabio Di Gianantonio shining once again. Bigia on fresh front and rear rubber later in that section, put himself down to a 51.9.
And Pecco Bagnaia left it later than most to go across to a brand new software tyre, but when Pecco did, he also got into the 151s to secure fourth place.
About sometimes a clear working great. Look at that in sector one. Bezzecchi and Ayagura over 10 clear of the field in the first split.
As he did this morning, Marc Marquez still with a narrow advantage in sector 2.
Ayagura received in control in sector 3. Just over factory Ducati with Bagnaia and Marc Marquez.
And hammering home that advantage in the fourth sector on his way to a 151.735.
And whenever it started, and then GP racing, the front row of the grid has Ayagura, but the stage is set for him to put up a bit of a giant killing act here tomorrow in Brno, with a gold medal at stake in tomorrow's Tissot sprint. Could he be golden eye going into the sprint Saturday? The Japanese star, though, fastest on Friday here in the Grand Prix of Czechia.